The city of Grenoble in France sits at the gateway to the Alps and today hosts the opening day of the Criterium du Dauphine, which habitually gives us a first indication as to who is ready for the Tour de France battle in July. This year's week-long race, the Criterium du Dauphine, is shaping up to be a pre-Tour de France showdown. It will be the final race for the top three favourites of the Tour de France this year. 2011 Tour winner Cadel Evans will be testing himself for his title defence come July. 2011 Criterium du Dauphine winner Bradley Wiggins hopes to keep his early season momentum going as he dreams of becoming Great Britain's first ever Tour de France winner. Last year's second-place finisher at the Tour de France, Andy Schleck, is also on a mission to rise to the top step of the podium in Paris. This week, they will all do battle and gauge each other's form. It all begins with a 3.5-mile prologue time trial. The 64th edition of the Criterium du Dauphine is next. Since medieval times, Grenoble has been the capital of the Dauphiné region. Today, the epic cycle presented by Michelob Ultra hosts the opening day of the Criterium du Dauphiné with a 3.5-mile individual prologue time trial. Hello everybody, I'm Paul Schoen, alongside me is Bob Roll, and the Criterium du Dauphiné habitually in the past, Bob, has always been about an indication of the Tour de France, who is on form, who is not, and it goes over many of the same roads as the Tour de France will in July.
And for the first time this season, the top three Tour de France contenders will face off: Brad Wiggins, Cadel Evans, the defending Tour champion, and Andy Schleck from Luxembourg. Any rider here who dreams of Tour de France success needs to show well in the Dauphiné. It's a building block of fitness, but maybe more critically, a boost to the morale for any of our Tour de France contenders.
Bob, what I've always liked about the Criterium du Dauphiné is like a little hors d'oeuvre, a pre-taste of what the Tour de France is going to be about. Last year, though, Bradley Wiggins came to this race, a slimmed-down Bradley Wiggins. It was here, all of a sudden, he became a Tour de France hopeful.
Great time trialist. He slimmed down, like you said, to be competitive in the mountains, and he was able to win the Dauphiné this year. He's in the middle of an all-star career-defining season, already twice a winner in stage races at Paris-Nice and the Tour of Romandie.
And the Tour de France podium from last year, Cadel Evans and Andy Schleck, they've got to do something special this week.
Cadel Evans not as strong as last year, but starting to show well. Andy Schleck, though, the mystery man of the peloton this year, hasn't had anything to write home about so far in this year's racing season. Needs to do something in the Dauphiné.
I should think there'll be a very big question mark in the book written by Johan Brunel about how to win the Tour de France over the shoulders of Andy Schleck. But he can prove himself this week. He has to prove himself this week, Bob, but he's probably not going to prove himself in the opening individual time trial. Pan flat.
Well, that's been the Achilles heel for Andy Schleck throughout his career. The individual race against the clock, the race of truth. Our prologue today has a couple of very tricky 180-degree U-turns. Those will be difficult to negotiate. 3 right-hand bends. It's only 3.5 miles long. Dead flat, like you said, and 2 U-turns. Very technical race. Quick, violent, but it will give us a little window into who's competitive for the week's racing.
Well, before we go to the live action, let's have a look at what happened earlier today. This man, the defending champion from the Tour de France, Cadel Evans, deciding with his team management, Bob, to start early.
Second in last year's Dauphiné in the overall standings, Cadel Evans put in the early rotation by his team manager. Thunder showers and rain predicted for later on in the day. Cadel Evans going early and going quite quickly.
Challenging the time there of the Ukrainian rider Andrei Drivko, a former time trial champion of that country. However, for Cadel Evans, only 4 seconds off the mark of finishing 4th at this point. A good indicator that he's back on track for the Criterium du Dauphiné. Starting 6 minutes after Cadel Evans, another Australian, Luke Durbridge, a world under-23 time trial champion of Australia in the individual discipline as well. He really crushed it, Bob, out on the course.
Durbo, the Turbo, he's called because of his crazy fast leg streak from track racing. Scintillating time, youngest ever under-23 time trial world champion, track specialist, and also very technically gifted, going around those corners quickly.
Well, look at the time of Luke Durbridge when he comes up to the finishing line here. You could almost say that he's an Australian Taylor Phinney. He's got the same pedigree, the same speed, and when he stopped the clock, he had the new best fastest time, 6:38, but the average speed, 51.5 kilometers an hour. That's setting the bar very, very high indeed. Another man who started early on trying to take advantage of the dry weather conditions, of course, the world time trial champion, Tony Martin, waiting to get himself into the starting house.
Tony Martin recently successful in the Tour of Belgium after a dominating performance in this discipline, the time trial. Tony Martin, everything current world champion in the time trial discipline.
Well, he was challenging the time of Luke Durbridge. He faltered a little bit down towards the end, but still stopped the clock with the fourth best time at that moment. So the current standings, Luke Durbridge ahead of Andre Grivko and Carlos Barredo in third place. Now, live action here as George Hincapie concentrates on his final preparation for the Tour de France. Hincapie, we hope this year, will be lining up, Bob, for his 17th participation, an outright record. What an amazing American ambassador this man has been.
George Hincapie's already done 16 Tours de France to equal the record of Joop Zoetemelk, set many, many years ago in the infancy of professional cycling. Big George is scheduled. He's on the cusp of racing his 17th Tour de France a little bit later on the summer. The tour starts June 30th, but George is using this race, the Dauphiné, to get ready for that rendezvous with destiny and history in the Tour de France later this summer.
Well, let's hope that number 13 is not unlucky for some, and that would be George Hincapie a little bit further up. But this guy has actually put in a very, very good performance out on the course. He's a great climber, Thiago Machado from Team Radio Shack Nissan.
Rare amongst fast climbers, Machado can also do a very good time trial when he has some good form. Coming to the line now, challenging the time of Durbridge. He's going to go outside of that, but a solid ride by Radio Shack Nissan Trek rider Thiago Machado. Just finished a Tour of California and carrying some good fitness into the Dauphiné.
Yes, everybody now thinking about July, everybody thinking about the Tour de France looming on the horizon, just like the Alps will in the last part of this race, because we're going to see some magical mountain climbing as we stop the clock there. 36th time for Machado. I don't think he'd be too disappointed with that, but Team Radio Shack Nissan, Bob, they've got to wonder what is going to happen with Andy Schleck. The defending champion of the second place finish in the Tour de France last year had an unbelievably bad season so far.
Radio Shack still looking for results. George Hincapie's got a lot of results in his career, including a win in the Prologue of the Dauphiné way back in 2005. He carried that through to the Tour de France when he won a big stage to the Plata Day in that stage of the Tour de France.
Yeah, he's a very good individual time trialist. Remember George Hincapie missing by fractions of a second to winning the Prologue of the Tour de France as well. The style is good. It amazes me, Bob, that this man is still keen to race at this level of the sport.
On the cusp to set what would be a monumental record in cycling, 17 Tours de France. He's tied with Joop Zoetemelk for the most ever at 16, and looking forward a little bit later this summer, he's on schedule to do the Tour de France for the 17th time.
Now, this is one of the 180-degree turns, Bob, and as you can see, in fact, there's a few spots of rain starting to appear now. That's going to make it very, very tricky, especially at that point out on the course.
George Hincapie negotiating that corner fairly well. You can see how slow the riders have to go. Leg speed critical in this prologue because you have to accelerate back up to top speed as quickly as you can. And I'm sure Luke Durbridge saw this course and thought, this is a chance for me with his track leg speed. He was able to accelerate out of those corners like a rocket ship, and Luke Durbridge is the current leader.
Yeah, Durbridge has the fastest time so far. That's 6 minutes and 38 seconds. But later on in the afternoon, Bob, we're going to see the big names coming out to pay. The last man to start, of course, is going to be Bradley Wiggins. Andy Schleck, question mark. Is the form going to be there? His Achilles heel has always been the individual time trial. This man, though, is trying to home tune his form for the Tour de France this year. George Hincapie hails from Greenville, South Carolina, rode an exceptionally good Amgen Tour of California. Now he's back in France. Ooh, a little bit tricky. These are a bit dodgy, these corners. There's only 3 corners, Bob, on this individual time trial course, but they're all dangerous.
Well, it wouldn't be surprising if the rain hadn't started to affect some of these riders now. Getting a little bit slippery. Sometimes when the rain starts to fall, those are the most dangerous moments because the oil comes up from the road. If it rains heavily, well, then it clears the road surface a little bit. But the initial drops of rain make the road surface incredibly treacherous,
especially in these downtown individual time trials. And it's these roads like this that it seems to be that little bit of rain when it first comes, it seems to lift the oil to the surface, making it very slippery indeed. Fortunately for these guys, there are only 3 corners, but amazingly, Bob, they've managed to find 2 of them 180-degree turns.
The ability to corner quickly, critical to success in professional cycling. U-turns make it a little bit more dangerous, but what's most compelling about this stage right now is the rain starting to fall. A technical course made that much more treacherous.
Well, it obviously means that Cadel Evans made the right decision, Bob, to go out early. This part of France, Grenoble, nestled right in the middle of the gateway to the Alps. It's always susceptible to late afternoon storm clouds.
Grenoble, called the drainage point of the Alps, we're right in the middle of the mountains. This course, however, flat. George Hincapie on the Avenue to the Olympics. 1968 Winter Games were held right here in Grenoble, France. And George Hincapie just over 2 kilometers to go, 1.2 miles before his finish to start this year's Dauphiné.
Yeah, 2 kilometers to go there. You can see he will swing next into the Avenue Jean Perrault before finally finishing in the Boulevard Clemenceau. Not too far away from the finish line, Martin Gelinghi from Team Rabobank is in the starting house. Bob, 3.5 miles. It doesn't sound like very much, but it's a long day of prologue time trial for a bike rider.
Well, it's only 3.5 miles, but like you said, it is a very long day for the bike racers. Early morning, you want to take a look at the course. Any tricky corners, there's 5 of them out on this course, 3 right-hand bends and 2 U-turns. But look at Martin Gelinghi. He might have seen those corners and gotten a little bit nervous, trying to keep himself warmed up in the start house of the prologue.
Well, he rolls down the gap, finished 3rd in Paris-Roubaix last year, and it's a big, explosive effort here. You do have to have a very important warm-up. You've almost, Bob, got to have the engine red hot and ready to go because you're up to full speed very quickly.
Well, you want to do your recon of the course early in the morning, then have a meal, maybe rest for a little bit, but then you want to get on the turbo trainer out in front of the team bus and do a specific custom-tailored warm-up for an event like this, so short, so violent. It's a pure 100% sprint effort right from the beginning up to speed, and also you have to negotiate the tricky corners out on today's race course, and now it looks like the rain becoming more of a factor as we get into the deeper starters in the prologue.
Well, the big question mark is what's Bradley Wiggins going to do? He starts at the end. He's a defending champion of the Criterium du Dauphine, and he will want to put in a very fine start to his race here. The best time still in the finishing house is Luke Durbridge, the Australian, who finished with a time of 6 minutes and 38 seconds, Bob. 51.5 kilometres, now 32 miles an hour on a downtown course. Back with Hincapie.
Big George Hincapie closing in the last kilometer of his race. Just one more corner. He'll see the finish line, try to keep it up to speed as quickly as he can, and then get to the finish line.
Well, he's looking at the time of Durbridge. This is not a great time here. In fact, that's the wrong clock there, because this is a good time by George Hincapie. Look at this. This is not bad. He's got a sweeping right-hand bend into the Boulevard Clemenceau. Hincapie knows how to put it on the line, doesn't he, Bob?
He is a great time trialist, solid climber, Paris-Roubaix specialist. Big George Hincapie now back up to speed, sprinting down this final straightaway. This is a good prologue run for George Hincapie.
This is going to be a very good time by George Hincapie. Yes, he may well not be as explosive as he was when he turned professional at 20 years of age, but now George Hincapie knows how to dose his effort over a time trial like this.
Closing in on the top 20, just outside of that. He's going to lose about 15 seconds to Durbridge, but not a bad ride by George Hincapie.
So with Luke Durbridge still at the top of the leaderboard, the big names are still to come here at the Criterium du Dauphine here this afternoon. Yes, Cadel Evans has been and gone, but we're still waiting to see what's going to happen with Andy Schleck and, of course, defending champion Bradley Wiggins. We'll take a break.
Hey, Levi.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
No.
Oh.
Road ID. We'll ride with you even when Levi Leipheimer won't.
How about now?
The Epic Cycle presented by Michelob Ultra on NBC Sports Network is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Villié-Tristina, 106 years of bicycle making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lampre ISD. And Competitive Cyclist. For 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDF and use promo code TDS15. Anyway, Bob, there's a lot of boys now will be wondering what they're going to do. We're looking here at David Arroyo, second overall in the Giro d'Italia, a little gingerly going around this final bend.
Really going slowly around that last corner, not wanting to fall off the rein. This is a terrible time for David Arroyo. He's not a time trialing specialist, but you expect to do a little bit better than, he'll probably be almost a minute slower than Luke Durbridge.
Amazing to think that in just 3.5 miles you can actually lose a minute to a man on a bicycle. Well, that's about what this is going to be lost by David Arroyo here, but his thoughts a little bit further down the road. He's hoping to be one of the leaders of Team Movistar going onto the Tour de France, but that won't be in the individual time trial.
Interesting story. Movistar has two riders. J.J. Kober, winner of last year's Vuelta, who's here in the Dauphiné. And a little bit later in the year, it will be Alejandro Valverde, off 2 years of suspension, coming back to race again in the Tour de France for the Spanish Movistar squad.
Well, last year, Bob, we talked a little bit about the renaissance of French cycling, when here is one of the riders on the way up. Arthur Vichot, in fact, is the nephew of Frédéric Vichot, who raced in our days. Frédéric Vichot renowned as being one of the fastest men in the world going downhill during his era of cycling.
Most certainly raced with Frédéric Vichot, the uncle of this man, Arthur Vichot. If you want to see your life pass in front of your eyes, just try to follow Frédéric Vichot on any mountain descent.
That's a dodgy corner, this, Bob. I don't know how they managed to find a dodgy corner right in the middle of downtown Grenoble. Back with Popovic here.
Jaroslav Popovic, former white jersey winner or best young rider in the Tour de France in his career. That was a few years ago. One of the stalwarts of Johan Brunel's programs throughout the years, teammates with Lance Armstrong when he won the Tour de France. Popo is his nickname. He's from the Ukraine, very fast, steady professional, hasn't had a result in a long time. He hasn't won a professional bike race since way back in 2007.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Radio Shack Nissan have been looking for some results. Unfortunately for them, they've just taken the overall lead in the Tour of Luxembourg, which, if you bear in mind, this team was formed for the amalgamation of Leopard Trek last year and Radio Shack from last year to bring it all together. I think finally Johan Brunel has got something to smile about.
Well, Luxembourg could be called the home race for Radio Shack Nissan Trek, and it was the rider Jakob Fuglsang from Denmark and one of the big stars on this squad, Radio Shack, that was able to win the Tour of Luxembourg today, and that's a good result. But the pressure is still on Andy Schleck to deliver something here in the Dauphiné. I got to talk to Johan Brunel earlier in the day, and he said we're looking for a stage win in the mountains from Andy to give us an indication that he's ready for this summer's Tour de France.
Yeah, Bob, another thing about the Criterium du Dauphine, a lot of the team managers are deciding which is the final place in their Tour de France squads. You've got to ride well here too. For some guys, it's a question of there's only one place left in the team for the Tour de France. There's a lot of pressure during this race.
That's a very good point you bring up. For the Tour contenders, it's a chance to show their form. It's a chance to hone their fitness for the Tour de France. But for a lot of riders, it's a chance for them to show something and actually make a place for themselves on their Tour de France rosters for the big teams in the world. Never an easy thing to do and always a great honor.
23 years of age, Arthur Vichot. He won 2 races last year, the Boucle de Sud Ardèche and the Tour de Doubs. He's done nothing so far this season, but again, it's nice to see that French cycling is starting to produce a lot of young guys. And the winner of the white jersey in the Tour de France last year was from France, an indication that the French are coming back to the top of the sport that for a long time they regarded as their own.
That's Pierre Rolland, you mentioned, from the Europcar French squad, who won the white jersey and also the most prestigious stage in last year's Tour de France if you're a climber, up to Alpe d'Huez. FDJ, another strong French team. Arthur Vichot looks to have the form and fitness of a climber, and he'll have to depend on that in the last 3 days of this race. Big mountains to come in the Dauphiné.
Big test spot for everybody, I have to say, because not only have we got 3 days of massive alpine climbing at the end of the Dauphiné this week, but we've also got a very long individual time trial, over 50 kilometres the individual time trial. Now that is going to pit Cadel Evans against Bradley Wiggins, and again the question mark we're all asking ourselves, Andy Schleck, because there's a lot of time trialing in the Tour de France this year.
Over 100 kilometers of time trials, or 60 plus miles of time trialing in this summer's Tour de France. Andy Schleck maybe not capable of winning this year's Tour because of the number of miles against the clock, and that's not his specialty.
Well, as we look at Arthur Vichot coming up to the line here, he also has lost himself around about 45 seconds. He'll stop the clock in 89th place. We'll take a short break. On Saturday, the IZOD IndyCar Series continues on the NBC Sports Network with a Firestone 550. Will Power look for another win in Texas when open-wheel racing goes under the lights? Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the NBC Sports Network. Looking down here at Andrei Kashekin as we go quickly to Jaroslav Popovic. He's a great individual time trial. It amazes me to think, Bob, that this guy, he's a solid man to have on a team, but you know, he hasn't won a race since 2007.
Not a fantastic ride for Popovic. He's been in the pink jersey in the Giro d'Italia in his career in the past. He's done the Tour de France a number of times, including helping Lance Armstrong win the Tour in his career, but not a great prologue for Jaroslav Popovic. Still looking for form and still looking for a race win. It's been a long time.
As we look down here at Andrei Kashaykin, Bob, it's a very crisp atmosphere at the dinner table at Team Astana, because Alexander Vinokourov and Andrei Kashaykin raced for the same Astana team back in 2007 when Alexander Vinokourov was disqualified for doping. The team was asked to remove themselves from the Tour de France. Poor Andrei Kashaykin was 8th overall at the time.
Well, he was found a few weeks later in Turkey on vacation by WADA officials, the World Anti-Doping Authority. They administered an out-of-competition test, and Kashaykin was also positive for drugs. He subsequently did 2 years out of the sport, came back on the Italian Lamprey squad, and now finds himself back on Astana and at the dinner with Alexander Vinokourov every night. Before his ban, however, this was a man on the rise, 3rd in the Tour of Spain with a stage win there, also a stage win in a prestigious stage race called Pyrenees. But since his ban for doping, it's been a long, hard road for Andrei Kashaykin. Not any results to report home about.
Well, I would say probably not a lot for these two to talk about, except the upcoming probably retirement of Alexander Vinokourov, who decided to add an extra year onto his career after that incredibly dramatic crash last year in the Tour de France.
Crashed out of the Tour, Vinokourov did, with a broken femur up there in the hip joint. I've broken my femur before. I can tell you it's one of the most painful experiences you can imagine.
So as we leave Kashaykin, we go a little bit further down. This is Simon Geschke of the Argus Shimano squad. Not a renowned individual time trialist, but I tell you what, his dad was a very good track rider in these German days of the sport.
Stage winner in Criterium International last year. 1T4I was the team of this to start the season. Argos was added as their principal sponsor, but Shimano was still one of the major players in this team's success. They've had a lot of race wins the last couple of years, especially because they have some great sprinters on the team. Marcel Kittel is one of the fastest men in the world, and Simon Geschke, pretty fast himself. This course might favor a sprinter because of all the technical corners, and you have to sprint back up to speed 5 times out on the race course in only 3.5 miles, including 2 very tricky U-turns at the end of each long straightaway. Looks like it's drying up a little bit, so no raindrops on the television camera there at the moment. So maybe the fortunes of Bradley Wiggins, who starts last, starting later in the day, will change with the weather.
Well, I'm just having a look at these weather conditions here, Bob. You can see I think it's still a little bit damp here. We're looking back at Andrei Kashaykin. You mentioned the fact that this could be a course suited for the sprinters. There are not too many sprinters in this bike race this year anyway, because there are not that many courses for the sprinters. This is really a preparation for the climbers, I would say, the Dauphiné this year.
Almost definitely. Only maybe one sprint stage number 3 out on the race course before the long individual time trial to come in the Dauphiné later in the week. Very narrow roads here, and those narrow roads lead directly into very treacherous corners. Kashaykin barely getting around that one.
Well, you know, it's all about seconds in a prologue of 3.5 miles in length, Bob, and just touching the brakes in a corner like that, you could lose 3 or 4 seconds and drop from 1st place to 5th place at the end of the day. That's why these riders will take the risk. And it is very strange. It's actually quite sketchy. There's certain parts of the course seem to be wet. Some parts are dry.
Yeah, that makes your tactics very important for success. You have to know when to slow down and know when you can go reefing through the corners without worry of crashing because of a slick spot in the corner because it's wet. And Andrei Kashaykin does not look to be setting a very fast pace. He's a solid time trial in years past. It's been a long time since he did a good one, but on a short one, he's never been a specialist in this type of discipline. A short 3.5 mile time trial against the clock.
Well, a chance here to take a study at the specialised time trial bike that he's using there, Bob. You can see from this front angle here, you can see how narrow the tubes are. All of that is done to make the machine as aerodynamic as possible for the time trial.
You want your bike to disappear in the wind, no draft. You are out there by yourself against the clock trying to go just as quickly as you can. And like you mentioned just before, a couple of seconds in each corner. You add that up at the end of 5 corners and 2 U-turns like we have today, and you have a loss of a lot of time.
Well, as he swings around that corner, it's around about 300 metres to the go, and you always think when a guy comes around that corner, wow, this is a really good time, but that 300 metres is probably going to take these guys about 15 seconds. It's always a little foreshortened by the camera.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if Kashaykin loses half a minute or more to Luke Durbridge. Durbridge setting an incredible standard there of 6 minutes, 38 seconds, and Kashaykin coming to the finish line outside of 7 minutes.
Well, it's a long way down for him. Still, no change at the top of the leaderboard. Luke Durbridge still with that 6:38 is the man that everybody wants to beat. Welcome back to the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra. I'm Paul Sherwen. Alongside me is Bob Roll. Out on course here, Bob. We're here with Geschke. He's not doing too bad at half distance, but still, I have to say that's an amazing time by Luke Durbridge. Durbridge, like many other riders, this is a difficult year because some guys are looking to get into the Tour de France. Other guys are thinking about straight after the Tour de France and the Olympic Games. And that is what Luke Durbridge is thinking about because he will be part of the Australian team for the team pursuit.
Well, Luke Durbridge leading the time trials so far, put in a great prologue here. Might want to think about considering the road career. He's been a great rider on the track as we see this man, Simon Geschke, to get to the finish line. But like you said, the Olympics, that's going to be a wild card throughout the season and see how that affects the Tour de France. It'll be very interesting.
Well, it's all a question of do you ride the Tour de France, especially if you're a track rider. The track just 250 metres around, a completely different kind of effort to the Tour de France, which finishes 1 week before the Olympic Games this year. Into the finishing straight now for Geschke. Still looking at that time. It's starting to look like an impressive time, that of Luke Durbridge. 21 years of age, Bob, has set the fastest time so far, 6 minutes and 38 seconds. But there's still some very, very big names to come. What about David Miller as a name to conjure up there as well from Garmin Barracuda, as Geschke stops the clock with the 76th time. He's lost 31 seconds.
Dark clouds on the horizon. Simon Geschke coming to the finish line for the Argus Shimano team. They have been invited to do the Tour de France, and they're all looking forward to that. Very tricky to get into the Tour. Just to be invited is impressive and a great honor. Simon Geschke, perhaps part of that squad, needing to do something in this week's racing to prove his worth to his team Argus Shimano for this year's Tour de France.
Well, it's a very dodgy day. The weather conditions are really quite dubious, I'd have to say, Bob, and obviously a very clever decision by Cadel Evans, I think, now to start early. Cadel Evans, by the way, Bob, this morning admitted that he's a lot more confident with his condition leading up to the Tour de France than he was in the start of May. So that's an indication that the man, look at Bob, I just don't know why they didn't cut those trees back a bit.
Dries Devenens tried to trim a few branches himself with his shoulders, and there he goes. He goes down, going a little bit too quickly through that U-turn at the end of the course.
Well, it's obviously very, very slow. Let's have a look at that once again, Bob. The problem is when the front wheel starts to go, you just cannot do anything at all. And I hope he didn't fall on the shoulder that he fractured in Paris-Nice earlier on in this season.
Well, holding his gloves, trying to get them squared away. He was involved in that very dramatic crash on the last day of racing, second to last day of racing, when Levi Leipheimer was chasing to get back after a crash of Levi. It was this man, Dries Devenens, was trying to help Levi get back into the race in Paris-Nice earlier this spring. And here we see again him just going down there he wasn't going that quickly, but that shows you how slippery the course is.
I was just going to say that answers the question, doesn't it? The course is not yet dry. It is still very slippery, despite the fact he's come away from that corner there, Bob, and all of a sudden it's dry again. Arnaud Jonazon rides for Française des Jeux Big Mat. Now, he wore the white jersey in the Tour de France last year. One of the young new Frenchmen on the black, 14th overall. Important for him to put a good start in here.
Jeanson, like you said, did wear the white jersey for a couple of days and finished high up in last year's Tour de France. He's one of the young hopes of French cycling.
This is one of the young hopes of Australian cycling. Dave Tanner had a very good season a couple of years ago when he rode for the Fly-V Australia squad. He's now a member of Team Saxo Bank. The question mark for all of these guys, Bob, as they come into the Criterium du Dauphine is, will I make the Tour de France squad this year?
Well, there is one spot open on the Saxo Bank squad of David Tanner because Alberto Contador will not be at this year's Tour de France. He's in suspension now from the 2010 Tour de France, where he was found to have clenbuterol in his system. David Tanner, a winner last year in the Tour of Utah on stage number 1. Also, the gone but not forgotten squad of Rock Racing is where David Tanner made his professional debut.
But this is Arnaud Jonazon. I have to say that the French must have been extremely satisfied last year with their performances at the Tour de France, and they will be nurturing hopes of trying to get a man onto the podium. Last year, Thomas Voeckler was so close to a podium. Who would ever have thought that man could have finished 4th overall in the Tour?
Great ride by all the French riders. It took a long time for the French to get a stage win, and that was Pierre Rolland, the teammate of Thomas Voeckler. But all of France tuning into the Tour because of the way that Thomas Voeckler defended the yellow jersey throughout a number of mountain stages, finally succumbing to Andy Schleck on Alpe d'Huez. But great riding in last year's Tour de France by the French. That's always good for the home country.
He's a big, strong bike rider, isn't he, David Tanner, here, as he gets himself again down into that low aerodynamic position, hands right in the middle of the handlebars. This is an ideal course, Bob, I have to say, for a specialist in the individual time trial, a man who's got a big engine. I'm thinking this is a course which is perfectly made for a Bradley Wiggins.
And look out there. Please, people, leash your dogs if you're going to bring them to a bike race.
Well, I tell you what, we've seen many accidents in the past, Bob, between bike riders and dogs. Please, I have to say, if you do go to watch a bike race and you want to take man's best friend with you, keep him on a leash.
Most definitely. David Tanner unleashed in the prologue, looking again.
Oh, I'll tell you what, the dog did have a leash on, so well done, that man. Anyway, back to David Tanner here. I have to say he is looking for a place, as you said, in the Tour de France squad for Team Saxo Bank this afternoon. There's no change still at the top end of the overall standing. Still, Luke Durbridge, the Australian national time trial champion, is the fastest man to date. Welcome back to the Criterium du Dauphine. Don't get too excited because Luke Durbridge is the man who has the fastest time. The Australian hoping to challenge him is still, I would say, Bob, 15 to 20 seconds from the finishing line. That sweeping right-hand bend is a long way to go.
Long way to go for Tanner. When you look at the time of Luke Durbridge, he's already outside that. He's going to lose 15 or 20 seconds to the current race leader and his countryman, Luke Durbridge. Two young Australians on professional cycling, a long way from home. Luke Durbridge having a great prologue and leads the standing so far.
Well, talking about Australians, Bob, Green Edge are hoping this year to put a full Australian squad together for the Tour of Spain at the end of the season, something that's never ever been done before. In the starting house, well, it says Bill Kadri, but that in fact is Haimar Zubeldia rolling away there. Now, Haimar Zubeldia is a very good climber. He's an integral member of Team Radio Shack Nissan. Finished 10th overall in the Vuelta a España a couple of years ago, and he too will be hoping to get into the squad. It's going to be so difficult this year for Johan Bruneel to actually pick his final 9 men for the Tour de France squad.
Well, Johan said pointedly to the Schleck brothers, only one man so far has been impressive enough to qualify for the Radio Shack squad of the Tour de France, and that's Fabian Cancellara, who's just begun racing again after breaking his collarbone earlier this spring in the Tour of Flanders.
Yeah, what a nasty crash that was for Fabian Cancellara, and we will be hoping that he's going to ride well in the opening week of the Tour de France, and of course then he will transfer over to the Olympic Games in London to try and win the title that he really wants, the Olympic gold in the individual time trial.
The defending champion Cancellara in the time trial discipline from the Beijing Games in 2008. He will be seriously challenged, however, by Tony Martin, whose ascendancy has put Tony Martin in the longer time trials, probably currently the very best in the world.
Well, you mentioned that, yes. Tony Martin, again, one of those riders starting very early on, Bob. Again, the Dauphiné race that we're looking at here and the Tour de France is the last chance for many of these riders to get themselves ready for the individual time trial at the London Olympics. This is back here with Arnaud Jeanlezon, and he looks to be struggling a little bit. You see the top half of his body, he's trying to keep that big gear ticking over, Bob, but he's having a hard time with it. And look at his number. He's done everything he can to make his bicycle as aerodynamic as possible, the aerodynamic skin suit, and yet his number there is not pinned down properly, and it's flapping around in the wind.
Well, when you see the riders that win these prologues, they leave absolutely no attention to detail unlooked at, and like a guy like Luke Durbridge, absolutely as aerodynamic as possible. And you sometimes see in French cyclists especially not as much attention to detail given for the time trialing discipline, and it's been a long time since they were competitive that it has mattered. They're always competitive on the open road. You always see them in the breakaways in the Tour de France, and we'll see if they can produce an overall contender in the years to come in the Tour de France. It's been a very long time. Bernard Hinault, the last Frenchman to win the Tour, way back in 1985.
Well, one wonders now, Bob, when you talk about the Frenchman getting into the breakaway, I wonder if they'll give a certain amount of freedom to Thomas Voeckler this year when he goes through to the Tour de France, because last year he got into the breakaway and they thought, let's not worry about Thomas Voeckler, we'll get rid of him in the mountains. Well, that didn't happen very easily, did it?
Not until 3 days to go from the end of the bike race on Alpe d'Huez was Andy Schleck able to get the jersey, but he lost it to Cadel Evans the next day in the time trial in this city of Grenoble.
Well, here we go. Jeanlezon coming up to the line here. A lot of these riders are struggling with the precarious, dangerous conditions out on the course. But amazingly enough, this should be one of the safest time trial courses around, and yet one or two riders are coming to grips with the difficult corners. Jeanlezon has lost a huge chunk of time, 34 seconds for him. Watch out for him, though, in the mountains later on in the week.
Jeanlezon, a good climber. The time trial always struggling in this discipline. To win big bike races, however, you have to do everything well, including to do a good prologue. You can't lose 5, 10, 15 seconds in such a short distance. That translates to much more time once we get into the mountains. And the 53-kilometer or about 35-mile time trial on stage number 4.
This is Yuri Trofimov, the Russian rider from Team Katusha. Hasn't won a race since 2009, but in fact, if you go back to 2008, he was the winner of the Étoile de Bessèges, and he won a stage in the Dauphiné Libéré on that occasion. He's a fairly good individual time trialist. He was third last year in the Russian National Road Racing Championships, but here you get it. Bob, this is a dodgy corner. It really is.
I wonder if some of the precipitation has not seeped out of the trees and is falling onto this section of road. The rider's really struggling with that U-turn, the second U-turn of the race course. Haimar Zubeldia trying to accelerate back up to speed. He's got just over 2 kilometers to the finish line.
Well, he had a great victory last year. He was the winner of the San Sebastian Classic. But Bob, that's another important point that you picked there. You've got to actually be in the right gear, haven't you, to negotiate a 180-degree bend, because you're almost stopping and you've got to be in the right gear to accelerate again.
That's a big part of bike racing, is shifting, anticipating what gear you need to be in, and accelerate out of the turns. You want to shift back up the cassette in the back to have a smaller gear to get back up to speed, and then shift back down. Very tricky, technical discipline, the individual time trial.
I would say that if a guy is not very good at handling those 180-degree bends, he could lose at least 10 seconds per bend. That could be a big difference at the end of the day in what is a power course, I would have to say, this afternoon. We're looking here at Trofimov. Still Luke Durbridge is hanging on and flying the golden flag very high for Australia, just ahead of Andre Grifko at 3 seconds. Carlos Paredo is still in third. Tomorrow, the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with stage 1 of the Criterium du Dauphine. We'll leave the flat roads of Grenoble behind into the hills for the first time tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern on the NBC Sports Network. So, Bob, as we look down on the River Isère, there's Haimar Zubeldia. He will be looking for a very expensive slot on the Radio Shack Nissan Trek squad for the Tour de France this year. Around the corner he goes. He's never been a great individual time trialist, but this man is a man to have as part of a team if you want to win the Tour.
Well, he's already done the Tour de France 10 times in his career, and 11th probably be within his capabilities. He's been 5th twice before in the Tour de France, back in 2003 when Lance won his 5th Tour, and also in 2007. Haimar Zubeldia, one of the strongest performers consistently in the Tour de France in the mountain stages.
Well, there's a lot of big names still to come as Zubeldia stops the clock there with the 45th best time, Bob. In about 20 minutes, we'll see the start of Thomas Voeckler. There'll be a large shout from the French crowd there. Richie Porter, an Australian rider on Team Sky, as we go back here to Yuri Trofimov, and it is still very damp around that corner. Everybody is a little bit frightened by it.
Well, looking for the dry part of the road there, was right in the center of that roundabout, so he was avoiding the leaves on the side. I think they're still shaking off a little bit of a water on the leaves, shaking off some water into the camera lens there as they follow Yuri Trofimov to the finish line.
Well, Manuel Kinziata, former European time trial champion, also a strong member of the BMC racing squad from the United States, hoping to defend the victory of Cadel Evans. Cadel Evans will use the Criterium du Dauphine this year to try and make sure that he's got the form to defend that title when we come up to the month of July. He is a very good bike rider. Now we're looking back here at Trofimov. All of these riders now, Bob, are starting to put in pretty good times coming up to this point, but they seem to take an awful long time to do this last 300 meters.
Well, Trofimov most certainly will not challenge the time of Luke Durbridge, a flying 6:38. Trofimov already outside of that time was still a long ways to go. But some riders still to come, especially Bradley Wiggins, will hope to challenge the time of Luke Durbridge. And Andy Schleck, it is 0 hour for Andy Schleck. He has to start performing, and doing a good prologue would be great for Andy Schleck's morale.
Well, it certainly would. He lost a minute, by the way, let's not forget, in the opening time trial of the Paris-Nice race this year, over 9 kilometres. What is he going to lose today? I don't mean that in a derogatory way. He will lose time, but for him it's a question, has his time trialling improved over the last couple of months? Looking now, though, that this man, Manuel Kinziato, bobbing around, as I said, former European time trial champion, an integral part of the BMC squad. He, too, going around that corner. Look at the way he leans over, Bob. It's almost, you've got to go around those corners. You've got to put your right knee out a little bit on a right-hand sweeper like that, just to lower the centre of gravity a fraction.
Lower the center of gravity, try to get around the corners as quickly as possible. Kinziato, instrumental in helping Cadel Evans win last year's Tour de France. When you try to win the Tour, and they were criticized for the way they rode in the first week of racing, and Kinziato at the front, the very front, even during the lead-outs for the sprinters, but that kept Cadel out of trouble, and we saw how many of our pre-race favorites crash out of the Tour. That's going to be a big part of international cycling in every stage race that we go forward with, the Giro, the Tour de France, the Vuelta a España. If you want to win a big Grand Tour, you have to stay in the front for 3 weeks of racing. And a rider like this man, Manuel Quinziato, has to be strong enough to be able to do that. He's been asked to do 100, 150, 200 kilometers on a long flat stage near the front, keeping the leader, Cadel Evans, out of trouble. And this is a man worth his weight in gold when you want to try to win the Tour de France.
Well, Bob, let's just talk about BMC racing. If we look at Quinziato coming up to the finishing line here, when George Hincapie and Cadel Evans decided to move across to a small American local racing team, BMC, everyone said, what are they doing? They are absolutely mad. And today, it's a big powerhouse of a team. They've brought riders in left and right now. They've got some of the best bike riders in the world, including, question mark as well, for me in the Dauphiné this year, Philippe Gilbert. What's he going to do?
And what about Thor Hushovd? Has virtually shown none of the power that saw him win 2 stages in last year's Tour de France. They have a lot of stars, and we'll see how BMC does in this week's Dauphiné.
Well, this is Quinziato now. Look at his face here. He's really pushed himself here this afternoon. He's not going to challenge Luke Durbridge, the Australian, who still leads this race here this afternoon, but he's pushing it all the way to the line, and Quinziato is going to stop the clock there with 59th place. So no change in the overall standings. The big guns still yet to fire at the Dauphiné.
The Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with the Criterium du Dauphine, where the top cyclists in the world attack the French Alps in a preview of the Tour de France. Continues tomorrow at 4 on the NBC Sports Network.
Fans American Classic is giving you the chance to be part of the American Classic Fan Club this July during the tour on NBC Sports Network. If you were chosen, Bob Roll will tell everyone why you deserve to be featured as the American Classic Fan of the Day. Plus, you'll win great American Classic prizes. Just visit the American Classic on Facebook and enter today.
Welcome back to the Criterium du Dauphine. This is Michael Matthews, one of the sprinters of Team Rabobank in this race, which is 1,050 kilometres in 8 days of racing and 652 miles. But Bob, the Criterium du Dauphine is not made for sprinters like Michael Matthews. This is a race for the climbers.
Michael Matthews, under 23 world champion a couple of years ago, racing for the Dutch squad of Rabobank. He also won the biggest one-day race in Germany, the Rundon-Kulm, or the Tour of Cologne. He is a sprinter. Today's stage might favor him, but the stages in the mountains most certainly will not.
Well, an interesting thing there, Bob, about the fact that when he won that under 23 road racing championships, he was actually shortlisted for the time trial, decided to miss the time trial because he wanted to concentrate on the road race. He felt his chance was much better of a win there, and he sidelined himself as we go back to the starting house now. This is Simone Stortoni, the Italian rider on Team Lampre ISD, riding away from the starting line there, and he too, not a bad ride. You know, a couple of years ago in 2010, Bob, he finished second on a stage up to one of the mountaintop finishes in the Giro d'Italia.
Well, that was Monte Terminillo, and this man, Simone Stortoni, finished second on that stage to Chris Anker Sorensen, the climber of the Saxo Bank squad. You know, Lampre still looking for some big results on this year's season. Michele Scarponi, it was hoped he would defend his Giro d'Italia title from 2011. He was unable to do that. And their sprinter, Alessandro Patacchi, honestly off form as well. He did win three stages of the Bayern Rundfahrt. He is one of the winningest cyclists in all of cycling currently racing.
Well, he currently is, as you mentioned, Bob, the biggest winner of races since the retirement of Robin McEwen, just at the end of the Amgen Tour of California. Sad to see Robin McEwen retire from the sport after a long and illustrious career. This man is hoping to replace him. Had a good start to the season with a victory in the Clásica de Almería, but he crashed out very dramatically, if you remember, on the opening stage of the Amgen Tour of California, within a smelling distance of the finishing line when he thought he was going to get that first win.
Well, Rabobank, a lot of bad luck in the sprint finishes of late. In the Giro, half the team fell off on stage number 1 out on the open roads, and the sprint game is very, very tough. Mike Matthews, one of the toughest guys out there. Pretty good time here against Luke Durbridge, his countryman, another Australian fast man coming to the finishing straightaway. He's the closest we've seen in a long time of racers.
Well, he's not going to challenge Luke Durbridge, but he was a couple of years back in 2009 the time trial champion of Oceania, which basically is a grouping of all of the southern hemisphere areas around Australia, so he can ride a very good individual time trial. But for Michael Matthews here, bling they call him, by the way, because he likes to wear a lot of bling when he can get a chance to put on his relaxed gear. 31st time for Matthews. Not a bad ride for a sprinter.
Well, the bling doesn't help you in the time trial. You want to be as aerodynamic as possible, and he's kept all of that bling under his jersey. Coming to the finish line, this is the closest we've seen any man get to Luke Durbridge. 13 seconds slower. Mike Matthews, solid time trialist, a very fast sprinter as well. That time of Luke Durbridge looming large now, looking more and more solid as we get to the later starters in the prologue time trial.
Yeah, but Bob, look at the names still to come as we look here at the position of Simone Stortoni. You've still got Bradley Wiggins, Yanni Brakovic, Jürgen Vandenbroek. A little bit further up, Sammy Sanchez, the outgoing Olympic champion, and of course, David Miller. Watch out for David Miller.
David Miller, a great time trialist. That's where he's built his career. He's won a number of them in years past. A little bit of controversy in England about whether or not he will be allowed to do the Olympic Games. The UCI asking the Olympic Committee to prevent anybody that's been in a doping controversy from doing the Olympics, and that might be a serious blow to England's chances in the road race and the time trial if David Miller is not allowed to compete in the Olympics.
Well, that's a question that'll go all the way up to the Olympic Games and will probably be debated right the way through the Tour de France as well. As 138 here. Looking at this man's position, Bob, he's a slightly built rider. I have to say that this man is obviously a pretty good climber.
Very good climber. Second in a stage of the mountains of the Giro d'Italia, one of the mountainous stage races in the world. This is a completely different discipline. It asks for a completely different set of physiological parameters, and most climbers really struggle against the clock, especially in such a short, violent effort as a 3.5-mile individual time trial to start the proceedings of this week's racing in the Dauphiné. It's called the Prologue.
Well, we're now looking at Nicolas Vaugondy, rides for Team Cofidis. He's a former national road racing champion, former national time trial champion of France. And funnily enough, back in 2010, he was refused a license by the French Federation because he had a little bit of a heart murmur. To have a professional license to race in France, you actually have to undergo a very strict physical examination during the winter. If you don't pass, you don't get a license. However, he was cleared in April of that year to race, and at 34 years of age, he is still a stalwart of Team Cofidis.
He turned pro way back in 1997, one of the longest lived pros in the game. Also, after he was allowed his license, he got 6th in the 2010 Dauphiné, this race right here.
You're right, Bob, and in fact he won a stage in that year's Dauphiné, but still the big guns yet to fire here in the Dauphiné. Welcome back to the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra. We are at the Criterium du Dauphine, and it's the opening day 3.5-mile prologue time trial. I'm Paul Sherwen. Alongside me is Bob Roll, and amazingly, a man who started very, very early on, Luke Durbridge. Durbo the Turbo, they call him in Australia, has set the fastest time, Bob, and it still stands.
Fantastic high cadence, also dry roads for Luke Durbridge. That's made a big difference for the later stars. We'll see what the weather conditions do to the men still to come, guys like Bradley Wiggins.
Simone Stortoni of Team Lamprey coming up to the line. We're getting a lot of riders around about the 7-minute marker, losing around about the 30 seconds. It just really does, doesn't it, Bob, put into perspective the performance of Luke Durbridge. We're now here with Nicolas Vaugondy. He can ride a very good time trial. You see the red, white and blue on his sleeves there. That's an indicator he's a former national time trial champion of France.
Foregoing the shoe covers that are a little bit more aerodynamic than the shoes and socks. But Vaugondy out on the course, and 2 more U-turns for Vaugondy before the finish.
Thomas Voeckler, this man needs absolutely no introduction. You can almost feel the nervousness of this man. 4th overall in the Tour de France last year, wore the yellow jersey for 9 days. Now, this is Sepp van Mark, a very good Belgian rider on Team Garmin Barracuda. He's not going to put in a performance this afternoon to get himself into the Tour de France, but in the past he has been an integral part of this team during the big one-day classics.
He has started his campaign for the Garmin squad with a huge win in Het Nieuwsblad, the big race to start the Belgian racing season. Quite a bit slower than Durbridge, but you could excuse Garmin for taking it a little bit easy on today's stage. They are dancing in the streets after having won the Giro d'Italia just a week ago with Ryder Hagedal.
Well, taking a page out of Phil Liggett's book, I'd have to say Thomas Voeckler is wearing a lucky number here this afternoon, number 51. You notice that little circular thing just underneath the saddle there? Well, that's for putting a bottle in the longer time trials. But in 3.5 miles, Bob, you don't need to drink too much, do you?
You don't need to take 1 sip of water. You should be well hydrated before the start, though. You shouldn't need to take any water out on the course in 3.5 miles. It's all about aerodynamics. It's all about cadence, leg speed, and also technically sweeping through the corners as quickly as possible. Thomas Voeckler, great Tour de France last summer, 9 days in the yellow jersey, and he really reignited the French French passion for the sport of cycling. He's a huge star, maybe the biggest star in all of French sports.
Probably, Bob, the thing that would have to say a negative to Thomas Voeckler is he had too much success early on and too much fame. By getting the yellow jersey for 10 days in the Tour de France, there were too much expectations put on his shoulder. He had to retire a little bit from the sport and bring himself back up to where he is now. And this year, he's had a phenomenal season. 8th in the Tour of Flanders, 5th in the Amstel Gold Race, 4th in Liège-Bastogne-Liège. Is he inkling at trying to be the next Frenchman to win the Tour?
He could very well be the next Frenchman to win the Tour. It's been a very long time. 27 years it will be this summer since Bernard Hinault was the last Frenchman to win the Tour de France for the United States. We've had 2 riders win the Tour de France in years past since then, and a lot of countries that had never been successful in the Tour also with wins, especially Cadel Evans from Australia, the winner of last year's Tour de France. A historical hotspot of cycling. The inventors of the sport, basically, of the 3-week stage race, the Tour de France, is this man's country, Thomas Voeckler, the Frenchman and the biggest star of French cycling.
So, funnily enough, though, Thomas Voeckler grew up in the Caribbean on the island of Guadeloupe. We're now back with Nicolas Vaugondy down in that position, very strong, Bob. It's hard to find a balance, isn't it, between strength and aerodynamics.
And that's why the specialists are so good and open up so much time against the riders not specialized in the time trial discipline. You watch Bradley Wiggins, for example, do the time trial. Hardly any movement from the front to the back of the saddle. He's rock solid in his position, and he is absolutely the best in the business in the stage racing discipline of time trialing.
Well, this is Vaugondy from Team Cofidis, a team that's been a big supporter of cycling for many, many years. But we're now, Bob, getting down to the part when the specialists are about to come out and play. Why not a guy like Richie Porte, the Australian rider on Team Sky, Luis Leon Sanchez, to throw a few names in, Sylvain Chavanel, and of course David Miller, all big time trial specialists. They know the time to beat. They know they've got to beat 6 minutes and 38 seconds. Nicolas Vaugondy is not going to do that, but I'd have to say that's a fairly respectable time for the Frenchman.
Decent ride for Vaugondy. He's got a week to prove himself, already a stage winner in years past in the Dauphiné, and looking for a spot on the Cofidis French squad in the upcoming Tour de France, starting a little bit early this year. It will start June 30th in Liège, Belgium.
Well, just looking at the sprockets there on the back of that bike there for Thomas Voeckler, I'm a little bit surprised, Bob, to see the wide ratio of sprockets that he's got. You'd want to have a very close ratio cluster for an individual time trial like this, bearing in mind it is completely pan flat and there's only a couple of nasty corners.
A couple of nasty corners. You want to switch up to the smaller gears, the easier gears to pedal when you come out of those corners. That gives you a little bit of an advantage in accelerating back up to top speed. When Voeckler comes back down this very same straightaway, he'll have just 2 kilometers or 1.2 miles to go before the finish line.
Yeah, you know, he's had a very international season this year so far, Thomas Voeckler. He won a race in Gabon, by the way, in the tropical Amissa Bongo on the western side of the continent of Africa. But for me, the biggest indication, he's like all these riders, Bob, having a little bit of difficulty with those trees on the right-hand side, and a little bit of a problem with his gearing as well as he gets out of the saddle to try and keep the pace nice and high. Thomas Voeckler out on course. Wonder if he can challenge the top. Saturday, June 30th, the NBC Sports Network begins the coverage of the Tour de France, cycling's most prestigious event. Le Tour de France begins Saturday, June 30th on the NBC Sports Network. As we look down here on Thomas Voeckler wearing number 51 in the green jersey of Europe car, trying to lay down foundations for his attack at the Tour de France in July. This man, Richie Porte, I find it very hard to believe. I spoke to the team manager of Team Sky this morning, Sean Yates, an old teammate of yours. He said Richie Porte is not yet guaranteed of a spot in Team Sky for the Tour de France, despite the fact that he's 3 kilograms lighter than he was last year. He's home-tuned and fine placed to get himself into the Tour de France team, yet he hasn't been guaranteed a spot.
Well, Sky has a number of superstars in their roster, and I think they're now trying to consider who they're going to race for in the Tour de France. Mark Cavendish, the sprinter on the team, one of the most successful bike racers in the world currently, and Bradley Wiggins, both of them on Team Sky. Bradley Wiggins hoping to contend for the yellow jersey as overall winner. Those are almost two opposites, and it's very tough to have a team divided to try to be successful in both disciplines, the overall standing and the sprint stages.
Well, a man who's been the champion of Belgium in the road race at Stein de Volde, looking to try and rekindle his career, I would have to say, Bob, because he's wallowed around for a long time. Having been a specialist at the one-day races, Paris-Roubaix and Tour de Flanders, the team manager of Omega Quickstep said, sorry, mate, I'm not paying a bloke for 1 year to race for 1 day.
Well, Stijn de Volders won Tour of Flanders twice, like he said. He was teammates with Tom Bonen. Very tough to have those two superstars on the same team. But Stijn de Volders found a very good program in Vacances Soleil.
Now, this is not a bad time here by Thomas Voeckler. Bear in mind, when he takes the sweeping right-hand bend, he's still got about 15 seconds to go to the finish line. I think he looks very solid on his machine.
Well, Voeckler has earned the respect of the French public. He was given a lot of it for free by vent of being in the yellow jersey for 10 days as a young professional way back in 2004, eventually succumbing to Lance Armstrong in the mountains. But Thomas Voeckler, because of that, was a big superstar of French cycling, and they followed him everywhere. But now he's definitely earned his place at the high ranks of French cycling with 9 days in last year's Tour de France and 4th overall.
You might just spot the dimpling on the helmet there. That's to make it that little bit more aerodynamic, just like a golf ball, as Thomas Voeckler stops the clock in 36th place. And that, I think, will be very satisfactory for him as he looks to be aggressive as we go out onto the open road tomorrow. We're straight into the hills tomorrow, Bob, on the time. There's this Richie Porte now getting around that corner. Everybody seems to be having difficulties with these corners.
Well, it was Voeckler's ability to attack and be aggressive that he got the yellow jersey in last year's Tour in the breakaway, and a lot of stages in the first few days of this Dauphiné favor that type of rider. Watch for Voeckler to be attacking. This man, Richie Porte, a great time trialist. He's had a lot of success in this discipline in his career. He won a stage of the Tour of Romandy in the individual time trial. Also the Tour of Algarve earlier this spring. He was also the overall winner of that. He spent 4 days in the pink jersey as leader of the Giro d'Italia, and he did finish 7th overall in the Giro. To have him not in the Tour de France roster for the Sky team, well, we'll have to see what their tactics are as they go into the Tour.
So Sojazun is a team from France. They rode exceptionally well in the Tour de France last year. This is Julien Simon, no relation at all to the Simon brothers who raced in the mid-1980s, but he does come from the heart and the hotbed of French cycling. He's a Breton from Brittany.
And that is where Bernard Hinault, the great French superstar, 5 times winner of the Tour de France, comes. Windswept. It's hard to imagine that some of the best climbers in French cycling come from one of the flattest regions in the far west-hand north corner of the country in the Breton.
Yes, it really is the hotbed. If you take Brittany and the north of France, those are the two areas where cycling is at its best. But the big names, Bob, are starting to come into the starting house right now, and I'm waiting to see very shortly the arrival of a certain Luis Leon Sanchez getting to the starting house, because he has had a brilliant season so far this year, and he's an integral part now of the Team Rabobank squad. And here he is, champion of Spain. That's why his jersey is slightly different. Luis Leon Sanchez, we saw him an integral part of the victory of Robert Hessing in the recent Amgen Tour of California.
He did a great turn of work in the Mount Baldy stage at the Amgen Tour of California that just finished 1 week ago. Luis Leon Sanchez, one of the big stars of Spanish cycling, and just this week he's been named to the Olympic team for Spain, and they're hoping to win again. They'll defend the title of Sammy Sanchez, who won in Beijing.
Well, just having a quick look, this seems to be one of the best turns I've seen so far as we see Richie Porte go around there. And I think, Bob, in fact, it has dried up a fraction. That's why he's able to get round there. Didn't lose too much impetus at all. As we've said, he's had a very good start to the season, but for him, he's got to ride solidly in the Criterium du Dauphine if he wants to get one of those last few spots on Team Sky for the Tour de France.
Well, his teammate Bradley Wiggins won Romandy earlier this year, and Richie Porte did great work. Awesome teamwork for Bradley Wiggins in the Tour of Romandy, on the flat stages and in the hilly stages, and it was Bradley Wiggins that won his second stage race of the year, Tour of Romandy.
Well, still Luke Durbridge is at the top of the leaderboard. We'll take a very short break and wait for the big boys.
Hey, Ollie.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
Sure.
Really?
No, Bob. I'm headed to the time trial.
Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Allie Starnes won't.
How about now?
Phase 2 of the Nissan Ultimate Access Sweepstakes is underway. The second of 3 grand prizes includes a trip to this year's Cascade Gran Fondo to ride with Radio Shack Nissan's Chris Horner. All you need to do is go to nbcsports.com/ultimate access to register and enter the words Fondo. Sylvain Chavanel, former champion of France in the individual time trial. And Bob, over the last couple of seasons, what a one-day classics rider this man has become.
Sylvain Chavanel made a radical maneuver to join a Belgian team a couple of years ago, the Omega Quick-Step Squad, and they've become the most successful team so far this season. 34 wins so far for the Omega Quick-Step Squad, and Sylvain Chavanel, integral part of their classics campaign. He is a great racer from France.
Well, look at the time here now, Bob, because Richie Porte knows he's got to do a good individual time trial. It's a long way from that corner. Between 20 to 25 seconds, I reckon, is the time it takes from this sweeping bend here. Now, as Richie Porte can see the finishing line. On the bridge above the finishing line, you can see the time to beat at 6 minutes and 38 seconds.
Started his career as a triathlete, and the time trial discipline is a big part of that sport. Richie Porte has always been good at the time trial discipline. He is the closest so far to the time of Luc Durbridge, just going outside of it now.
Well, he's only just gone outside, but he's going to change the top 10 in the overall standings. Well, he's not actually 11th. He's just slipped outside, but I think he has laid down the foundations there. Probably for Bradley Wiggins. Bear in mind, it's the same team. And the team manager, Bob, he will go out behind that rider and take time checks and be able to use them and communicate those to Bradley Wiggins, who will be the last man to start. But this man, 181, Luis Leon Sanchez, a champion of Spain in the individual time trial. When he won the Santos Tour Down Under many years ago, they said this will be the new Miguel Indurain. He hasn't yet become that, but he's had a fantastic season so far.
Solid teamwork for Robert Hasink, who won the Amgen Tour of California recently. He also was the leader of Romandy, a big stage race, and eventually succumbing to Bradley Wiggins on the last day in the time trial after being the leader.
Well, one of the toughest races on the calendar is the 3 days of La Panna in April. It's used by a lot of riders to prepare for the Tour of Flanders, and this man won the 3 days of La Panna this year using the individual time trial. He looks very solid on his machine, Bob, and the aero position is ideal.
Rare for a Frenchman, also good in the climbs, the classics, and the time trialing discipline. Sylvain Chavanel out on course.
Now that is smooth. That is smooth as you like around that corner. He's used all of the line that he can. Puts himself now back up to top speed again. He's a big man to ride a bike, but he did win 2 stages, as you mentioned, Bob, of the Tour of Romandy this year, and he wrested the yellow jersey, the leader's jersey, away from Bradley Wiggins, only to lose it in the individual time trial, but that was right uphill to the ski resort of Crans-Montana.
Luis Leon Sanchez having a rare bad day in the final stage of the Tour of Romandy to give the leader's jersey up. He had an absolutely disastrous time trial in that. Bounced back, though, in the Tour of California last week and helped his teammate Robert Hasink become the first Dutchman to win the Amgen Tour of California.
What a great race that was, up to the summit of Mount Baldy, but now we're talking a different thing. We've moved our interest away from the United States back to the old school of Europe, the Criterium du Dauphine, the 64th edition of this race, and for many years, Bob, this has been where the guys who want to win the Tour de France lay down their final foundations for a hopeful victory.
Sylvain Chavanel, presumably on the start list of the Tour de France for the Omega's Quick-Step Squad, looking for another green jersey for his teammate Tom Bonen, and Sylvain Chavanel will be asked to do the tempo and the lead out if Tom Bonen is going to win the green jersey again. Tom Bonen, a great return to the top of the sport, winning Flanders and Paris-Roubaix earlier this year, and with help from Sylvain Chavanel.
Well, this man, as you said, integral part in the Amgen Tour of California. He's been successful at the Tour de France in the past. He's a classy bike rider, Bob. When you just see the position that he's got on his machine, he looks as if he's at one with the bike.
Very versatile bike racer, very classy, like you said. And it's one thing to be a good bike racer, it's another to dedicate yourself to the chances of your teammates, and Luis Leon Sanchez was able to do that for Robert Hasink at the Tour of California.
Well, we haven't talked about this man, David Miller. Garmin Barracuda is a very good time trialist, won the final time trial in the Giro d'Italia last year. He's an integral part of this team. He's hoping that he will go to ride for the Olympic team of Great Britain and try and get a gold medal for Mark Cavendish here. He's out on the blocks. He is the sort of rider, Bob, I think, who could challenge Luc Durbridge.
Well, he was one of the men that brought the Garmin team up to the top end of the sport, signed for Garmin, and now they just won the Giro d'Italia. What a great result for the American
Oh, look at this stuff. Look at this. Another good ride by Luis Leon Sanchez. They're getting closer and closer to that time. I reckon, though, Bob, you've got to go around that corner at around about 6:10 if you're going to beat Luc Durbridge here this afternoon. So Luis Leon Sanchez is not going to do that, but his thought is further down the road. He's thinking about a high place in the overall standings, and seconds gained or lost today will be important at the end of the week.
Just slipping away from Luc Durbridge That is your leader, Luis Leon Sanchez, leading time, but that's going to go now. He's in second. He's just by the finish line. Good ride by Luis Leon Sanchez.
Not a bad ride at all by this man, but look at his face as he crosses the line of 15th place. This has been a hard 3.5 mile test for everybody.
When you see that he lost that much time to Luke Durbridge, even though he went as hard as he possibly was capable of, fantastic time by Luke Durbridge. It's going to be tough for anybody to beat that. Maybe the last starter of the day, Bradley Wiggins, can do it.
Sylvain Chavanel, champion of France in the individual time trial, champion of France in the road race as well. He now knows that the time to beat is 6:38. Poor old Luke Durbridge, Bob. You know, you've got to worry back. He started number 26 on the star list. He's been sitting in his hotel room not too far away from the finishing line, probably watching this live, wondering whether or not he's going to have to come down for the presentation at the end of the day.
Well, it's been nearly 2.5 hours since Luke Durbridge started this race, and he's been sitting on pins and needles ever since. Some riders getting a little bit closer now. Luis Leon Sanchez, that will make you nervous when he gets that close in a short distance like this for Luke Durbridge's lead.
And of course he knows there's still some big names yet to come out of the starting house. This is Chavanel around the corner. They're all battling with this final 350 meters. It's a very difficult course here this afternoon. It's a flat drag strip racing course, if you like, this afternoon, as Chavanel now accelerates up towards the line. He's looking at 6:38. He will not get it here this afternoon, but it's a good ride by the Frenchman. Chavanel stops the clock with the 7th best time. Only a few seconds out, Bob. Still, Luke Durbridge is hanging on to the overall lead. And he realises that the big names are starting to come into the starting house, and very shortly the start will be given to Bradley Wiggins, defending champion. Welcome back to the Criterium du Dauphine 2012, the 64th edition of this race. We're here with David Miller of Garmin Barracuda. Bob, this man has always been a very good individual time trialist, but it seems to me that he lacks a little bit of the top speed for the shorter events. He's much better at the long ones. As we go now down to Vincenzo Nibali, decided not to participate in the Giro d'Italia this year, preferred the Amgen Tour of California as part of his preparation for the Tour de France. And then from there to the Criterium du Dauphine to fine-tune his climbing skills.
Nibali, one of the best Italian cyclists currently, winner of the Vuelta a España, and a big hope of Italian cycling, the leader of the Liquigas Cannondale squad. After the time trial of the Amgen Tour of California recently, he was spoken of as a man that could win the overall title, but faltered in Mount Baldley and finished 33rd, rather lowly on GC. Nibali still finding his form for the upcoming Tour de France, and Nibali's gambling his whole season on success at the Tour.
Well, if we want to talk about success at the Tour, one man who is looking for success at the Tour de France, of course, is Andy Schleck. He's not very good at the individual time trial, but he can climb mountains. That's why today he's going to be our Michelob Ultra athlete profile.
So this is going to be a first as well. Brothers on the podium. Their ambition was to be first and second. They've had to be content with second and third, but they have been the most gracious men in defeat as they were in attack.
I was second again. It was not meant to be, but it was a hard tour. Didn't see a major time gap until of the stage of Galibier, where I took big risks, but I succeeded.
Well, this has had to have shocked the race leaders because he's gone so far from the finish. They will be unwise not to react to this.
We looked to the stages, and I think it was four days before, and I said, you would show some balls if you do that.
The legs are folding beneath his body here. He will win the stage, and that he thoroughly deserved.
I was really happy, not just that I won the stage, but that my plan went through. Of course, would have liked to be in yellow, but I was okay with my performance over the tour. A major bonus was that I could stand with my brother on the podium. Well, what does people do? They criticize when there are two guys sitting in a bar and they're talking about how beautiful the weather is out there. That's not interesting. It's much more interesting if you criticize politics or sport athletes. We tried. I don't deny that I did some mistakes in the tour. I'm not a specialist in time trial. I just went all in, gave everything I had, but halfway through I felt it's not going to be good.
He got his hands on yellow and it's been ripped off his back by the time trial.
This year I get the best people on my side, and I hope that we can work on that I don't lose the tour anymore. You know, the day I don't do any mistake and the day everything runs perfect, probably in yellow in Paris.
And that's our Michelob Ultra athlete profile. Bob, I have to say, though, with ifs and buts, if the wind had been in a different direction on that big mountainous stage, this man could have run out the winner of the Tour de France last year.
Well, facing an incredible headwind, nevertheless, he did a spectacular ride on the stage of the Galibier, pulled himself back into contention, won the yellow jersey on Alpe d'Huez, but succumbed to Cadel Evans in this discipline, the individual time trial on the penultimate day of last year's Tour de France.
Andy Schleck is now facing up to what is his nemesis, his Achilles heel, the individual time trial, the part of the sport that he hates. And today, fortunately for him, it's only 3.5 miles long. But later in this week, Bob, he's going to face a 33-mile individual test. And he knows it's important to line up well in the individual time trial if he wants to win the Tour de France this year. Well, it's taken an awful long time. Andy Schleck hasn't had a lot to write home about when it comes to performances this year, but after a year-and-a-half debate, on the 29th of May, he was awarded the yellow jersey, Bob, as the winner of the 2010 Tour de France.
Well, directly after the Tour in 2010, Alberto Contador, it was announced, had clenbuterol, a banned substance, in his system, and eventually, after appeals, he was stripped of that title, which was awarded to Andy Schleck, and the jersey given just a few days ago on May 29th.
Yes, that may well inspire him to greater things during the Dauphiné here this week, and he knows how important his rendezvous is in the month of July. Out on the course with an elliptical chainring there to try and get over the top dead centre of his pedalling action as smoothly as possible is David Miller, the time trial specialist, Bob, of Garmin Barracuda.
Well, these are very specialized machines. They're not great at going around corners, but they are fantastic at maintaining forward momentum, and that's what it's all about in the individual race of truth, the race against the clock. David Miller, one of the great specialists of this era in the time trialing discipline.
Well, it looks to me as if he's on a decent performance here this afternoon. You notice, Bob, how he just keeps putting his head down. It's a dangerous thing to do. You can't do it if you're riding your bike out on the open road. But for an athlete like him, it makes him that extra little bit aerodynamic.
You have to sight down the road and then put your head down, duck under the wind there. And David Miller, one of the best at the business, being able to calculate how slow he needs to go through the corners and how fast he can go by putting his head down. That just that little bit more aerodynamic in the long straightaways.
All of these riders have known exactly what they have to do this afternoon. They have to go inside of 6 minutes and 38 seconds, 0.62, and that is the time that was recorded by Luke Durbridge what seems like hours and hours ago in the Criterium du Dauphine. Miller is going to go close, but not close enough here this afternoon. But watch out for him in the long time trial in a couple of days' time, because that is where he is the specialist. Miller is going to go outside of the top 10. He'll stop the clock there in 16th place, but not much time, Bob, just 9 seconds adrift.
9.5 seconds slower than Luke Durbridge, the current leader. That's a good ride by David Miller.
The champion of France in the individual time trial rolls away now. Christophe Kern turned professional back in 2003. The big guns now, Bob, are all starting to fire. Now let's see how Andy Schleck handles this corner.
I had to say that didn't look as fast as some of the other riders out on course. Andy Schleck, now he has dry roads. That bodes well for Bradley Wiggins, who's going to start in a few minutes' time. But Andy Schleck, you know what amazes me, Paul? He's one of the best descenders in the business. He has no trouble whatsoever going down the mountains of the Tour de France. He's great on the descents, but cornering, a very different discipline, he always struggles in that, and that hinders him in the individual time trial.
But Bob, also, let's not forget we're riding different bicycles today. This is not his normal road machine, and you don't feel quite as comfortable sometimes when you get onto your aerodynamic bike. We go back to the finish. This is Anthony Roux of Française des Jeux, turned professional in 2008. 12th best time for him. Sneaked in a bit of a surprise there.
Good ride by Anthony Roux, stage winner of the Vuelta a España, one of the fastest Frenchmen, a new generation of riders here. He also won the Circuit de la Sarthe last year. That's a solid ride by Anthony Roux.
Well, Denny Menchov, Team Katusha, the Russian rider on the Russian squad. As we go now back to Andy Schleck out of the saddle. He knows how important this individual time trial is for him. But Bob, you know, he can climb like an angel, this man, very much like the Roxenberger who won the Tour de France, Charlie Gall could. This man, when you see him in a mountain, is a great climber, and as he said himself in that little interview, he knows how to attack. And to win the Tour de France, you have to attack. Vincenzo Nibali, he too knows that he wants to be a winner of the Tour de France. Only the fifth Italian rider ever to win the Vuelta a España.
Vuelta a España champion Vincenzo Nibali on the Liquigas Cannondale squad. Hoped to do a good ride at the Tour of California. Wound up 33rd, but he's building his form. He's put his whole season into the Tour de France.
The new star of stage racing for Belgium now, Jurgen van den Broek. crashed out of the Tour de France last year dramatically with Alexander Vinokourov. What a Tour de France that would have been if everybody had stayed upright.
Oh, most certainly. Jürgen van der Broek rue that crash. He broke 3 ribs and had to drop out of the Tour. But one of the big stars of Belgian cycling, and Belgium, let's face it, one of the cycling most crazy fans in the world come from Belgium. And when Van den Broek got 5th in the Tour de France in 2010, well, all pandemonium broke loose. They're hoping for him to do something special in the Tour this year.
Vincenzo Nibali started the year off very well indeed, ripping the yellow jersey of the leadership of Tirreno Adriatico away from Chris Horner to win that bike race after he won that stage 5. He has psyched himself up, prepared himself this year for a good ride in the Tour de France. He just went past the Flamme Rouge, the red kite there, 1 kilometre to go. The sweeping right-hand bend is just down in the bottom.
This will be critical for his morale in the rest of the week's racing. Nibali wanting to do a good Tour de France, 105 kilometers of time trialing, or just about 65 miles against the clock in the Tour de France. So Vincenzo Nibali looking for a good ride on today's stage.
Former winner of the Criterium du Dauphiné, Yanis Brackovic coming out. He's a very good individual time trialist too, the champion of his country in that discipline. Will he come back to the form that saw him dangle with Alberto Contador a couple of years ago? Vincenzo Nibali is putting in a pretty decent time here, Bob, this afternoon. Still, everybody has to challenge Durbridge.
Well, Nibali, the Tour of California, doing him well, coming to the Dauphiné with some good legs. It's been a while since he was competitive before the Tour of California, after having, like you said, won the Tirreno Adriatico earlier in the year, the biggest stage race in Italy, besides the Giro, of course. Nibali coming to the finish line. This is a good ride by the Italian on the Liquigas squad.
Well, he's pushing it all the way to the line is Vincenzo Nibali here as he comes up. This is a great ride by him. He is one of the pre-race favourites for the Criterium du Dauphiné. He will stop the clock there in 21st place. He slipped down a long way. Can anybody in this bike race now beat Luke Durbridge? Maybe Wiggins. Welcome back to the closing few riders now in the Criterium du Dauphiné. We're here with Andy Schleck from Radio Shack Nissan. He is riding the individual time trial over 3.5 miles of racing here this afternoon, 5.7 kilometres in new money, and he knows the time to beat is 6:38. Bob, he looks to me as if he's hurting.
Well, he's putting in a big effort here. If any indication is what the pain is written on his face, Andy Schleck, a lot of pressure on him. He has done absolutely nothing to justify his salary so far this year, but his big rendezvous with destiny, let's face it, is the Tour de France that starts this year, June 30th.
Well, this man is a Tour de France hopeful. This is Bradley Wiggins. He's an Olympic champion on the track. He's hoping this year to be the first Great Briton ever to win the Tour de France. He rose to prominence for me as a Tour de France contender last year, Bob, when he dominated the Criterium du Dauphiné. He now knows he wants to start with a win in the Prologue against Luke Durbridge, and look how nervous he appears to be.
Bradley Wiggins starting his professional career as a track specialist. He's transitioned over to the road, and let's see what Wiggins can do.
Well, look at this. Andy Schleck has lost himself, Bob, 28 seconds in 3.5 miles or 5.7 kilometres. I actually don't think that's too bad, because bear in mind, Bob, he lost a minute in 9 kilometres in Paris-Nice just a few months ago. I think he's on the way up.
Well, it's not horrendous, but to be honest, when you do the math, you lose 30 seconds almost in 3.5 miles, and you have a 25 to 30 mile time trial coming up later on in the week. That translates to a lot of time, maybe 2 minutes, 2.5. You cannot win any big professional cycling bike race without being able to do the time trial discipline adequately, and Andy Schleck still has a lot of work to do in the time trial.
Well, I'll leave my coat checked out for the moment on that one, Bob. I think the time trial later on in this week is going to be more of an indicator of the Tour de France, especially when you've got a few days of racing under the belt. This is Jani Brackovic. As well as we look at Brackovic, look how he gets his knee out to get around that corner using all of the road possible. He too was a world under 23 time trialing champion.
Pretty rare for a climber. Brackovic, a very slight athlete, less than 140 pounds in total weight, but he is a solid climber, as you'd expect from a very lightweight rider. But what's unexpected about Brackovic, he can do a good ride against the clock in the time trial. That gives us the indication he might be an overall contender in the Tour de France in the years to come.
Yeah, well, Jani Brackovic, he played around with a certain Alberto Contador when he went on to win the Criterium du Dauphiné a couple of years ago on the slopes of Alpe d'Huez.
I'm wondering if some wind gusts are not buffeting the riders now. Brakovic going from the left-hand side of the road to the right rather violently there in the time trial. You want to be as rock solid as possible and try to keep as direct a line as you can. Every time you swing to the right or left, even by a few centimeters, you lose just that much time.
But Bob, he looks fast, doesn't he? He's aero, definitely. He's right, got his hands in the middle of the handlebars. When he comes to the technical part, you see they move the hands. Everybody's having difficulty with those trees on the right-hand side. And I do not know why the city of Grenoble didn't trim them back.
Did not trim the trees back on this sort of isolated bit of road here. But Yanni Brakovic back up to speed. Bradley Wiggins out on course coming to the first U-bend.
Well, he takes it nice and carefully. He doesn't want to take any risks. I think he's a little bit over-geared there going around that corner from Bradley Wiggins, but he has, of all of the pre-Tour de France favourites, had the best start to the season. Third overall in the Tour of the Algarve. He won the Grand Prix Paris-Nice. He then won the Tour of Romandie with a dominating performance in the mountain individual time trial. He slimmed himself down gradually over the season. He is a man who knows how to ride a good time trial. Now, Denis Menchov, former winner of the Vuelta a España, started the season off with a 4th place in the Ruta del Sol. Not a great performance by him. It's been a violent effort, hasn't it? Over 3.5 miles of racing. 42nd time for Menchov.
Not a bad time for Denis Menchov, about 15 seconds faster than Andy Schleck. Menchov, a time trialing specialist and Grand Tour winner. He's won both the Giro and the Vuelta in his career.
You might have noticed Bradley Wiggins going the opposite way. These riders get a chance to see what the competition is like this afternoon, because they cross each other several times on this very strange and complicated course with 2 very difficult 180-degree bends. Brakovic didn't lose much speed at all there, gets himself onto those long extensions, looks down. You see how the helmet is made and trying almost to incorporate it into the body. Now coming into the finishing straight, Jurgen van den Broek. He's looking for the time of Luke Durbridge. He's not a great time trialist, but this man can hang on when it comes to the big mountain passes. But this is not a bad ride by Van den Broek, the Belgian. He's trying to challenge Durbridge. I think there's only one left in this bike race, Bob, who can build Durbridge now, and that's going to be Bradley Wiggins, as Van den Broek stops the clock in 26th place. But not a lot of time, 11 seconds.
That's a very good ride by Jurgen van den Broek. The time trial has also vexed him in years past. He made a big improvement this spring in the time trialing discipline. That bodes well for his chances in the summer's Tour de France up to come.
Well, just look a quick look there, Bob. Again, this elliptical chainring this man has got, that was pretty much reintroduced into the main field by Bobby Julie, the American, who's now a coach with Team Sky.
The idea being that you have a larger gear at the more powerful phase of the pedaling stroke. So when you come over top dead center and you engage the thigh muscle, the big quadriceps, you have a bigger gear, and then you have a little bit smaller gear on the upswing when you're using your hamstrings that don't have as much power as the big thigh muscles of these professional cyclists.
Well, Brakovic is not going to beat Luke Durbridge either this afternoon, but he's also going to put in a very solid performance. He is thinking about trying to win the Criterium du Dauphine overall at the end of 8 days of racing. He's still in his aero position, charging up towards the finishing line. That time now of Luke Durbridge is looking very solid indeed. At 44th time, Bob, there's only one man left now who can beat Luke Durbridge out on the open road, and that's a man who's been the Olympic champion on the track, a man who's been the time trial champion of Great Britain. And wow, look at the way he's gone round that corner.
Just swinging right through there, low down on the bars there, dropping in now to his aero position. Didn't even reach for the extensions there throughout that corner, just absolutely diving into these corners, and he knows to be successful in the prologue, he has to do that, has to take chances in the corners because it's such a technical course.
Well, nice to see. He's got the Paul Weller sideburns there. Paul Weller, a very well-known British guitarist. As we can see, this man is looking fast. He's looking smooth. He used every little bit of his nous to get around that corner there. Now he knows the time to beat is Luke Durbridge's 6 minutes and 38 seconds. This man looks very fast indeed.
It looks like the roads are also drying out a little bit for Bradley Wiggins. Didn't hesitate whatsoever in any of the corners so far. Bradley Wiggins, the last starter, defending champion of the Dauphiné, looks to me, for my money, to be going very well when a rider is hesitant, when he's getting buffeted by the winds. It's an indication that he's slowing down a little bit, but none of those indications for Bradley Wiggins. He is the picture of pure speed.
Well, I reckon he needs around about 6:10 if he's going to beat Durbridge around that corner, Bob. 11 and 12. He gets to the outside there. woes around that corner, clips the inside of the apex of the corner. Now he knows the time to beat, 6:38. He's out of the saddle. He really wants this. He gets into the aero position once again. He's absolutely turning his body inside out here now. It's going to be very close indeed. Wiggins now is looking for the time of Luke Durbridge as he comes up to the line. 6:33, 6:34. Can he do it? It's going to be cut and dry whether or not he gets it on the line here because it's so close. He hasn't done it. He's got second. Bradley Wiggins has been beaten by 1.5 seconds by the 21-year-old star from Australia, Luke Durbridge.
Spectacular ride by Durbridge. Great ride. The fastest of our overall contenders, Bradley Wiggins, but not quite enough to beat Luke Durbridge's time.
What an amazing ride by the young Luke Durbridge from Orica Greenedge. A 1 second beating of Bradley Wiggins. Simon Gerrans, again from Greenedge, in 6th place. Cadell Evans, not bad, 9th place for him, looking for 6 seconds. Andre Amador of Team Movistar rounds out the top 10. Well, Luke Durbridge will be the winner. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk to the Australian rising star. The Epic Cycle, presented by Michelob Ultra on NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Strava. Track your rides and compete against friends, locals and pros. Go to strava.com to get started. And Competitive Cyclist. For 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDS and use the promo code TDS15. As we look at the great mountains that surround Grenoble here, Grenoble in the past has seen some incredible battles, and today's battle has earned a young Australian the Road ID Ride of the Day, and today it goes to Luke Durbridge.
Well, certainly not the pre-race favorite, and the director of photography for French TV can be forgiven for the dearth of footage of this man, Durbridge, hitting the jet boosters throughout the race course. Incredible leg speed and cadence that we did see. Durbridge, a fantastic ride and the ride of the day. It could be no other. He won the time trial.
And that's our Road ID Ride of the Day. And after the finish, Luke Durbridge was very happy to talk to us about what is probably his biggest ever win.
It's maybe the most beautiful success you got since the beginning of your career, because you won 5 world champion titles on the track and on the road, but it's maybe the most beautiful race today.
Oh, for me it is I'm speechless. I have no idea today. I did not expect this at all. I had good legs, and I think I was very lucky with the weather. I think the wind did pick up and the rain was also, so that came to my advantage. But it can easily go the other way, you know. Today I was very lucky with the wind, but hey, I'll take a yellow jersey at the Dauphiné, and I've been working really hard towards this, and hard work pays off, and I'm so emotional right now. I don't know. It have to take a while to sink in.
You made the good choice to start early and to ride on the dry.
I definitely made the right choice. It was we predicted storms in the afternoon, and so I decided to go off early. And the director said we go early. And I mean, it's not a very nice wait because you have to wait for so long to find out if you win or not. But I'm very, very happy I went early because if I had gone later, it might not have happened.
And today, Bradley Wiggins for 1 second, it's huge.
Like I said, it's to beat these guys that I've always looked up to, and I mean, Bradley Wiggins is such a class bike rider, and I know he's in very good form, and also Tony Martin as well. And my goal was to maybe top 5 today, and I really did not come here to get a result. I come here to just do the best I could, and if the best I could is a win on the day, then that was good.
How long do you think you can keep this yellow jersey?
My plan is not come here to ride GC at the Dauphiné. I had two objectives coming in here. One was today, and one was the 4th stage, which is the long time trial. It's the longest time trial I've ever done, but I really want to focus towards that. So if I hold the yellow jersey tomorrow, then that would be fantastic. But my objective is not to come here to hold the yellow jersey or ride GC. Is today and stage 4.
I've got to say that's a very nice present for the brand new Australian team on the block, Orica Greenedge, and at 21 years of age, Bob, that man's a star already.
Well, when you beat your idols, you have done something special. So Luke Durbridge will have a great little start to his career there with a win here in the Prologue.
Well, he will. It's going to be a difficult one to defend, though, because he goes into tomorrow's stage with a 1 second advantage over Day 2 of the 8-stage Criterium du Dauphine heads out onto the open roads of France today along the valleys of the Isère and the Rhône rivers, with a 21-year-old Australian, Luke Durbridge, proudly sporting the leader's yellow jersey. Yesterday, 21-year-old Luke Durbridge put his name on the cycling map with a win in the Prologue. After taking an early lead, the Aussie held off the entire star-studded field, including time trial specialist Bradley Wiggins, who came up just 1 second short. Tour de France champion Cadel Evans clocked a solid time that keeps him within striking distance. But Andy Schleck's time trial woes continued as he lost almost 30 seconds in just 3.5 miles. Today, Luke Durbridge will proudly wear the yellow jersey as race leader on the opening road stage of the Criterium du Dauphine. Next. The Epic Cycle Series, presented by Michelob Ultra, has the whole of the peloton of the Criterium du Dauphine going out onto the open roads of France today for the very first time. It's the first stage, taking the riders from Seyssins to Saint-Vallier, a distance of 116 miles of racing. I'm Paul Sherwen, alongside me is Bob Roll. Bob, I'd have to say we're looking at a tricky race today, and everyone has got to show their cards.
A tough rolling stage for stage number 1 of the Dauphiné. Wiggins and Evans solid in yesterday's Prologue time trial, but Andy Schleck continues to disappoint in the individual race of truth. Luke Durbridge, the man who won the Prologue, looking a little bit vulnerable in that yellow jersey, all to play for on today's stage.
Well, he leads a very young development squad, Orica Greenedge from Australia, and he leads by a single second ahead of Bradley Wiggins, who may well be looking to try and grab the yellow jersey this afternoon. Andrei Grivko in third place, Carlos Boredo in fourth, 3 seconds behind Tony Martin, the world time trial champion, in fifth place. Bob, it's a pretty tricky route.
187 total kilometers, that's 116 miles. Due westerly, a lot of zigzags, and all of this rolling terrain is going to be a very challenging course. There's actually 6 categorized climbs on the race course today. Quite a rolling stage, but look at this climb towards the very end, topping out at only 5 miles to the finish line. That's a tough 8% at times category 3 climb, and a long sweeping technical descent to the finish line.
We go down to the live pictures here at 38 kilometres to go. This is a 6-man breakaway that formed after just 10 kilometres of the race. Giovanni Bernardo in the front there in the green jersey, the son of the team manager. Merkel Irizar of Radio Shack Nissan. Nicolas Ede of Cofidis. Martin Jelingi in the orange jersey there of Team Rabobank. Later on joined by Sepp Van Mark of Garmin Barracuda and Yukihiro Doi of Team Argos Shimano. They had a maximum advantage of one stage of 13 minutes and 10 seconds, but now, Bob, it's sensibly down to 2 minutes and 11 seconds and a kilometre to go to this next climb.
Well, they had a big lead early in the stage, but it has come way down now, just over 2 minutes with 38 Ks to go. Virtually impossible for this breakaway to stay away to the finish line. Don't think it's going to happen for the break today.
Well, just looking at the climbs we've been over so far, Bob, I think one young man, Giovanni Bernardo, is laying down the foundations for an attack on the King of the Mountains classification. Now, he's the rider who is in the green jersey for Team Europcar, and if you have a quick look at all these flags over to the right-hand side, you'll understand why the race has been fairly slow today. An average 24 miles an hour, Bob. These riders have pretty much been riding into a headwind for the majority of the day.
Solid headwind facing the breakaway throughout the stage as we have a look at Philippe Gilbert, Mr. Everything in last year's season. This year has not been firing on all cylinders. Just started to show signs of life towards the end of the hilly Ardennes Classic. We'll see what he can do here. I wonder, Paul, if he's waiting for later on in the season to really show his talent. Maybe he's moved his program a little bit because the biggest races of the year are still to come. Tour de France, Olympics, and World Championships.
Well, I'd have to agree with you, Bob. I think he has shifted his movement of the season to try and get himself that world title. We're looking to see whether or not we can spot the yellow jersey, which will be on the shoulders of Luke Durbridge. And of course, we might have noticed that BMC Racing were riding at the front end of the main field. They're obviously protecting their man, and that's Cadel Evans. 500 metres to go, and watch out for the man in the green jersey. There he is, Giovanni Bernardo, just 23 years of age. This is the first time I've really seen him ride at this level in the sport. He got his contract into the Europcar team because of his dad's position, I think, as the team manager.
Giovanni Bernardo getting maximum points in all of the climbs so far on the King of the Mountain competition. We'll see if he can go for a little sprint here. Another rider in the break, Nicolas Edet from the Kofidi squad. He's in the red jersey with the white stripes, just rotating to the front. He's been a King of the Mountain in a big stage race before in his career. Last year in the Tour of Turkey, he went out the overall winner of a stage, also King of the Mountains in the Tour of Austria last year. That is a very tough hilly race. So look for Nicolas Edet and your man, Giovanni Bernardo, fighting it out, at least in the early stages of the Dauphiné for the King of the Mountain jersey.
Well, it's a very prestigious award. In fact, the winner of that competition last year was second overall in the Giro d'Italia this year. That, of course, Joaquim Rodriguez. There's the summit there, just around the corner. Edet is the rider sitting in second position, waiting to see if there's going to be any move there from the man in green. I don't think Bobby's going to get any challenge at all, but look how nervous he is.
He's looking around to see if anybody's going to try to jump over him for the points there. Now, Giovanni Bernardo demonstrated early in the stage that he was motivated and focused on the King of the Mountain points. And in order for the breakaway to have any chance of success at all, they can't really attack each other this far from the finish line. They need to continue to work together. And if they started an all-out battle for the King of the Mountain points, that would disrupt the rhythm of the breakaway. So sensible riding for the men in the break.
Well, Bob, you know, this race started way back in 1947. The Criterium du Dauphine was sponsored by the local newspaper at the time, the Dauphiné Libéré, and it's always been an indicator of the guys who are going to ride well in the Tour de France. 1-1-1 there is Peric Fredrigo, the leader of FDJ. Look at the way that BMC Racing in the red and black jerseys are right at the front end of the main field. This is almost like the Tour de France last year.
This is very similar to what we saw throughout last year's Tour de France, especially in the early stages of the Tour. Cadel Evans announcing his intentions early in the Dauphiné this year. There he is on the wheel of Philippe Gilbert. This is Jonasson. He's bringing bottles back up to his teammates up in the group there. But BMC, very focused, working hard at the front of the break race, keeping the breakaway honest. That gap just over 2 minutes with 36.7 kilometers to go to the finish, or about 23 miles.
Yep. Now, people last year, Bob, just to look at this, these guys here have assumed the role of Cadel Evans as the leader of this bike race already. Now, he's had a good start to the season, then he had a little bit of injury and illness. He's coming back to form now. He was criticised last year by riding so much at the front end of the Tour de France. It's, again, the same kind of attitude.
Well, he did follow the wheels of his teammates throughout the first week of racing in last year's Tour de France, and obviously we know the success there. Cadel Evans was the winner. A little bit more of a disappointing season so far for Cadel Evans. He did win the Criterium International, but a long time ago, way back in March. And in the Tour of Romandie, where he won last year, it gave us an indication that he was ready for the Tour de France. He was way down in the standings, not nearly as quick in the Romandie. But now, he said himself that he's feeling a lot better, and he was 9th in the Prologue yesterday.
Well, as we join the leaders here again, that gap down to 2 minutes and 12 seconds. This is Giovanni Bernardo, and it's not Dad in the team car either, by the way, this afternoon. Just for a point of interest, I turned professional with Jean-René Bernardo way back in 1978, and in his first attempt at the Tour de France, Jean-René Bernardo, in fact, won himself or wore the yellow jersey of leadership. The main field now going right over the top. Bozen Hagen just going over the top here, Bob. He said to the Norwegian press, don't worry about me at the Tour de France this year, because for us, when Team Sky goes to the Tour de France, we're all for one man, and it's Bradley Wiggins, which is a strange statement for a man who won 2 stages of the Tour de France last year.
Just on the shoulder of Danny Pate, getting some water bottles, and right in the front of the peloton there.
Well, as the main field now starts to whip up the pacemaking, I wonder whether or not we'll see the showdown between Cadel Evans, Andy Schleck and Brad Wiggins today. Epic Cycle presented by Michelob Ultra on NBC Sports Network is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Villié-Tristina, 106 years of bicycle making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lampre ISD. And Competitive Cyclist. For 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDF and use promo code TDS15. So we're now looking at about 30 kilometres to go to the finish. 18 miles of racing. The gap is at 2 minutes. All of these riders here, Bob, seem to be collaborating quite well, but they must realise the main field are going to start to get very nervous when we approach the final climb of the day. And at just 6 miles from the finish, that has to be a launch pad for somebody to try and get clear.
BMC, a Swiss sponsor, and a Swiss rider from BMC, Michael Schar on the front of the peloton, indicating a quick left-hand bend here. And I think the breakaway, 2 minutes with just under 30 kilometers or 18 miles to go, very tough to stay away. There's a tough climb. And when you see the position battle, the battle to get your rider, your GZ Hope, in the front before that climb is so intense in professional cycling, they can wipe out the advantage of a breakaway very quickly. Also, a couple of strong riders in the breakaway, Sepp van Mark, Michael Irizar, Martin Chilingi.
Oh, there's a crash.
There's a big crash.
Look at that, going around that roundabout. That's the problem, Bob, about any moment in a bike race like this, and especially as we come into I think it's Dan Martin gone down there, the rider in the blue and black jersey of Garmin Barracuda. Now, he was one of the pre-race favourites. There's Simon Gerrans as well, the Australian national champion, 171 over on the right-hand side. He needs a new bike. Wow, you just have to pay attention, don't you?
Well, Dan Martin not even making one move to get up. Now he's starting to try to move and get up. A very tough crash. There's a curb right there. Wouldn't surprise me if he bounced into that curb, crashing on that roundabout, just exiting there. Dan Martin, the Irish rider on Garmin Barracuda, down on the ground and in trouble.
Well, I tell you what, Bob, that's very sad for Dan Martin, because he's one of the riders who is probably going to look forward to the Tour de France for Garmin Barracuda. Everyone talks about him being a great star for the future. His uncle, in fact, is Stephen Roach, who, let's have a look at what exactly happened.
You see riders jumping onto the island there, and just in front of that, because of that confusion, because you can't see around the rider in front of you, a little bit of overlapping of wheels, and Dan Martin, the first to go down and sliding right into that curve.
Yeah, that's Dan Martin just at the side of the road there, being looked after very quickly by the race doctor. Let's have another look there and see exactly what happened. Yes, one or two riders. In fact, he jumped across the middle of the curbstone there, Bob, and he touched the wheel in front of himself. Then he could do nothing about it, could he?
He made a leap off of the curb from the center divider there, and then he came back into the line too quickly. He couldn't correct his line. He's up in the air, which is understandable, but you got to be a lot more careful than that. If you're going to start jumping curbs, you know you're going to come into contact with riders that are just in front of you and on the middle of the road.
Well, he's up and he's got to get himself back to the finish line to stay involved in this race. There have actually been a number of crashes so far this year. The Frenchman Peric Fedrigo crashed early on after about 47 kilometres, 30 miles of racing. He chased for 12 miles before he got back. But poor old Sammy Sanchez, Bob, as we look here at Dan Martin, Sammy Sanchez, the outgoing Olympic champion from Beijing, he is currently with two teammates more than 10 minutes behind this bike race.
Sammy Sanchez involved in a big pile-up with Peric Fedrigo, like you said, miles ago. Fedrigo, we saw for a moment back in the peloton. Dan Martin, however, very slow to get up and in obvious agony there, trying to get back on his bike. I don't know if he'll ever see the front of the peloton before the finish line on today's stage.
Well, I think you could be right there, Bob. He's going through all kinds of agony, but every bike rider knows he wants to finish a race. He wants to get to the end, even if he gets left behind on a situation like this. This is part of his preparation for the Tour de France. He needs to finish today's stage, let the doctors look after him tonight, and try and get back into the race tomorrow.
Dan Martin on the long list for Garmin Barracuda to do the Tour de France for the first time in his career. That might be in jeopardy now because of that crash. Dan Martin being asked to prove himself that he's ready for the Tour de France in this race, the Dauphiné. He has courageously gotten up very slowly, I will say, and he's trying to get back into the main field, but they are tanking along now, having a big average speed with 25 kilometers before the finish line, just a little bit more than that, and one tough little climb before the finish also.
Well, what's going to be interesting for me to see is we're looking at Philippe Gilbert there in the red, black and white jersey. He's the champion of Belgium. But on the far side, you can just see Cadel Evans moving forward. He's got the world champions bands around him. He's taking this very, very seriously. There, where's number 11? He's the defending champion. What's going on here?
Maybe asking for a little bit of reduction in tempo there, calling off the chase a little bit, let the riders catch back up that were involved in that big crash in that roundabout. Dan Martin, the one that looked to come off the roughest in that crash. Very bad luck for Dan Martin, but to be honest with you, you could brake, go around the traffic circle, get back in line, and not try to jump over that unless the rider in front of you dove out of the way and you didn't have a chance to take a good look at it and you had to jump. Those are the instantaneous reactions you have to make as a professional cyclist, and sometimes they don't work out in your favor, and that's most certainly the case for Dan Martin.
Well, Cadell Evans there is obviously the leader of the orchestra. He's calling the tune. I reckon Bobby's just told the guys to turn it off. Don't forget Luke Durbridge, another Australian, is the leader of this bike race still. All of the work needs to be left up to Team Orica Green Edge. We'll take a short break and see what comes up next, because there's another nasty little climb looming on the horizon. Tomorrow, the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with Stage 2 of the Criterium du Dauphine. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Time on the NBC Sports Network. So as we look down on the main field, the gap is starting to tumble for the six-man breakaway. At 19 kilometres, 12 miles to go to the finish, 1 minute and 37 seconds. But Bob, to me, the most important thing is that little climb looming on the horizon is 3 kilometres, 2 miles long, 8% gradient. It could be a good launch pad for somebody to try and nail back this breakaway.
And watch for the position battle of the GC contenders. The overall riders' teammates will be going flat out to keep their men like Bradley Wiggins from Team Sky and Cadell Evans from the BMC squad near the front, so they don't lose any time on that climb. And then we'll see how close the gap is. But they're going to need a little bit more time than this. 18.5 kilometers, just about 10 miles before the finish line, and the gap only 1 minute and 34 seconds. And we know the inertia of the peloton. We see it day in and day out, year after year. It's amazing how fast the peloton can gobble up the last few miles of a bike race.
Oh, now there's the yellow jersey on the right-hand side, taking a few little risks there, Mr. Durbridge, aren't you? He was trying to get himself up to the front end of the main field. You can just see him over on the left-hand side there, Bob, 21 years of age. He was very, very calm and confident yesterday when he talked about winning that Prologue time trial. He's 6'1". He weighs in at 172 pounds, but he's a great time trialist, isn't he?
The Michelob Ultra athlete profile. He is indeed a great time trialist, the youngest ever under-23 world time trial champion, using those strengths for a thrilling win in yesterday's Prologue, beating some of his idols in the sport. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a tough time sleeping overnight. A lot of emotions running around the Orica Green Edge squad of Luke Durbridge, the current leader.
Omega Pharma Quickstep have come to the front end of the main field. There's obviously a crosswind coming in here, Bob, and it's making it very tricky and precarious at the front end of the main field. Now, I would have to think that Omega Pharma Quickstep are thinking about Tony Martin, who's high up in the overall standings, but sitting there in the red, white and blue jersey in third or fourth position, that's Sylvain Chavanel. Now, he is a great attacker. Now, he might be thinking today, he's well up in the overall standings, he might be thinking about a yellow jersey with a late attack.
Well, a great stage for the talents of Sylvain Chavanel. He's 8th after the Prologue, only 6 seconds behind Luke Durbridge, 5 seconds behind Bradley Wiggins. But this type of stage, very favorable to an attacking rider like Sylvain Chavanel. Tony Martin, his teammate, is 5th in the Prologue, but I wouldn't be surprised if Sylvain Chavanel has a go on that last climb of the day. A perfect stage for the talents of Sylvain Chavanel, the French road champion, right there on the left-hand part of the tip of the spear there. Third wheel is Sylvain Chavanel. Some crosswinds looking like they're starting to batter the peloton a little bit also.
Well, we're coming up to 16 kilometers to go now. That's 10 miles of racing. We are going very, very fast through the roads of France here this afternoon. They've just stopped all the team cars there, Bob, on the left-hand side of the road. Now, that's an indication that the race referees believe this breakaway is going to get caught. They start to keep the gap nice and clear as we see the faces of these riders from Omega Pharma Quickstep. Bob, I have to say one thing that is really important is in the Dauphiné this year, there are no time bonuses, so it's all real time.
All real time, so the time trial is critical in winning the overall title at this year's Dauphiné. Yesterday's was some big time gaps. Andy Schleck losing a worrying 30 seconds almost to the stage winner and 29 seconds to Bradley Wiggins. So a lot of work still to be done in the time trials for Andy Schleck. He does have another long one of 53 kilometers on stage 4. That's going to produce some big time gaps in this week's racing.
Well, arrière du peloton that you can see there is the back end of the main field stretched out into a very, very long line. Bob, the hammer is going down right now. All Luke Durbridge has to do is stay in contact with the main field here this afternoon, but he's only got a single-second advantage over Bradley Wiggins and only 3 seconds over Andre Grivko. It's going to be a massive battle, I think, here. Look at the speed of this main field.
Quickstep doing the damage right now. The teammates of Sylvain Chavanel and Tony Martin all over the front. We do have a few sprinters in the field. JJ Hayedo from Saxo Bank, if he's able to stay in the race after that last little climb, Lee Howard, of course, Orica Green Edge. John Degenkolb, winner of 2 stages in last year's edition of the Dauphiné, and announced to the world that he's one of the best sprinters in the business, is also in the field. The question is, can they stay in the peloton after such a hard day's racing with this one last steep little climb to come?
Well, there's Luke Durbridge there in the yellow jersey, riding very sensibly. He's got his teammates, Orica Green Edge, all up at the front looking after him. But the speed at the moment is unbelievable. To put it into perspective, this final climb of the day, the Côte de la Ciraison, is 9 kilometres to go, 6 miles. It's 3 kilometres long. 2 miles, Bob, at 8% in places. I don't think the sprinters are going to get over that today.
Well, it is a perfect launch pad with those steep grades for one of the GC riders or perhaps one of the more attacking riders. It'll be very interesting to see how Philippe Gilbert does on a stage like today. When he's at his best form, today's stage would perfectly fit his talents, and he used that to win 24 bike races last year. No wins so far in 2012 for Philippe Gilbert, and he's being paid a king's ransom to race on the BMC squad, who also has Cadel Evans.
Yep, we're looking now as we go through the small town of Alban, 1 minute and 10 seconds, and we are taking all kinds of risks in the peloton. There's the official time gap now, which is being given to the breakaway. I wonder if it's going to break their morale now. Once you get the team cars pulled out from behind a breakaway, you start to realise, yep, the writing is on the wall. We are more than likely about to get caught, which is why it appears to me the organisation is disappearing from this group. And as they look over their shoulders, they wonder whether or not they will survive until the next climb of the day. So after this break, we'll be on that climb.
Hey, Lucas.
Hey, Bob.
You want to go for a ride?
I can't, man.
Oh, Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Lucas User can't.
Maybe Ben King can.
Hey, Ben.
Oh, hey, Bob.
You want to go for a ride?
I can't right now, Bob.
Oh, we'll ride with you, even when Ben King can't.
Maybe Levi can. Levi. Ben said you wanted to go for a ride. Levi.
We'll ride with you, even when Levi Leipheimer won't.
Tonight at 7:30 Eastern Time, the NBC Sports Network brings you the 2012 Stanley Cup Final. It's Game 3 between the Devils and the Kings. Then on Wednesday, the series continues with Game 4 right here on the NBC Sports Network. Right here, though, we're at the action of the top end of the Criterium du Dauphine. A couple of riders getting dropped off the back here. That's Bernardo in second position in the green jersey, and Doi, the champion of Japan. 12 kilometers to go, 1 minute and 3 seconds. Ouch, that's hurting Giovanni Bernardo.
And hurting this man maybe even more. Yukihiro Doi having a hard time, even on the flats, staying in the breakaway. He has been driving throughout the breakaway, so he can be excused in the final few miles of the race to be dropped. Let's see if Bernardo can get across. It looks like he's just pulled the pin. He will not make it across to his companions in the breakaway.
Well, Bob, at the end of the day, he will climb into the lead in the King of the Mountains classification. Job done for him as he looks over his shoulder. That is where we're going next on the horizon. About a couple of miles once we go through this next little town. Nice little turning, then right over the top. This is going to be a big showdown. 12 kilometers to go, 8 miles of racing, and look at the direction of the wind. You might just have seen those flags. It's right across the riders. So the survivors now, Irizar, Edet, Van Mark sitting on the back there for Garmin Barracuda, and the strong man of the breakaway, Jangeli.
Jangeli, a great breakaway specialist. Omega Quickstep still on the front of the peloton. In the breakaway, Markel Irizar from the Radio Shack squad. He just celebrated his 9th anniversary of being cleared from cancer, and he's out on the open roads. Great to see Irizar in the breakaway, and he's become one of the strongest men in professional cycling after recovering from testicular cancer a number of years ago.
Well, he's the rider at the front there in the black shoulders and the white jersey, wearing number 73, a Spanish rider on that squad of Radio Shack, looking over his shoulder. We've just gone past the banner indicating 2.9 kilometers, 2 miles to go to the climb, and these boys are wondering, will we survive a little bit longer? The gap now down to just 53 seconds. It's a very narrow road, this, Bob. I would think in the main field they're going to go like this, like a cat being chased by a dog, because, you know, for the moment, this is a narrow road. All the big leaders, the Wiggins, the Schlecks, the Evans, they'll want to be in the first 5 or 10 positions on this climb, because the descent is also quite tricky.
Also some crosswinds blowing across the road before the climb, so the fight for position will be very interesting in the peloton, and that is going to close the gap right down. 52 seconds now, the advantage of the breakaway with about 7 miles to go.
Well, that's the corner, the left-hand corner where the climb starts for the main field. I noticed the yellow jersey of Luke Durbridge was right up about 25th, 30th position. There's the sign, 2.9 kilometers to go, but these are hard climbs. It's an average gradient of just inside of 6%, but it starts off steep at 8%, and that's where we are now.
Looks like Adet having a little bit of problems at the back of the breakaway. Here's the back of the peloton. You can see the damage being done.
That's Andy Schleck, number 71. Now, this is not a good sign for the man who wants to win the Tour de France this year.
Andy Schleck on a climb being dropped. 29 seconds lost in the prologue yesterday and losing time now to the men in the front of the peloton. It has been a long time since we've seen Andy Schleck drop so early on a climb. I can't remember in my memory that's ever happened before that early on a climb. Andy Schleck in all kinds of trouble there. Number 71 being dropped from the peloton right now.
Well, I can't believe it, Bob. This is not exactly the Galibier. This is not Alpe d'Huez. And all of a sudden, Andy Schleck, who had hopes of winning the Tour de France this year, is being left behind. I mean, he's not even in the red zone. He can't stay in contact with the majority of the peloton.
We have only 3 weeks to go before the Tour de France starts. You have to be in better form than that. And Andy Schleck, that is shocking to see him dropped already on what would be a reasonable stage. He would just plow over that in the Tour de France, usually if he was on his good form. But that's not happening so far for Andy Schleck this year.
Well, a ride like that, he might not even get into the Radio Shack Nissan team for the Tour de France. Right now, Martin Jangeli, the rider in the orange jersey there, has just slipped back, but it's Merkel Irizar who takes up the move. He's gone forward now. And amazing to think the teammate of Andy Schleck is making the move on this climb.
Markel Irizar putting in a big attack from the breakaway now, striking out the gap way down now, just 18 seconds. You can see how fast the tempo was in the peloton. That put Andy Schleck into trouble. Let's be honest, there has been no love lost between the manager of the team of Radio Shack, Johan Brunel, and the Schleck brothers throughout the last few weeks. A lot of barbs being sent across the bows of each group. Andy Schleck looking behind him. I don't know. There's not very many riders being dropped already, so Andy Schleck looking around. That's not a good sign. Let's see if he can collect himself, get back onto the back of the breakaway. Here's the front, the peloton. Here's the front of the peloton being led still by the Omega Quickstep boys of Sylvain Chavanel.
Well, Bob, look at it. I mean, in fact, Vincenzo Nibali said 80% of the Tour de France contenders are here at the Dauphiné. But when you see a man like this, Andy Schleck, in difficulty, you've got to ask yourself the question, will he even be at the Tour de France this year? The war of words. Johan Brunel said he talked about Andy Schleck and Frank Schleck in the press because he wanted to motivate them. He wanted to put a little knife into them to try and get them up to top form. It doesn't seem to be working, does it?
Well, Andy Schleck himself countering. That's not the way he would go about reprimanding a rider. He wouldn't do it in the papers. He would have a meeting. Andy Schleck, Frank Schleck, they have not had a great season so far, and it continues to go worse for Andy Schleck. Frank Schleck, he has a little bit better form going into the last stage of the Tour in Luxembourg. He made the breakaway, wound up third overall in that. So signs of life from Frank Schleck, but continued bad news for Andy Schleck here in the Dauphiné.
Well, it really is amazing. I tend to agree with Andy Schleck, though. I think you should keep your dirty washing at home and discuss it within the team rather than doing it in the press. However, this man, Markel Irizar, is doing a great ride. He won the Ruta del Sol last year for Radio Shack, and he's now got himself a 15 or so second advantage over the peloton. But they are going so hard. I think he's going to crest the top of the climb. There's the top of the climb. Looks over his shoulder. Going to get himself some maximum points. This is a move now coming from a Europe car. This is Pierre Rolland. Now, that's an interesting move too, because that's the guy who last year was the revelation for France in the Tour de France.
Pierre Rolland, the man in the green jersey from the peloton, attacking as Markel Irizar gets maximum points over the top of the last climb. 8.5 kilometers to go, just over 5 miles of racing left. Here's the rest of the breakaway, now being caught by Pierre Rolland. Good attack by Rolland here, and he won Alpe d'Huez last year, and that Category 3, no problem whatsoever for Rolland.
Bang, and he goes right over the top there. I thought it was a little bit of a defensive move by him to try and take the points away for Giovanni Bernardo, but no, this is an actual move to try and get himself into a good position. This man rode exceptionally well last year, as you said, Bob. Yeah, he won the Alpe d'Huez, 10th overall on the GC, the white jersey, 25 years of age. He has got a future right in front of him, but this man must be asking himself loads and loads of questions. Vinokourov, number 21, he was very dominant at the Dauphiné last year, trying to ride himself back into form to possibly participate in the Tour de France. He must be a bit shocked to look round and see himself with Andy Schleck.
Vinokourov also in trouble here. That looks like Hayden Ralston, the New Zealand rider on the Rabobank squad. He's number 76, just at the front of that group, trying to keep Andy Schleck nearby the peloton, but it's not working today for Andy Schleck.
Boom! There goes a move by Rabobank, and straight across the gap there is the champion of Belgium. That, of course, Philippe Gilbert. This is the first time we've seen sign of life from Philippe Gilbert this year. Luis Leon Sanchez is the rider coming across from Rabobank. He's a great bike rider. We watched him in the Amgen Tour of California. He was the man responsible, as far as I'm concerned, for Robert Kessing winning at the top of Mount Baldy.
Gilbert just sitting on the wheels, didn't rotate through, maybe defending the position of Cadel Evans, and that is Luis Leon Sanchez. He's had a great season so far. Stage wins in Romandie, stage wins in Paris-Nice, and right at the front of the affairs on today's stage.
Cyril Gauthier now. This is a rider from Europcar now. Again, one of the revelations of the Tour de France for France last year. Now France is starting to come right back to the top of the sport of professional cycling. There's obviously a plan here, a very serious plan. We just noticed Irizar around the corner there, Bob, maybe 9 seconds the advantage. Just looking to see how long that road is stretched out in the peloton, taking all kind of risks. Now this descent is why, Bob, the team leaders wanted to be near to the front. Oh, it's nice and tricky, this one.
And very, very narrow. There's Gauthier, teammates with Thomas Voeckler, did a tremendous amount of work in last year's Tour de France, back on the open roads of a favorite stage race of his, the Dauphiné. Europcar, they had a great Tour de France, and they look to have started to get their momentum building for this summer's Grand Boucle, the 99th edition of the Tour de France.
Hey, well, I'll tell you one thing, Bob, as we go down this descent, just to put it into your mind, we are going downhill here at approximately 55 miles an hour, and these guys are using every little bit of road that they can. Irizar, using as much of the road as possible, moves across to the opposite side of the bend before he can to line himself up, cuts through the apex of the corner to keep his speed up nice and high, looks back to time check where the rest of the main field are this afternoon. It's 6.5 kilometers. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, la, 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 la. He almost took the wrong road.
Disaster there, a 180 degree, but that driveway a little bit deceptive. Maybe he thought for a moment that the road went straight there, and if you hesitate for a moment with the brake, and look at these riders, they missed that turn also. Euskaltel and Europcar riders in the main field.
Well, I'm not quite sure where the rider is, Irizar, at the moment, but this is Movistar now taking up control at the front end of the main field. In second position, Luis Leon Sanchez. Now just have a look at that, just going now. I think that was Gauthier, in fact, went straight into that car park. Reminds me a little bit of a move made by Thomas Voeckler in the Tour de France last year.
Thomas Voeckler having trouble on the descents of the stage into Pau. He did lose a little bit of time, but he kept his yellow jersey on that. Let's see if Irizar can keep his lead. The peloton now almost right on his wheel.
It's pretty much all over now, Bob. There's the Gendarme Républicain on the right-hand side. The yellow flag there indicating danger on the road. Watch out, take care, and they're all taking care as it's all pretty much now back together. Irizar, though, will not give up. Watch out for a mover. I tell you what, they have got Luis Leon Sanchez pegged here this afternoon, right on his wheel. Champion of Belgium, Philippe Gilbert.
Philippe Gilbert rotating towards the front. BMC's done a tremendous amount of work to keep the peloton together and catch a group. And look at Cadel Evans now. Just see if you can see the yellow shoes and the red jersey. That's Cadel Evans in about fifth wheel.
Well, here we go. Again, I tell you what, this looks like Coppel, the rider from Sources, and he's also a young rider. He's from this region of France, Bob. Well, the region of the Dauphiné, I have to say. He's from Annemasse, just near Geneva. He's making the move now as we start to get an awful lot of action in the Criterium du Dauphine today. At 4.6 kilometers to go, there's a little move off the front end of the peloton, and there's a lot more excitement to come. The Epic Cycle Series comes down to the nitty-gritty now at 4.5 kilometers to go in the main field of the Criterium du Dauphiné. We are 2.5 miles to go to the finish, Bob. We've just about got 3 riders off the front end of the main field. This is André Kashekin. Jérôme Coppel is in the third position there. Cadel Evans in the lime green shoes trying to get himself across the gap. It's all eyes down for a full house.
And I just think I saw Richie Porte from the Sky team just on the front of the peloton in a desperate chase. 3 men off the front. One of them very dangerous. Cadel Evans, second in the Dauphiné last year in the overall standings. 9th in the Prologue, just a few seconds slower than Bradley Wiggins, the leader of Team Sky. The yellow jersey dropped on that last climb, so everything to gain from a breakaway and the peloton in this stage, number 1 of the Dauphiné.
Well, that's Cadel Evans in second position there with those lime green shoes. This is a very good working group, but the main field, I reckon, will pull them back together, because when you think about the power of Team Sky and Bradley Wiggins, we'd like to have a quick look, Bob, as see whether or not Luke Durbridge in the yellow jersey is also still in that main field, but the main field is in tatters.
Well, Cadel Evans flicking his elbow, asking the other riders to pull through, Jérôme Coppel and André Kashekin. Maybe they want to, perhaps not able to, so Cadel Evans in good form now, storming off the front of the group.
I'm looking for the yellow jersey here as we go down this long line of riders. There are gaps starting to appear, and I don't think, Bob, I saw Luke Durbridge.
No Luke Durbridge, the yellow jersey up for grabs now. Cadel Evans just a few seconds behind Bradley Wiggins after the prologue. They've got a handy little gap there. Desperate chase being put in by the Sky team now, and it looks like also Radio Shack coming to the front of the peloton. But look at Cadel Evans, the face of concentration, a flick of the elbow, hoping for some help. I don't know if Jerome Capel is able to do the same type of tempo.
Capel, by the way, was 5th overall last year. There is the yellow jersey at 2.5 kilometers to go. He's just about to stay in contact with this group. But, Bob, this is a group a little bit further back. The man, theoretically, who should be looking at getting himself the yellow jersey then at the end of the day, if it all comes back together, should be Bradley Wiggins.
Haven't had a chance to see Bradley Wiggins, but his teammates have been on the front chasing this group right here. These three men, Jerome Capel in the white shirt with the blue jersey, Kashakin in the light blue of the Astana squad, a Kazakh, an Aussie, and a Frenchman in the breakaway. Kashakin returning to glory here from a disgraceful disqualification for blood doping from the sport of cycling. That was a number of years ago. Kashakin back on good form, but Cadel Evans has been dominating this breakaway. The peloton, in the meantime, they continue to chase, then fan out, and that means that the tempo goes off. Very, very thrilling finale. 1.3 miles, just a kilometer, just about 1 mile to go.
You can almost reach out and touch that three-man leading group, but you just can't get there. Now, look at the organisation at the front. I'm sure it's got to be Team Sky trying to pull all of this back together. They're trying to make sure that the man who gets the next yellow jersey here this afternoon is going to be Bradley Wiggins. I'll tell you what, Bob, 1.1 kilometres to go. Very shortly, that three-man leading group is going to go round a sweeping bend, and then they will see the Flamme Rouge, the red kite. Now, look at the champion of France moving to the front now. Everybody's throwing it to the wind to try and pull back Cadel Evans. If you had a question about the form of Cadel Evans this year, I think he's answering it right now. He's ready for the Tour de France.
He is getting himself primed here. He's got a little breakaway. I can't believe they've been able to hold off the charging peloton led by the Omega Quick-Step squad. Sylvain Chavanel, they're trying to mix it up, trying to close the gap. 1 kilometer to go. The breakaway still holding an advantage. Big roundabout here and before they line up for the finish line.
Well, there's one of the tunnels. There are 2 tunnels on the final 1 kilometer of racing, and that's going to be very strange for us because we can't go through the tunnel with our motorbike and a helicopter. As we look a little bit further back, this is the story of the day for me. Andy Schleck is down and out. Will he be able to fight back during this Dauphiné? Out of the first tunnel. It's a tricky final kilometre as well, Bob. Lots of little twists and turns. The breakaway has got 4 seconds advantage. Cadel Evans now not asking for any help from anybody.
Cadel Evans throwing caution to the wind here. He's not worried about the stage. He's just trying to get time back in the overall standing. He's got a little bit of a gap. He's streaking to the finish line. Kashakin queued up. Should be able to win this stage.
Well, Evans is in the middle there. There's a challenge coming from Capel on the left-hand side there. Evans is out of the saddle again now as he looks to get this picture if he can. On the line, I think it's Evans. It has to be Evans there, but he looks across. He's not sure. And then coming across the line, the gap was, I think, 4 seconds. Bradley Wiggins should be in that group. He was 6 seconds ahead of Cadel Evans yesterday. As we look further back now, there's the yellow jersey of Luke Durbridge. Simon Gerrans is trying to bring them home. There will be a change in the overall standings tonight. Cadel Evans has definitely announced that his form is ready for the Tour de France. He'll get himself the stage victory, but I'm pretty certain, Bob, that the overall lead tonight will go to Bradley Wiggins, the defending champion.
But what an unbelievable ride by Cadel Evans, being congratulated by George Hincapie. George can't believe it. He led out the sprint for 2 kilometers, and Kashakin and Capel could not come around. It reminds me of stage number 3 when he won in the Tour de France last summer. Unbelievable riding. Cadel Evans back on form. That is a big notice to Bradley Wiggins. Listen, I've come ready to race.
35 years of age, this man. Now, what form, what dominance, what confidence. He said at the beginning of May, I'm not really sure how the form's coming, but as he came to the Dauphiné and that ride in the Prologue time trial yesterday, Bob, he said to himself, right, boys, I feel good. I'm on track. Jérôme Koppel getting the same time. André Kashakin, it was 4 seconds back to the main field. Nasser Bouhanni getting 4th, and Tony Galopin, Radio Shack Nissan, getting himself 5th. A little bit further back, you can see all of those riders have the same time. Gerard Cholek from Omega Pharma Quick-Step was the faster sprinter. But out on course, Andy Schleck having a little chat there with Alexander Vinokourov. This has not been a great day for Luxembourg.
Well, he has pulled the pin. He's just noodling to the finish line. This is not good news for Andy Schleck and his hopes to eventually win the Tour de France this summer.
Well, we take a little break now. When we come back, we'll have an interview with the stage winner and, of course, the new yellow jersey. The Epic Cycle, presented by Michelob Ultra on the NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Strava, track your rides and compete against friends, locals and pros. Go to strava.com to get started. And Competitive Cyclist, for 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDF and use the promo code TDS15. Well, as we look down on the River Rhone, just in the back, a long river of 800 kilometres. It must seem like an awful long way to the Tour de France for the man. Just on the left-hand side there with the dark glasses in about 4th or 5th row, Bob, Andy Schleck is losing a huge chunk of time, more than 3 minutes back. 3+ minutes to Andy Schleck on what should have been a pretty rudimentary climb to get over before the finish line. I wouldn't be surprised if the discord in the Radio Shack team between Andy Schleck and Johan Brunel is now starting to become obvious. Well, talk about psychological battles. We are facing up to a showdown this week, just as we will in the Tour de France. And the man who scored the first points is Cadel Evans, winning the stage in dramatic fashion. Beautiful display of pure power and desire by Evans. Show of force by Cadel reminds one of the exploits of Eddie Merckx and Bernard Hinault, and should put the fear of God in all of his rivals, especially that man from England, Bradley Wiggins. Well, I wonder what Wiggins thought about that cheeky little move down towards the end by the Australian. That's why today we've got to give our Road ID Ride of the Day, Bob, to none other than Cadel Evans. Maybe Ride of the Decade. He goes off the front, doesn't ask his breakaway companions for any help whatsoever, and then smokes them in the sprint. This is a great show of force by Cadel Evans, the Australian defending Tour de France champion. I don't think anybody would dispute today's Road ID Ride of the Day onto the shoulders of Cadel Evans, and we got round the back to speak to him to find out why he attacked.
Yeah, it was a bit of a technical descent and quite narrow, and I saw an opportunity there when there was a little group in the peloton, and you know, sometimes you see these opportunities and you have to try something, and I rode a lot to help keep distance from the peloton, and that wasn't normally favourable for the finish, but I took good speed out of the corner and carried it to the line, which it shows that the work I've been doing is good, but we've still got a lot of work to do and some improvements to make before we get to the Tour.
But honestly, did you have a victory in mind this morning when you took off?
Oh, you always... I'm a racer. I like to race, but certainly a lot of things had to go my way today, but sometimes you make things go your way and you search for the opportunities, and it wasn't my objective of the day, wasn't win or nothing, but of course you have to try something somewhere.
Well, Bob, a couple of years ago they used to say until he won the World Championships, this was a man who never attacked. Well, that's a different story, a different rider. You make a good point there. I think he got the monkey off his back by winning the world title that was denied him for many years as a mountain bike racer, and Cadel Evans is a man to be reckoned with. Well, this is the man he will reckon with later on in the week in a long 53.5-kilometre individual time trial. The new leader of the Criterium du Dauphine this afternoon, the winner last year, Bradley Wiggins. Just a 1 second advantage over Cadel Evans, but the overnight leader, Luke Durbridge, dropped on that last climb, so Bradley Wiggins inherits the yellow jersey, but a very slim margin over Cadel Evans. Well, he rode exceptionally well. He now does lead this race by 1 second ahead of Cadel Evans. Grifko moves down into third place. Carlo Barredo is always a threat there in fourth at 2 seconds. Tony Martin in fifth place. A little bit further down, Sylvain Chavanel, to me, is always a danger in seventh place. Jérôme Coppel moves up into eighth place. Edward Bosenhagen of Team Sky Pro Cycling is in 10th place overall. Oh, my goodness me. 3 minutes, 34 seconds behind for Andy Schleck from Radio Shack. We've never seen Andy ride so poorly this close to the Tour de France. Well, I wonder what Bradley Wiggins has got to say for himself about his ride into the yellow jersey.
Whatever the date and how, even if it's early in a stage race, I suppose it's the satisfaction to have the jersey on your shoulders or not?
It's funny how the times change, I would have said yeah before, but I don't think I've ever been as disappointed in taking a yellow jersey as I am today, but it comes with it. I'll settle down tonight, we'll look at it, but I wanted to wear my Sky skin suit on the time trial on Thursday, so hopefully we can lose it by not so much in the next few days, and then I get to go with my full TT set up for that long time trial on Thursday. But look, I'm just pleased to be in this position and safe for starters, and I think it's just a sign of how far we've come now. But we get to control it anyway today, because Green green, green edge, didn't really want to control it, so we ended up riding with BMC, so we took the responsibility anyway, so yeah.
But it was a very surprising stage. We weren't really expecting a guy like Cadel Evans to win it, or Andy Schleck to be dropped behind.
Yeah, I don't know, it was a sort of strange run-in really. The climb, we went up so fast, and then those guys went away on the descent, and there was a couple of crashes and things, and we sort of just see him hovering there, and then they stayed away, so yeah, I mean, it was just one of those stages really, yeah.
I'll tell you what, Bob, losing the jersey sounds a bit radical.
It does sound radical, but Bradley Wiggins very meticulous about his setup for the time trial, including the special one-piece skin suit that he wears. He leaves nothing to chance, not even the yellow jersey.
Well, that's a story we will follow tomorrow, because don't forget, the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with Stage 2 of the Criterium du Dauphine tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the NBC Sports Network. And coverage of Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final begins tonight, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. For a full schedule of our coverage, log on to our website at nbcsports.com. Till tomorrow night, on behalf of Bob Roll, I'm Paul Sherwen saying goodbye. The third day of the Criterium du Dauphine today circumnavigates the beautiful French region of the Ardèche, searching out 6 tough climbs to challenge the main field and test the strength of the new leader, Bradley Wiggins, and his team, Sky. Yesterday, Cadel Evans showed that he's on track for the Tour de France in July. The Aussie attacked in the finale and sprinted to a stage win, seconds in front of a charging peloton. His biggest challenger come July, Bradley Wiggins, was in that group and took over the yellow jersey as race leader. The odd man out was Andy Schleck, who was dropped on the final third category climb of the day. Big questions now surround the Luxembourger, whose quest to win this year's Tour is in doubt. It doesn't let up today as the riders face 5 more challenging mountains. Stage 2 is next. Welcome to the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra. Today we're only 15 miles separating the start town from the finish town, but there's more than 10,000 feet of climbing to get there. It's stage 2 of the Criterium du Dauphine, from Lamastre all the way to Saint-Félicien. I'm Paul Sherwen, alongside me is Bob Roll. Yesterday we saw a great battle between 2 Tour de France favourites, Cadel Evans winning the stage, Bradley Wiggins taking the yellow jersey, but he didn't seem too happy afterwards.
He did not seem happy about it. The time trial is a discipline where every conceivable aerodynamic advantage is coveted, especially the one-piece skin suit. He does not want to wear the one provided by the race organizers, even though it is the leader's yellow jersey. He wants to wear his own that's developed with his team to be absolutely perfect in aerodynamic time trialing conditions.
Yeah, well, look at these time gaps. They're not very much at all, are they? Cadel Evans in second place at 1 second. Andre Grifko in third. But today, Bob, it's all about the climbing, isn't it?
We got a humdinger of a stage 6 categorized climbs out on the race course, including a big category 2, a number of category 4s, 3 cat 2s in total, and a category 4 to finish off the stage in Saint-Félicien. It's 160 clicks, all in the hills, no flat roads whatsoever, just under 100 miles of very tough racing.
It's going to be a hard day in the saddle for everybody this afternoon, and we join the race here, Bob, at 40 kilometres to go, 25 miles of racing. This is the leading group of 4 riders who escaped after just 25 miles of racing. Biel Kadri is the rider in there for AG2R in the white jersey. Young Colombian rider Jose Sarmiento in there for Liquigas in the lime green jersey at the back. Christopher Kern in the green jersey for Europe Car at the front, setting the pacemaking. And the enigmatic rider in the red jersey, David Moncoutier of Cofidis.
Moncoutier, a great climber. He's already won 4 titles of climbing in the Tour of Spain in his career.
No, he certainly has. We're looking now at the main field. They're about 1.25 minutes behind. This has been a day of climbing. Biel Kadri has been the first rider over the top of every climb so far, as we see Saur Sojourn, Bob here, trying to get themselves a little bit of an acceleration off the front.
A couple of French riders from French teams, it looks like. FDJ, Saur Sojourn, both of these teams invited to the Tour de France starting June 30th. Sky has done an incredible amount of work. So Bradley Wiggins Evans maybe giving the jersey over to somebody else so he can wear his skin suit has not really materialized so far on the stage. Sky has controlled the proceedings throughout. With 40 kilometers to go, just under 25 miles of racing, the gap is only 1 minute and 13 seconds. Virtually impossible for the break to stay away. Sky has been under complete control of the race throughout today's stage.
Yeah, those two riders trying to get across there, in fact, were Bryce Fellou, a very good climber from France, and he's joined by Rémi Poriol of Française des Jeux. Bob, this has been a very difficult race since the very start. It looks like Thomas Voeckler as well getting himself into the action in the green jersey there as we rejoin the leaders. You're right, Bob, they were never given more than a 3-minute 45-second advantage. This has been a tough stage so far.
Very tough stage so far. It's good to see Bryce Fellou back on the attacks. He's trying to get across to this breakaway here, and he was a winner of a stage of the Tour de France in Arcalès up there in the Andorran Mountains. A great ride by Fellou.
Well, that was, 2009 he got that victory, and he's a very good climber. Strange, you've got two brothers. One is a very good climber. That's Bryce Fellou, the tall rider there, just sitting in second position. But his brother, on the other hand, slightly smaller built, is a great sprinter.
That would be Romain Fellou, and he mixed it up in the Tour de France against Mark Cavendish. Didn't quite get a stage win, but he'll be back in the Tour, presumably looking for stages for his team, Sauer-Sojason.
Well, this is the big sprint up to the top of the climb here, and obviously the man trying to get maximum points again is Biel Kadri in the white jersey. Now, with first place over the top here, he will actually now assume the lead of the King of the Mountains classification at the end of the day, which he'll take away from Giovanni Bernardo, who was the leader yesterday.
Big battle there between Christophe Caron and Biel Kadri for the King of the Mountain points. Biel Kadri's dominated those proceedings throughout today's stage. Christophe Caron back up to the front of the peloton. He was a stage winner here at the Dauphiné last year.
Well, this is the deuxième group, the second group, they poursuivent the chasers. Interesting to note that Thomas Voeckler is looking for the move here this afternoon. By the way, this has been a day of abandon so far, Bob, because a lot of the riders involved in those crashes yesterday have actually pulled out of the race. Perit Federigo pulled out. Lidgaard, the Dutch national champion, he abandoned. And also, JJ Hayedo has pulled out. Probably the biggest name, Sammy Sanchez, the outgoing Olympic champion. He was in pieces yesterday.
He had a really hard crash early in the stage. He was able to finish. He was 23-plus minutes behind the stage winner, Cadel Evans, but he was complaining of sore ribs throughout the rest of the evening. They took x-rays. They didn't find them to be broken, but he's going back to Spain to recuperate from a very tough crash and put him out of the Dauphiné. One has to wonder how that preparation is going to affect him for the Tour de France a little bit later in the summer.
I tell you what, Bob, this is a beautiful part of France, the Ardèche, but it's not an easy part of France to race through at all, is it? It's very difficult. There's not been one part of the course today has been flat for these riders. A total amount of climbing on the day for the riders. They're facing up to 9,800 feet of climbing. That's got to hurt the legs.
That will definitely hurt the legs. 9,000 plus feet of climbing throughout the day. Not even on a mountain stage. This is a medium mountain stage with a lot of rolling climbs, very few kilometers of flat roads where the peloton can establish its inertia, and you can sit in the field on a flatter stage and conserve strength. That will not be the case on today's stage. All up or down, lots of twists and turns, very technical roads as well. We'll see how that plays out. It's going to be a tough stage, and the gap now just 38 seconds to the breakaway with 37 kilometers to go. Virtually impossible to stay away.
Well, as they say in France, Bob, but ooh la la, look at the speed of this main field. They're trying to pull this whole race back together. I just noticed the neutral service vehicle has been pulled out. This is the leading breakaway at full ride. Look at the speed on this very, very technical descent. But to me, what I'm thinking about, Bob, is all about the final climb of the day, because the final climb of the day, after the 5 climbs we've had so far, it's a 2.5 kilometer ascent up to the finishing line. And there, I think we will see, again, a big battle between the names who we are expecting to see do battle in the Tour de France in July. Cadel Evans for one, Bradley Wiggins another, and of course, let's not forget, can Andy Schleck ride himself back into form? The Epic Cycle, presented by Michelob Ultra on NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Villiers-Tristina, 106 years of bicycle-making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lampre ISD. And Competitive Cyclist. For 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDF and use promo code TDS15. Well, back with the action in the very heart of the Ardèche, and of course a bit surprising for me to see, Bob, Team Sky controlling the front end of the main field, despite after what Bradley Wiggins had said yesterday, I'm not sure I want to keep this yellow jersey. Obviously, he's trying to.
Well, he's got the yellow jersey. He's fifth wheel there in that long line of riders. Overnight, perhaps, Sean Yates, the team manager, explained to the team it's better to keep the yellow jersey. You do not want to give away seconds to anybody. It's very dangerous in professional cycling. All of the riders in this race capable of winning overall, so you don't want a group to get away and have too much time. Better to control the proceedings when you can.
Well, certainly, I have to say, Bob, we talked about a lot of riders who'd abandoned the race so far from that crash of yesterday, but one man who's managed to stay in the bike race is Dan Martin. Take us through this crash.
Jumping over the traffic circle there, when you're in the air, it's hard to change direction, and he plows right into Simon Gerrans there and into the curb. Also taken out in that crash is Pim Leekart, the champion of Holland.
Well, this is what his injuries looked like this morning, and this was the Twitter that he put out to the world, and they took the time to apologise to Simon Gerrans for taking out the Australian champion. Bob, you've got to be a man to be a bike rider and go through a stage, especially with a stage like today.
Well, his back absolutely shredded. It makes it virtually impossible to get a good night's sleep, because every time you roll over in your blankets, your wounds touch the sheets or the bed on either side, and it's all impossible. And bike racing, all about recuperation. And you have to have a good night's rest every night to be competitive throughout a stage. Very tough stage like today. If it was a flat stage for the sprinters, you could expect Dan Martin to hang in there without too much trouble. But on a mountainous stage like today, it's going to be a very tough day for Dan Martin. He's hoping to be selected for the first time in his life to the Tour de France starting June 30th. That might be in jeopardy because of that big crash yesterday.
And that's why he's trying to stay in the bike race, to nurse himself through. Tomorrow's an easier day. He could survive tomorrow, and then he can start to build when we get down to the very big mountainous final 3 days. In the white jersey there, you might have noticed Bosenhagen. He's the best young rider in this competition so far. Not even thinking about his own ambitions in this year's Criterium du Dauphine or even the Tour de France, Bob. He's already said, I will not ride for myself. We're all riding for Bradley Wiggins. The little rider there, by the way, in the lime green jersey of Liquigas candidate, he's a Colombian rider on that squad. And in fact, a couple of years ago, in 2009, he won what we call the Baby Giro.
A part of the new generation of Colombian riders, along with Rigoberto Urán, Sergio Henao, both of the Sky team, not here. They just finished the Giro. John Adapuma, Fabio Duarte, who we saw at the Amgen Tour of California. They follow a very prestigious group of riders: Luis Herrera, Jose Patrocinio Jimenez, Fabio Parra, all big stars of the Tour de France in years past. But this great new generation of Colombian riders, they'll be in the headlines for a long way to go. And it's great to see Jose Sarmiento from the Liquigas Italian squad in the breakaway on today's stage.
Not by very much, though, because 31 kilometres to go is 19 miles of racing their advantage, just hovering about half a minute. Bob, give us a chance to really talk about the surface of the road in this part of the world as well, because you can see, because of the heat in the southern part of France, the road is already starting to melt a little bit, and that makes it tricky around these dangerous descents.
Well, here in the Ardèche, they use a technique called chip and seal. They lay down a thin layer of tar and then cover that with gravel. It's nice for maintaining the roads, these small roads that don't get a lot of traffic, but however, for a bike race, it makes for a long, tough day in the saddle. It's much nicer to have nice, smooth blacktop or even better concrete pavement, but they don't use that very often in these more neglected parts of France. But it's great to have the bike races here. Perfect roads for riding. For racing, that chip and seal makes for a very tough condition to race on.
Well, in fact, there's a very well-known cyclo-sportif, a mass participation ride in this part of the world. They get up to 15,000 participants. It's not a race, it's a fun participation, but can't be that much fun, can it, on a surface like this?
Well, if you're with your buddies and you're in really good shape, you could do the Ardèchois. It's a very tough cyclo-sportif, or Gran Fondo down in Italy.
Well, we just saw Mickey Rogers going through there, doing a lot of pacemaking. This is Thomas Vogel coming up to the front here, taking out his earpiece, having a quick chat there with Bradley Wiggins. I wonder what that's all about. Because in fact, Bradley Wiggins and Team Sky have just chased down a breakaway by Thomas Vogler, and again gives us a chance also to take a break. Tomorrow, the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with Stage 3 of the Criterium du Dauphine, maybe the flattest stage of the race. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern on the NBC Sports Network. Back with the action here, though, and Team Sky are doing a sterling job on the front end of the main field. Just a quick look there, 2.2 kilometres to go to the summit. This is the penultimate climb of the day. Bob, I wonder if they can survive, because on the right-hand side there, you can just notice Biel Kadri, and he's the man who so far today has taken maximum points through the whole of today's stage.
For the King of the Mountain competition, Kadri and Cairn, the man in the green jersey, dark green is Christophe Cairn, they've had a pretty heated battle for all the King of the Mountain points out on the race course. Biel Kadri's been able to get the better of him. Second to the last climb, there is a climb up to the finish line, another category 4 out on the race course, but that man from AG2R, who actually broke his shoulder earlier this spring in Paris-Nice, he had to take a couple of months off, a very dramatic crash for Biel Kadri earlier this year in Paris-Nice. Good to see him out on the open roads, having some success on today's stage.
Yes, all the big climbs in the early part of the race, Bob. This is a 4th category climb. The final climb of the day has also been given a 4th category as well. It's 2.5 kilometres uphill. This is the man who led the King of the Mountains this morning, Giovanni Bernardo, the son of Jean-René Bernardo. Bernardo himself this morning, Bob, was saying he was very, very happy to see his son racing like this, but he said, and I suppose only a father can say, that he needs to have a little bit more self-confidence to go to the next step.
To take the big step in cycling, it's one thing to be in the peloton, it's another thing to dictate the results in professional cycling. Plenty of fodder in the field, but very few big superstars. Maybe Giovanni Bernardo will be a future star of French cycling. They have plenty of them right now, though.
And this is one of them here. That was David Moncoutier. They're 4 times a winner of the King of the Mountains in the Vuelta a España. And this year, Bob, strange for a Frenchman, says he doesn't want to ride the Tour de France. He prefers the Tour of Spain.
Well, Moncoutier unique in that he prefers other stage races, the Giro d'Italia and the Vuelta a España, outside of his native France. The Tour de France, of course, the biggest 3-week bike race in the world.
Right, this is Wesley Sulzberger now. Now, this is a little interesting move from Orica Green Edge. Now, they are looking for some success in this bike race here this afternoon, Bob. Look at this move over on the left-hand side there. Sulzberger, a couple of years ago, 6th overall in the Santos Tour Down Under. They've said they've not come to win this bike race overall. What they're looking for is stage victories. And what a stage today for a stage victory, with this 2 little 4th category climbs on the last 40 kilometres.
Well, Simon Gerrans has a great chance to win the stage. He's the teammate of Wesley Sulzberger, the man in the green and black jersey. Sulzberger going off on an attack. What that's going to do is make the peloton chase. When the peloton is chasing, his teammate can sit on the wheels, conserve his strength for the finish. Simon Gerrans, this is a perfect course for him. We've seen him successful on this on a number of occasions. And this is similar to Milano-San Remo, the one-day classic in Italy that Simon Gerrans won this year.
Alexander Vinokourov now. What's going on here? Number 21. Is it just going back to the team car to help out the rest of the lads here this afternoon? Because it's not like Alexander Vinokourov to get dropped off. I'm a little surprised here, Bob, to see at 22 kilometres to go, 13 miles of racing, these 4 guys are still surviving.
They're still surviving. A slim margin, 38 seconds, 12 and a half, 13 miles left in the race. Vinokourov going back to get some bottles. I'm not sure if those are for himself or for his teammates. Generally, he is considered the leader of the team, but playing the domestique role at this part of the stage, having no trouble to go through the field here on a climb. Impressive ride in there by Vinokourov.
No, absolutely, Bob. But I think we're talking about, let's talk about the final climb of the day. We're looking here at 500 metres to go to the penultimate climb, but the final 2.5 kilometres is the last climb of the day. And if you watch the Santos Tour Down Under on NBC Sports Network, you will have seen Old Wollonga Hill. Well, it's just like Old Wollonga Hill in Australia.
Won by Alejandro Valverde, but second on that stage was Simon Gerrans, who went out the overall winner of the Tour Down Under, and that's a new team, Orica Green Edge, and both Sulzberger and Gerrans riding for that new Australian squad.
Yes, well, the Michelob Ultra Athlete profile today is going to be the man who, in fact, broke his shoulder in the early part of the year in Paris-Nice, and today he will be the King of the Mountains. Great climber.
Good climber. AG2R bringing a solid squad here, trying to do something in preparation for the Tour de France. That's the big rendezvous for all the French teams on the season. And Biel Kadri, a little bit of honor for the squad. It's always great to have any of the jerseys in these big stage races.
Well, he's the man there in the white jersey, and every time we've come to the top of one of these climbs, he's been challenged by the man in the green jersey, Kern, and he's not going to get past him on this occasion. Now, that's a strange one.
Christophe Cairn showing a little bit of strength there that he hadn't shown throughout the climbs leading up to that one. Christophe Caron won a stage here in the Dauphiné last year, and it augured well for his chances in the Tour de France, but he crashed out on stage number 5.
Oh, Wesley Sulzberger now. He's trying to ride across this gap, but Bob, look at the time gap, because the leading group of 4 riders now are starting to stretch out once again. It's now 40 seconds.
Well, that's the field. I'm sure this group is a little bit closer than that, being joined by a number of strong riders. Looks like Steve Moravito in the red and black of the BMC squad trying to get across, and here's the peloton going through the top of that climb.
Yes, but look at that long line of riders at the front, Bob. That's the indication the hammer is down here this afternoon. To put it into perspective, by the way, we normally expect an average speed of about 26 or 27 miles an hour. The third hour of racing here this afternoon was 19 miles an hour. What does that tell you?
Well, all you have to do is look at the profile of the stage, looking like the teeth of a saw there. You had a Cat 2 with 90 after 95 kilometers, a Cat 3 just after that, another Cat 2, the Col de la Louvre-Sec, and those are all very tough climbs. Not very famous, perhaps, but not very easy either.
This is Anthony Roux. He's a rider just 24 years of age from FDJ, and he's trying to get across to Wesley Sulzberger. Sorry about that little caption error there, but this in fact definitely is Anthony Roux. You can see how technical these roads are, hard roads for racing. Bob, I wonder how anybody's going to survive the whole of this week of racing, because we've got big names. We've got Cadel Evans, we've got Bradley Wiggins, question mark. In fact, Johan Brunel almost backpedaling a little bit, saying, I never said Andy Schleck was not going to the Tour de France. He was always going to go, but the only man guaranteed of a place in the Tour squad for Nissan Trek, of course, is Fabian Cancellara.
Well, a lot of words back and forth from the Radio Shack camp. It's nice to see Johan Brunel motivating his riders. Maybe using the press to do that is not the best idea of things, but Johan Brunel explaining something has to be done. The team needs results. We should have been regular winners throughout the season, and apart from Fabian Cancellara, we haven't seen that. So far, Johan is disappointed, but they can start to make up for that now.
Well, as we look there at the little move coming off the front by Wesley Sulzberger, 4 riders hoping to survive. We'll take a break.
Hey, George.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
Dude, it's way too early.
Oh. Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when George Hincapie won't.
How about now?
Saturday, the IZOD IndyCar Series continues on the NBC Sports Network with the Firestone 550. Will Power looks for another win in Texas when open-wheel racing goes under the lights. Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern on the NBC Sports Network. Well, looking at the speed here, we could almost be in an IndyCar, I reckon, this afternoon, Bob, because we're now inside of 14 kilometres to go, and it's still, these 4 guys are still hanging on to about a half a minute advantage. They can't really survive.
They've been in the breakaway throughout the stage. Sky has been doing all the tempo to defend the race lead of Bradley Wiggins, but these 4 men have put a special ride in today. The gap now just under 30 seconds. Don't think they'll stay away, but courageous riding by the 4 men in the breakaway.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's also very difficult, I reckon, to predict a winner for today's stage, because we're talking again about this final climb of the day, 2.5 kilometres. It really is a tough climb. There's a lot of guys, a lot of punchers who could come out of the gap on a race like this here this afternoon. And of course, we'd forgotten about old Anthony Roux. Poor old Anthony Roux, he's halfway across the gap. He's never quite made it.
It's called no man's land in between the chasing peloton and the breakaway. Anthony Roux had a very prestigious stage win in the Tour of Spain, one of the 3 crown jewels of cycling, one of the other grand tours of Vuelta a España.
Well, it's interesting to notice Sojas on the front end of the main field, because this morning, Jérôme Coppel, who was in the breakaway on the run down towards the finish yesterday, I'm not going to attack today. I'm going to take a back seat and wait for the big mountains at the weekend. Well, that, Bob, tells me that maybe he thinks today's finish suits him.
Well, Jérôme Coppel, another one of the upcoming French stars of cycling, 13th in last year's Tour de France, decent climber, very good time trialist. He's hoping to replicate the career of Bradley Wiggins and make a steady ascension in the ranks of cycling, looking for a top 10 in the Tour de France later this summer. That's the leader of the Sauer team, and they're chasing very hard right now. That's good news for the Sky team. They can take a back seat, just protect Bradley Wiggins for the rest of the stage, and that's good news if you've been chasing throughout the day to get a little bit of help from a different team.
Yeah, I haven't spotted Cadel Evans yet this afternoon, Bob. He will be wearing the green jersey as the leader of the points competition. He's just a couple of points ahead, in fact, of Jérôme Coppel in that competition. So maybe Cadel will be a little bit more prominent. I've noticed the yellow jersey. Another good name. There he is on the far side, that lime green jersey. That's Cadel Evans, and he's always got a couple of teammates around him to protect him.
George Hincapie on the wheel of Cadel Evans, just keeping an eye on things for the rest of the stage. Almost 7 miles to go now. Sauer putting in a hard chase, looking for some glory on today's stage. Good to see the French teams mixing it. There'll be 4 in the Tour de France. Cofidis, Sauer, FDJ, Europcar. All of the French teams represented in the breakaway currently in this situation. The only one not is Sauer, and they're chasing.
Well, they've got the hammer down here this afternoon. Cadel Evans, he might like this kind of a finish, an explosive finish, but maybe his own teammate, Philippe Gilbert, the champion of Belgium, might try his legs out this afternoon, because it's definitely, for me, well, 12 months ago, a Philippe Gilbert finish.
Oh, a no-brainer for Philippe Gilbert if you consider last year's season. This year, he hasn't been firing on all cylinders in the same dominant way that he had done, but maybe he's saving himself for later in the summer. He did have one stage win in last year's Tour de France. He was competitive throughout the rest of the Tour, but that was the one part of the season that he didn't absolutely dominate the proceedings. And today's stage, he's starting to find his legs. He was decent at the later classics, but now we'll see what he can do on today's stage. Philippe Gilbert, however, like you said, this would be a perfect finish for his talents.
We're looking here now at Anthony Roux. We're going to just try and show you just how difficult it is to ride across a gap, how you've got to use all of the road. You've got to take risks. You see how he moves across, cuts the apex of the corner. This is also a man, Bob, who is coming back from a very nasty accident because he actually fractured 2 vertebrae during the winter in a cyclocross accident. A cyclocross, a discipline of the sport which a lot of riders use to retain their fitness during the winter months. He's got a long ride. As he's on the motorbike, you just pull the throttle back a fraction, you get across there, and even our motorbike taking a few risks getting around the corners. This kind of puts it into perspective of how fast you've got to go to get across a gap. He will be travelling at around about 35 miles an hour here to try and bridge to these 4 leaders.
Well, slicing your lone furrow through the stratosphere, trying to close a 30-second gap, and that's what Anthony Roux is trying to do. He has presumably saved his energy throughout the day compared to the breakaway, but it's never early. Watch this.
Oh, la. I tell you what, the pale blue jerseys at the back, Bob, it was like casting my mind back to Paris-Nice there. That was Omega Pharma Quick-Step there, taking a bad line round the corner, almost taking out the whole of the team. Now, I wonder today if they're going to look after Gerard Cholek. He sprinted well yesterday. Tony Martin, he's well up in the overall standings. But again, from that squad, probably Sylvain Chavanel.
Yeah, let's not forget Sylvain Chavanel. I was just going to say Steen Vandenberg was the man tripoding through that corner. You can see that the peloton is going absolutely flat out. The breakaway holding on to a slim margin. In between the two, Anthony Roux trying to get across to the front in a desperate fight for his life. He has to do something, either wait for the chasing peloton or make it across to the breakaway. That's very tough to do in this situation. Twists and turns, very technical race course, and they are absolutely Indian file. You know they're flying with 10 kilometers to go, about 6 miles left.
Yeah, but Bob, what about a hats off for the cameraman here? Because the cameraman and the motorbike driver, they have to have a symbiotic relationship, a trust, because the cameraman's looking backwards. He does not know what kind of a corner he's going into, and he's got to hold that picture as steady as you like, and that's what gives us this impression of incredible speed. Look at that line down the whole of the main field. 6 miles to go and 18 seconds the advantage.
You make a very good point there. The cameramen, they need a straight stretch of road to get a little bit of advantage of the chasing peloton. It always amazes me how fast the peloton can cover ground. It's almost impossible to stay in front of them when you have the driver of the motorbike and the cameraman, like you said, facing backwards, but it does give us great images.
Yeah, but the other thing is as well, Bob, but these bikes, when you come to the technical corners, the tight corners, the bikes can actually get around the corner faster than motorbike.
Oftentimes that is the case. Here is our breakaway, Christophe Caron. You can see that the desperation now coming into the pedal of these riders. David Mouncoutier, he's won a couple of stages of the Tour de France in his career in very similar situations. A long all-day breakaway and then breaking away from his companions and going out for a stage win. Very clever bike racer, Mouncoutier, one of the most successful French cyclists from the previous generation. They have a lot of young riders around 20, 21, 22, 23 years of age, and a couple of KG veterans. Sandy Cassar is one, Mouncoutier, and of course Thomas Voeckler in the twilight of his career perhaps, but also Voeckler having some of the best days in his career currently.
Arrière du peloton. We'll have a bit of a French lesson here this afternoon. The back end of the main field. And peloton, by the way, comes from the French word peloter, which means to bring everything together. We brought together a bunch of bike riders here, but this is a very fast finish. 12 seconds. And here he comes now, Anthony Roux. He's almost across the gap. You know, he's done an incredible ride there, Bob, I have to say.
It may come to naught, but it's impressive just the same. Anthony Roux about to make the juncture to the breakaway.
Yeah, but poor old Anthony Roux, Bob, because he's going to make the juncture to the 4 leaders who've been at the front of this bike race since the 25th mile of the race. And if he looks back over his shoulder, the main field are breathing down their necks. You know, they are going to catch these 5 riders, Bob, but just almost at the very start of the final climb of the day. Now, that makes it very complicated, but watch out. The nous of David Moncoutier. Sorry about the little bit of picture break-up there that happens with these digital signals which go up from the motorbike to the helicopter down to the finishing line. David Moncoutier, oh, there's the main field. They're all down to the shout now, Bob.
Moncoutier, a tiny little advantage, trying to sneak away from the front of this breakaway group. The peloton, 12 seconds is what's listed, but it's a lot less than that. They're hot on the heels of the breakaway.
Well, it's all over for the breakaway. No, it's not, because Anthony Roux in the white jersey there has decided he's made such a big effort to get across to this leading group that he wants to have another try, and he's going to be joined there by Bill Kadri. Looming on the horizon is the final climb of the day. Will these two survive? Welcome back to the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra. I'm Paul Sherwen, alongside me Bob Roll. It is almost over for these two attackers, and lining up on the front in the pale blue jerseys, that's Omega Pharma Lotto. That is Anthony Roux just getting caught in the white jersey, and Bill Kadri. Nice brave attack, but Bob, I reckon Omega Pharma Quickstep are starting to line it up for Tony Martin. 2
cards to play for the Omega squad, the most successful team so far this year. Sylvain Chavanel, and a third wheel world time trialing champion currently, Tony Martin, an incredibly powerful rider. He won Paris-Nice last year. He's recovering from a big crash earlier this spring where he was taken out by an automobile, breaking his cheekbone.
Oh, this is Leonardo Duque. He's slipping backwards. He's the big sprinter for Team Cofidis. And again, another move coming off the front. This is Michael Scherel, a rider from Brittany, putting a little bit of a consternation onto the shoulders of the riders from Omega Pharma Quickstep. I was looking to see if I could see Sylvain Chavanel there. It's his kind of finish here this afternoon, Bob. And look for him, because he'll be wearing the red, white and blue jersey as champion of France. And he's not very far behind the yellow jersey of Bradley Wiggins. 5 kilometers to go, 3 miles.
Sherel, great little attack there by Michael Scherel. His teammate has been out in the breakaway throughout the day, Bill Kadri. Now Scherel out on the attack there. BMC to the front of the peloton.
Well, I tell you what, I did not see Philippe Gilbert. I thought this was a Philippe Gilbert finish here this afternoon, but he was not there. 4th rider in that line in the pale green was Cadel Evans. It's a Cadel Evans type of finish here this afternoon, Bob. But look now, behind the BMC racing guys, you've got the Team Sky riders, and there in the yellow jersey is Bradley Wiggins. You like Bradley Wiggins for the win today, don't you?
Well, he won a similar stage at the Tour of Romandie that he went out as the overall winner of that a little bit earlier this year. BMC, you know, when you have the morale after a stage win like they saw from Cadel Evans yesterday, also he's the defending Tour de France champion, it lifts your spirit. It gives your team so much extra power. And Team BMC on the front of the peloton chasing this man, Michael Scherel. He was 3rd earlier in the spring in a big stage race in Spain called the Volta a Catalunya. And on the 3rd stage, the Queen stage, won, by the way, by Yanni Brockovich, a former winner of the Dauphiné. That man on the front of the peloton was able to get 3rd on a very tough mountain stage in Spain earlier this year. He must be on good form.
Well, Cadel Evans is obviously looking to win here as well. Let's not forget, Bob, we've had 2 stages so far. Both times it's been an Australian winner. Is it going to be number 3 for Australia?
Well, the Aussies have come to the Dauphiné to rumble. Watch out for Simon Gerrans in the Finny.
There is the catch, and now it's all down for the shout here as we can see BMC Racing on the red and black jerseys on the front. Cadel Evans now moving up into 3rd place, Bob. We are about 1 mile away from the start of the final climb of the day. And what a climb it's going to be.
It should take less than 2 minutes to get to that last climb. The climb will take a little bit longer than that, but slightly downhill road here to the start of the last climb.
Arrière du peloton, that is Andy Schleck. You might note him in the black, white and red jersey there. He's not taking this Dauphiné seriously, but Johan Bruneel has said he feels that he will ride better and better. He hasn't actually raced since Liège-Bastogne-Liège, so he hasn't got an awful lot of competition in his legs. I think just sitting behind Cadel Evans, you might notice Vincenzo Nibali. Wiggins, for me, is sitting a little bit too far back, but look at this BMC racing team. They have come here not to participate, Bob. They want to race.
Well, the Cadel Evans saying in the interview yesterday, I love to race. Every chance I get to win, I go for it. He most certainly did that yesterday. He's looking to go out the champion of the Dauphiné. He's got great form. A little bit questionable before the start of the Dauphiné whether Cadel would be in top form, but he answered that on yesterday's stage emphatically with a great stage win after dominating the finale, going off the front, doing all the work, and staying away and able to win the sprint against Kashakin in that particular stage.
Well, Andy Schleck and Alexander Vinokourov sitting at the back end of the main field. We'll have to see whether he can ride a bit better, but this is Big George. We like to call him Big George because he's a big man. He probably doesn't want me to remind him that next month he's going to be 39 years of age, but the power and the youth and enthusiasm is still there. Look at Evans in second place. Behind him, Vincenzo Nibali, Tony Martin. This is a roll call of the top men of the main field. Tony Galopin is up there. He's the rider in the black and white jersey of Team Radio Shack, but they are all now starting to queue up on this climb.
1 mile to go. They are on the last climb of the day. Cadel Evans perfectly placed in second position there. Nibali, Tony Martin also coming into the frame as well.
There are some very big names here, but George Hincapie is sacrificing himself, and look at the damage that this climb is doing at the back end of the peloton this afternoon.
Last climb of the day, just about a mile before the finish, 1.5 kilometers, and chaos at the back. In the front, big lead out by George Hincapie. Great to see the American veteran on the front of this stage.
Well, Liquigas now coming up for the acceleration. Hincapie, boom, has gone backwards. Not a surprise. He was right on the limit of his effort. But I have to say, Cadel Evans is doing a sterling ride here this afternoon. The pale blue jersey in 5th position. That is Tony Martin. They're all waiting now. When they see the red kite with 1,000 meters to go, Bob, there is still a long part of this climb left.
It's a tough little climb here. Cadel Evans' second wheel run out of teammates there. We'll see if it regroups a little bit, but it looks like Liquigas hungry for the stage win. 3 men in the first 4 positions.
Well, it looks like TJ Van Gardner in the red jersey a little bit further back here. He's another teammate of Cadel Evans, but Cadel Evans is riding as if he's leading this bike race here this afternoon. That Thomas Vogler over on the right-hand side of there. Recognize his style there as he gets out of the saddle and back in there. Could be a kind of finish for him here this afternoon. There's the Flamme Rouge. 1 kilometre left to go. It's going to take them about 2 minutes to cover on the slopes of this climb here this afternoon. I think they're trying to set the victory up here this afternoon. Liquigas for Vincenzo Nibali.
And also Tony Martin looming ominously there at the front of the peloton. Movistar on the attack in the blue jerseys with the green helmets.
Well, you just saw that's TJ Van Gardner, and there was a little word there from Cadel Evans. Go on, nail him back, pull this all back together here this afternoon. I think all of a sudden the man who was accused of not being an attacker has all of a sudden become a cannibal. He wants to win everything.
Cadel Evans third on the road there, on the wheel of his teammate TJ Van Gardner, and doing a big lead out. Very straightforward tactics here for BMC. Put the hammer down and get Cadel in position to win the stage.
Well, that's Jürgen van den Broek now in 4th position. You know, you want to win bike races, you can't do it alone. You have to have a team. You have to have teammates who will sacrifice themselves. TJ Van Gardner, 3rd overall in the Dauphiné a couple of years ago. Oh, that hurt so much. He's just got nothing left at all. Now it's all up to Cadel Evans. Now that looks like Tony Martin coming through there. Big acceleration. Cadel has seen that and he's waiting for somebody else to come. That is going to be Jürgen van den Broek, the Lotto rider, closing down the gap, and Tony Galopin is up there into 3rd place. Evans now has to dig deep.
Evans digging deep. He's 4th man on the road there. Tony Martin, the big lead out there, sees the finish line and starts his sprint.
Well, he starts the sprint, but now it's Jürgen van den Broek taking over, and the move coming through from Katusha's Daniel Moreno in the red and white jersey. Now he's going a long way out, queuing up behind him. You've got Tony Galopin in 2nd position there. There's the yellow jersey. That's Bradley Wiggins in the middle. In the orange is Luis Leon Sanchez. Daniel Moreno is going to get himself the victory here this afternoon, and I think Tony Galopin is 3rd. Looking back, there are no time gaps. Little hand down there by Bradley Wiggins to say, thank you very much. I'm still in the lead of the bike race here this afternoon.
Saour, they did a lot of work at the end of the stage. That was to put Julien Simon. He wound up right there in the proceedings. However, nobody could be faster than Danny Moreno. A great sprint. He's won a couple of stages already this year in his career. One of the stalwarts of Spanish cycling. But Danny Moreno uncorked one absolutely perfect timing. Tony Martin attacked, Cadel Evans attacked, but it was Danny Moreno that waited until the perfect moment, and he was able to win the stage.
Now, once again, number 71, the leader of Radio Shack Nissan Trek, is Andy Schleck, is just sitting up and riding into the finish of these races. Bob, I mean, I've got to ask myself the question, is he going to be able to ride the Tour de France?
Well, presumably he'll be in the Tour de France this year. One has to wonder, though, and perhaps be a little bit worried about how well Andy Schleck is going to be able to do in the Tour de France. We're less than 3 weeks away from the Tour start, and to be riding this poorly it does not send the right messages to anybody concerned for Andy Schleck. It's a little bit disheartening. On yesterday's stage, he didn't even try after he got dropped. He just noodled in, lost over 3 minutes, and he hasn't improved on today's stage either.
Unless he's doing this on purpose, unless he knows his body better than anybody else. Because talking around one or two of the bike riders this morning, Bob, they said, don't worry about Andy Schleck. He's fine. He's getting himself ready. We will know that when we have the big mountainous races over the weekends. I think we forget about these early stages and see whether or not he can perform at high altitude. Col de la Colombière at the weekend, for example. But it doesn't send out a good message to the rest of the team, does it?
Most certainly does not. Morale is everything in professional cycling, and when you see your team leader left behind every day, not good news for your teammates.
It is not, but it's good news for this man on the front in the red and white, because Daniel Moreno got it absolutely spot on here this afternoon for his team, Team Katusha.
Team Katusha, a Russian squad, but they have a lot of fast Spaniards on that team. Danny Moreno, he won a couple of races this year already, including, like you said, the very tough Grand Prix Miguel Indurain. Now he has a stage of the Dauphiné to add to his list of wins. Great win by Danny Moreno, and clean wheels to the field. Perfect timing in this sprint.
It certainly was perfect timing, but just look at the yellow jersey there, Bob. I wonder whether or not Bradley Wiggins was actually trying to let a gap go there.
Well, Bradley Wiggins rather desperate to use his own skin suit in the time trial. It is 53 kilometers long. Maybe hoping to pass the jersey over to Cadel Evans. Time will tell.
Well, time will tell. I don't think there's any gap at all in the main field. Definitely the win going to Daniel Moreno ahead of Julien Simon, Tony Galopin, Ronaldo Nocentini up there. Jürgen van der Broek led the sprint out, faded a little bit to go down there into 5th place. Further down, look at these names. They're all at the front end of the main field. Luis Leon Sanchez, Cadel Evans, Bradley Wiggins in 9th place, Thomas Vogler in 10th. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the stage podiums and the yellow jersey podium and a quick chat with Bradley Wiggins and ask him about his day in yellow.
The Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with the Criterium du Dauphine, where the top cyclists in the world attack the French Alps in a preview of the Tour de France. Continues tomorrow at 4 on the NBC Sports Network.
The Epic Cycle, presented by Michelob Ultra on the NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Strava, track your rides and compete against friends, locals and pros. Go to strava.com to get started. And Competitive Cyclist, for 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDF and use the promo code TDS15. Well, welcome back. I have to say, as we look out over the beautiful scenery of the Ardèche, that was a very, very well sprint there, Bob, by Daniel Moreno. And again, none of the big boys came out to show any weakness in their armour.
Danny Moreno, a great stage win here. He spent the whole Giro working for his teammate, Joaquin Rodriguez. Rodriguez eventually finished second. They just got done with the Giro about 12 days ago, bringing some good form to the Dauphiné, doing the work for his teammate, now taking his own chance. Perfect timing. Great stage win by Danny Moreno from the Katusha squad.
It was a very difficult stage to judge if you were a man sprinting out of the gap, so our Road ID ride of the day today has gone, in fact, to Daniel Moreno.
Clean wheels to the rest of the field. This is the way to win a sprint with no one else in the photograph. They might close the gap a little bit before the line, but Danny Moreno following through with the form he established in the Giro d'Italia, a solid stage win in the Dauphiné.
Yep, well, that's why he's been awarded today our Road ID ride of the day. Now, the next thing we will look at is the podium, I have to say, and no change at the top of the leaderboard either, because still the British national champion is in yellow there, Bradley Wiggins.
Bradley Wiggins looked to be trying to give up the jersey, maybe by 1 or 2 seconds to Cadel Evans. However, he is the race leader. Another day in the yellow jersey. We've seen him in this yellow jersey for a number of days throughout the season so far.
Yeah, well, definitely. He leads this race, Bob, only by a single second. It's all going to be very, very pretty important when we go down to the individual time trial of about 32 miles the day after tomorrow. Let's have a look at the overall standings, and still that 1 second gap between Bradley Wiggins and Cadel Evans. Carlos Barredo, birthday boy today, 31 in 4th place, just 2 seconds off. Tony Martin, dangerous for the time trial, 2 in 5th. Sylvain Chavanel still hovering there in 7th place. And of course, Richie Port of Sky Pro Cycling moving up towards the top 10. A little bit further down, Bob, some of the notables.
TJ Van Gardner in a good ride, leading out Cadel Evans in the finale. He's 45th overall. Andy Schleck continues to lose time, 5:21 behind.
Well, right behind the podium position, we got a chance here to chat with Bradley Wiggins to see what he says.
Bradley, your day in yellow was pretty hectic out there on especially the first part, very fast roads. We saw you on a breakaway. What went on?
Yeah, I mean everyone knew the race went straight uphill from the start, and our objective was just to make it hard from the start. And if people had legs to get away, then they could. But once again, the team Sky were incredible today, and they made my job a lot easier as well. And yeah, as you say, we went over the first climb, and Chavanel did the descent really fast, and he's a great descender, and I went with him and Nibali and a few others, and there was 8 or 10 of us away at the bottom, so it was a little bit strange, but it all came back together. And then obviously the break went, and it was a pretty straightforward day. It was a hard day, but it was a pretty straightforward day after that.
What's your concern? Because the legs are definitely working. What's your concern on a day like today? It's keeping the yellow jersey, keeping out of problem, focusing on Thursday?
A bit of everything, really. Just to defend the jersey out of respect of the race and the jersey. And, staying safe, really, and getting through hectic finishes like that, because it wasn't simple. And just staying upright, and it's another day down and another day closer to that time trial, which is really going to make the difference in the GC and really see a clear GC. So again, just staying safe, and the boys, as I said, did a fantastic job today.
Well, Bob, there no talk about losing the jersey before the time trial.
Well, Wiggs saying he would like to hand the jersey over in order to ride his own aerodynamic skin suit in the time trial. But now he's changed his tune, wants to honor that jersey. His teammates most certainly committed to the task.
They certainly are. Don't forget, we'll be back tomorrow night with the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra as we continue on stage 3 of the Criterium du Dauphine. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the NBC Sports Network. Well, tomorrow's stage should be a little bit easier, if that's at all possible, at the Dauphiné for the bike riders, but we will continue to follow that story. And for a full schedule, log on to NBCSports.com. I'll be back tomorrow with Bob Roll. I'm Paul Sherwen saying goodbye. Day 4 of the Criterium du Dauphine will arrive in Burgundy, France today, with Bradley Wiggins starting the day in the yellow jersey with a single-second advantage over Cadel Evans, who really would like to know how Andy Schleck's form is. They'll all take a back seat today as the sprinters will take advantage of the final last flat run into the finish. The Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues today as we move into the very heart of Burgundy, a region of France well known for its Charolais and of course its wines. Hello everybody, as we look at stage 3 today from Givors to La Clayette, 104 miles of racing. I'm Paul Sherwen, alongside me is Bob Roll. And Bob, this is a very difficult day for the guys who want to win this bike race overall, because they have to hand over responsibility to the sprinters.
Well, ideally for our overall contenders, it will be hidden amongst the wheels and sheltered in the peloton. Not a day off exactly, but try to conserve as much energy as possible for the big mountains and the time trials to come.
Well, Bradley Wiggins starts the day in that yellow jersey, knowing that at the end of the day he could be starting in the time trial tomorrow as last man, because he still has a single-second advantage over Cadel Evans, still 2 seconds over Andre Grivko, Carlos Barredo 4th, Tony Martin 5th, all of the big men at the top of the overall standings. Now, although today's map looks a little bit easier, Bob, there's still a fair amount of climbing, not an easy day.
A lot of climbing early on, 167 total kilometers, 104 miles. There's 3 categorized climbs out on the race course. 2 category 4s, that's the lowest points available. 1 category 3 right out of the blocks, and a feed zone about halfway through, but it does flatten out in the last 45 miles of racing, which should take just under 2 hours total time.
Well, that's the way it should work out. And as we go straight to the action here, just inside of 36 kilometres to go, I can tell you that these two riders that we're looking at, this is Luis Angel Mate. He is in a breakaway with Egoy Martinez. They broke clear. Martinez is the rider in the orange jersey there of Euskaltel Euskadi. They broke clear at the first kilometre of the bike race here this afternoon. In fact, they built themselves a maximum advantage at one stage of around about 6 minutes. But Bob, in the main field, a lot of the teams of the sprinters have used an awful lot of energy to make sure these guys did not get too much of a lead.
Well, the team Argos Shimano brings one of the fastest men in bike racing today, John Degenkolb, winner of 2 stages in last year's Dauphiné, but they have to catch the breakaway if Degenkolb is going to have a chance to win the sprint.
I have to say, Bob, we've been to the Dauphiné many times in the past. I can't remember in history when there's been so few flat stages in the Dauphiné. It's such a mountainous course this year.
Well, Degenkolb himself won 2 stages, presumably not as many mountains as would need be for him to be able to be competitive in the bike race. This year's Dauphiné, a little bit different than years past. Absolutely the most mountainous of the week stage races, I think, in the whole of the season this year.
Almost a day off as well, you could say, Bob, for Team Sky, because there they are sitting in the second row. You can see all the teams riding very closely together. But it is interesting to see that also FDJ have done a lot of pacemaking at the front. They've got a young sprinter, just 21 years of age, Nasser Abouhani. He was hoping to get the stage victory the other day. I think they'll put a lot of responsibility onto his shoulders today.
Well, in stage 1, he did win the field sprint. Unfortunately for the FDJ squad and Bouhani, there was 3 men off the front, including Cadel Evans, who won the stage. Better luck, perhaps, on today's stage for the FDJ squad.
Well, if you ever come to France and you want to order off the menu, that is what you need to order, because that is the very famous Charolais beef you can see just on the far side. And this is the region that we're heading into now. This is the Burgundy region of France. Bob, made very famous for its wines.
Oh, the wines of Burgundy, some of the very best produced year in and year out across the globe. People come from all over the world to visit this region and taste the fine wines of Burgundy.
We're talking about the sprinters in this bike race, Bob, because this is basically very much what the French would call a transitional stage. We're moving away from the Ardèche and Burgundy, heading now to line up for that very important individual time trial tomorrow, and then 3 days of massive climbing in the Alps.
Well, a very long time trial, 53 kilometers. One thing the Dauphiné has done in recent years is replicate what the peloton will face in the upcoming Tour de France. The Tour de France has a couple of long time trials, one 52 kilometers into the town of Chartres just before the last day in Paris. So the Dauphiné is using a long time trial to test these athletes and get ready for the Tour de France. That's why the Dauphiné is used by a lot of the pre-race favorites of the Tour to get ready for the Grand Boucle of the Tour de France later in the summer.
Well, looking at the rider in this red shirt here, this is Luis Angel Mate. He's earned himself a nickname as the Andalusian Lynx because he likes to pounce into breakaways, but he's never been very successful. He only has 2 victories to his career, 28 years of age. As we look at the beautiful region of France we're coming into now, Egoy Martinez, on the other hand, Bob, he's been a professional since 2002. Both of these riders have only ever won 2 races in their careers, but Martinez's first victory was the Tour de l'Avenir back in 03, which indicated we thought he would be a Tour de France contender.
Well, he's done the Tour 8 times. He's had some success in the Tour de France. Does have a stage win in the Vuelta a España in 06. And he was also king of the mountains in the Vuelta a España and did wear that polka dot jersey in the Tour de France a few years ago for 4 days. Luis Mate, stage win in the Ruta del Sud last year. Tour of San Luis, that was won by Levi Leipheimer this spring. Luis Mate got a stage win in that also in his career.
Good job you bring up the mountains there, Bob, because in fact Giovanni Bernardo has been very busy out on the course, and over the first 3 climbs of the day he earned himself enough points to regain the lead in the King of the Mountains jersey tonight when this state race finishes, as long as he finishes, of course, within the time limit at the end of the day. So as we leave the 2 leaders, we'll take a very short break, and when we come back we will think about the men who have to come out tomorrow and play in the individual time trial. Cadel Evans, who's already proved that he's a very fast man, and of course Bradley Wiggins. The Epic Cycle, presented by Michelob Ultra on NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Villié-Tristina, 106 years of bicycle making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lampre ISD. And Competitive Cyclist. For 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDF and use promo code TDS15. Well, welcome back now to this stage of the Dauphiné, and for the sprinters it's a very big day. We're here with the leaders, 30 kilometres to go, that's 18 miles or 1 minute and 47 seconds. Looking at those riders in the orange jerseys, Bob, just reminds me that this is one of the most aggressive teams when we go to the mountains, and it's nice to know that they've just announced that they will in fact extend their sponsorship for another 3 years. It's a team which is basically built up for the development of Basque cycling, a huge hotbed of cycling in the northern part of Spain. In fact, one of their best riders, Sammy Sanchez, is still in the bike race. We were told by Race Radio yesterday that he pulled out with an injury to his ribs, but in fact he soldiered his way through, finished the stage, because he realises how important it is for his Tour de France preparation and, of course, his defence of the Beijing Olympics.
Euskaltel coming into the sport way back in 1994, 21 years at the end of the sponsorship deal that they just signed. The men in orange bring out the Basque fans in the Tour de France. They're very aggressive. That man, Egoy Martinez, in the breakaway, the king of the mountain in the Dauphiné just 2 years ago in 2010. A steady team rider and also very proficient in the breakaways, a very powerful rider.
Bob, just looking at the main field here, I would have to think that the peloton today are actually playing around like a cat plays with a mouse with those two riders in the breakaway this afternoon. Once they saw the gap moved up very quickly in the early part of the race, they pegged it, and they've pegged those two riders ever since, because there are so many, well, there are no renowned sprinters in this race, but a lot of the young sprinters who would like to have a bit of glory. Guys like John Degenkolb, 23 years of age, he won 2 stages here last year. Of course, Lee Howard, the Australian, 22. Michael Matthews, 21. All the young bloods, the young sprinters we'll talk about a lot for years to come.
Well, John Degenkolb from the Argos Shimano team, no GC threats in this race, so to get something out of it, they have one chance only. That's today's stage, so he'll see his teammates on the front. Keep that gap reasonable. It's only 1 minute and 38 seconds with 30 kilometers to go, about 18 miles of racing. There's the champion of Japan, Hiroyuki Doi, coming to the front. He's done a lot of work to keep Degenkolb in position to win today's stage.
Well, in fact, John Degenkolb, Bob, after the stage the other day that was won by Cadell Evans, he said that he actually had a flat tyre on the run in towards the finish, and if he hadn't had that flat tyre, he reckons his team would have pulled back that leading breakaway of 3. He didn't say he would have won the stage, but reckons he would have had a very good chance.
Most certainly, he won 2 stages in the Dauphiné last year. On that occasion, racing for the lamented HTC Hyro squad. They're out of the sport, but all of their athletes have found positions on other teams, and Degenkolb has found himself on the Argos team, Shimano team, along with his teammate Marcel Kittel, a part of the dynamic duo of sprinters on the Argos Shimano squad, looking for a stage win on today's stage number 3 of the Dauphiné.
Yeah, that's why Argos Shimano have done so much pacemaking at the front end of the main field, and they've got a lot of confidence in John Degenkolb. He's pretty much told the team, Bob, if they can bring it all together at the end of today, he's got a very good crack at a victory, but there'll be a lot of other young riders trying to beat him to the line.
A few fast sprinters. Let's talk about Lee Howard. He's got a good chance. Jonathan Cantwell, in the absence of J.J. Hayedo from the Saxo Bank squad, one of the few winners on the Saxo Bank team so far this year. J.J. Hayedo found the going in yesterday's mountainous stage way too tough. They blasted out of the start house yesterday's stage. Bradley Wiggins himself in the breakaways, and some very tough Category 2 climbs that were the undoing of J.J. Hayedo. But Jonathan Cantwell was able to get to the finish line, so Saxo Bank might be able to count on Cantwell to get the victory today.
Little chat going on at the front there between Yukihiro Doi and the rider from FDJ. I wonder what that little discussion was all about. These are the two teams, Bob, that have done the majority of the pacemaking. Now, if you look in second position, you can see a blue and yellow jersey there. That, in fact, is Alexandra Chukchuk, and he's the national champion of Ukraine, both in the road race and in the individual time trial.
Peloton sweeping through the flatter portion of today's stage, getting ready for the presumed field sprint at the back of the field. Courageous riding by the man second from the end. That's Dan Martin, the Irish professional, hoping to do for the first time in his career the Tour de France. But on stage number 1, a dramatic crash very near the finish line at high speed, absolutely tore his back to shreds, but he's soldiering on. He knows that he needs to get through this stage race in order to be fit and maybe even just make the team of the Garmin Barracuda squad.
Well, he's never been to the Tour de France before, unlike his very famous uncle Stephen Roche, who won the Tour de France in 1987. He's hoping to ride his way through the Dauphiné, get into the mountains and get himself selection for the Tour de France in July. That is how important a race like the Criterium du Dauphine is in the lead-up and the build-up to the Tour de France, and the team selection to get into those last 9 riders. Bear in mind, you could have 25 or 30 riders on some of these professional teams, and only 9 men can go through to the Tour de France. The 2 leaders now go past the 25-kilometre to go mark. Their advantage, a minute 25. Tomorrow, the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with Stage 4, the individual time trial, the Race of Truth at the Criterium du Dauphine. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Time on the NBC Sports Network. Make sure you don't miss it either, because it is going to be a battle of the stars of the Tour de France in July. It's going to be, to me, probably the most important individual time trial of the year so far, as we look at the 2 leaders still holding on to a minute 20 seconds. The big contenders, Wiggins, Evans, Andy Schleck. Really, Andy Schleck does have to try himself in that individual time trial to see if he's going to be a Tour de France winner.
Absolutely, Andy Schleck needs to do something better than he's done in recent years in the individual Race of Truth. I think you have to go back to the 2010 Tour de France to see where Andy Schleck showed his true capabilities. He measured Alberto Contador in the last tour stage in the time trial in that 2010 edition in Bordeaux. He hasn't shown much in the individual time trial since then, and maybe tomorrow he'll be able to do something. But Andy Schleck has not proved himself so far in the Dauphiné that he's capable of doing that. He said that he had a bad knee problem, and that was treated last month in Switzerland for a few days, and that he's just starting to feel better and be able to put more pressure on the pedals. But for Andy Schleck, a long road to hoe.
Well, you can just see on the right-hand side with the red, white and blue crash helmet on in the yellow jersey, Bradley Wiggins riding at the front end of the main field, really to make sure that he's not involved in any silly accidents. We are leading up to the Tour de France. We're leading up to a very important individual time trial, but there's a lot of teams now, Bob, believe that their sprinters have got a good chance. In fact, Team Lamprey ISD have come forward because they reckon Yuri Krivtsov could be the man for them to try and get across the line in first place.
And what about Tony Gallopin? He was 3rd on the stage yesterday. He leads the white jersey competition. Pretty handy sprint against Danny Moreno. Didn't quite come up with the goods. He said he might have started a little bit too late, but he had a tremendous dash to the line and was able to, for the Radio Shack squad, get 3rd on the stage. And when you consider how poorly Andy Schleck has been riding, it's been one of the rare bright spots for their program in this race so far, the Dauphiné.
Well, you might just have seen that man scuttling up in the black and white jersey there of Radio Shack Nissan Trek there. He's got a lot of bottles in the back. That is Jaroslav Popovic, and in fact, Tony Gallopin said that he was put in an ideal position in that sprint the other day by Jaroslav Popovic, but he just couldn't quite finish it off against Danny Moreno.
Danny Moreno, a tremendous dash to the line for Moreno. He's the measure at times of Joaquin Rodriguez, his more famous teammate. Rodriguez, almost winner of the Giro d'Italia, but faltered in the final stage of the race. The individual time trial was beaten by Canadian Ryder Hejadal from the American Garmin Barracuda squad. A brilliant result for the Garmin program.
That's Steve Morabito there, just taking on bottles for BMC Racing, the Swiss-sponsored American cycling team of the Australian rider Cadel Evans, who's the defending champion at the Tour de France. Steve Morabito, by the way, was a member of the squad that helped Cadel Evans win the Tour de France last year.
You can't win the Tour without a great team, and Steve Morabito, one of the stalwarts of the BMC program, and one of the local riders. BMC, a Swiss bicycle company, but what a program they have. George Hincapie has been hired, TJ Van Garden to help Cadel in the mountains of the Tour de France. Of course, Thor Hushovd and Philippe Gilbert also in their numbers. And who makes the Tour team? That will be very, very instructive. All for Cadel Evans, the defending champion of the Tour de France, has been in the papers throughout the run-up to the Tour de France so far this year.
Oh, a nice smooth walk ride around that corner. The FDJ, the Française de Jeu, are riding on the front end of this main field, Bob, for their sprint. He's a new kid, 21 years of age. He's had 2 wins so far this year, including a stage of the Circuit of Lorraine. Nasser Bouhani. Now, I wouldn't like to get involved with a little bit of argy-bargy with him down towards the end, because actually as a junior, he was a boxer, and he still boxes in the winter to keep his base body form right up there.
Well, yes, cyclists shouldn't box with anybody. It's a sport with a lot of leg power, but the spindlier the arms, the better for the cyclists is the general rule. So let's hope that none of the cyclists are involved in any boxing in today's stage.
Well, you know, one guy who a lot of people have forgotten about as a good sprinter is Gerhard Scholich. Now, we saw him ride on the finishing circuit around Los Angeles. He actually wasn't riding for himself. He was trying to get the victory for Tom Boonen on that final stage, but he ended up getting onto the podium right outside the LA Live. Now, he's the kind of guy who could have a chance today.
Well, here in the absence of their sprinter, Tom Boonen, Gerhard Scholich should be able to take his chances. He's done a lot of work for Tom Boonen in the sprints so far this year, but Gerhard Scholich, a very fast man himself, And when your top sprinter is not in the race, this might be the only chance you have throughout the year to get a stage win, and it's highly coveted for all the professional cyclists. It's all about the wins.
Well, at 21 kilometres to go, the gap now coming down to 1 minute and 4 seconds. That's just about 13 miles of racing. Ego and Martinez, no stranger to long breakaways like this, but Bob, it has to come back to the sprint down towards the end, especially probably for the sprinter from Argos Shimano, John Degenkolb.
12 miles to go, 1 minute and 2 seconds the advantage, well in hand for the peloton. Virtually impossible for two men to stay away. The fatigue starts to creep into the legs. They've been out in the breakaway since the very first kilometer, and once the inertia of the peloton takes over, especially on the flat roads, it's lights out for the breakaway 99 out of 100 times.
Over on the right-hand side there, you've got the black and blue jerseys of Team Sky. They're looking after their man, Bradley Wiggins. But this man, I reckon, is the big sprinter for today, John Degenkolb. He's 121st in the overall standings, but that's not what he's worried about. He's worried about individual wins. And at 23 years of age, he's already had 5 wins, Bob, so far this season. So our Michelob Ultra Athlete profile today is, of course, John Degenkolb, who we discovered really last year at the Criterium du Dauphine.
Also 5th in Milano-San Remo, the one-day classic in Italy that's nearly 300 kilometers long. Tremendous endurance John Degenkolb possesses. Also an incredibly wicked kick to the finish line when he has a chance for a stage win.
300 kilometers, that's 180 miles. It's a long day in the saddle, as we can see the organization at the front end of the main field, the urgency. For the sprinters, it is so much pressure today, Bob, because for Degenkolb's team, it's the only chance. But for the other guys as well, for Ciolek, the man we've talked about, Buhani of FDJ, Lee Howard of Australia, Sebastian Yeo, all guys have got one chance left of a stage victory in the Dauphiné this year, because tomorrow's the individual time trial. They've got no chance, and after that we are into the Alps.
Big mountains to finish off the Dauphiné this year. 3 stages in the high mountains above tree line. That's to give the GC contenders for this race and the Tour de France a chance to spread their wings and fly. But today it's about the sprinters and the Argos squad on the front, controlling the tempo. This will have 2 effects. They'll be able to catch the breakaway. They'll also keep their sprinter in the right position throughout the remaining miles in the race to keep him with a chance to win the stage.
It's important to make sure that you catch the breakaways at the right time and still have enough firepower in the team to control the speed of the main field as you come into the final sprint into the town today of La Clayette. And it's a very tricky sprint with a nasty little roundabout at 1.3 kilometers to go. We'll take a short break and be back with more action. Tonight at 7:30 Eastern Time, the NBC Sports Network brings you the coverage of the 2012 Stanley Cup Final. It's an important Game 4 between the Devils and the Kings. If the Devils win, it's back to New Jersey for Game 5 on Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern on NBC. So as we look now at the main field, Bob, look at that gap. All of a sudden, it's gone out of the window. 13 seconds, and there they are. It's all done by the shouting. These guys tried. They escaped after a kilometre. Very shortly, they're back with their mates.
Well, it shows you how intense the battle for position is within the peloton, gobbling up the road in front of them. Not concerned so much with the breakaway. They do have to catch that. Plenty of miles left to do that. But I think that the tempo and the inertia is being initiated because of everybody wanting to be in the front of the group to have a chance at the sprint. So all the sprinters teams will come forward. All the GC contenders teams will also come forward to keep their men out of trouble. Bradley Wiggins, a perfect example of that. He's in the yellow jersey on the left-hand side of the peloton, only 5 wheels from the front of the group. And with 9 miles to go, that's the perfect place to be.
Well, Bob, I've got down around about 10 guys who I reckon can sprint very well out of a pack like this. They're all youngsters. Which is the strongest team, do you reckon, right now to be able to get the organised train down towards the run-in in La Clayette?
You got to give the advantage to the Argos team, dedicated John Degenkolb 100%. All of his teammates will sacrifice everything they're capable of to keep him out of the wind and in the right position to unleash his sprint within sight of the finish line, which comes very close from the end. So a lot of intuitive lead-out will need to be done by his teammates to give him a chance in the finale of today's stage.
Well, everybody now getting very, very nervous. We're inside of 15 kilometers. That's inside of 10 miles of racing. He's done a great job, the Japanese champion here, all day, Yukihiro Doi. He will not be part of the lead-out train towards the end. He's setting this tempo to prevent any attacks. There's the champion of France over on the right-hand side as well in the blue, red and white. That, of course, Sylvain Chavanel. On the opposite side in the yellow, there is Bradley Wiggins, making sure that if there's any dodgy run-ins towards the finish line, he is away from danger. And there's a nasty cobbled roundabout, Bob, at 1,300 meters to go. Now, that could be the scene of a bit of excitement.
Well, that will definitely provide some excitement for us. Hopefully not in the wrong sense of the word, in the right sense. But Team Sky bringing an incredible squad to the Dauphiné this year. That man, Christian Knies, former champion of Germany, on the front of the peloton, but they also have Chris Froome, second in the Vuelta a España last year. Edvald Boasson-Hagen, one of the very best professionals in the world. Knies, I mentioned. Danny Pate, the American, and teammate of Wiggins in the Tour de France last year. Richie Porte, Michael Rogers, and Konstantin Zivsov. What a squad Sky brings to the Dauphiné. They're taking this race very seriously.
Over on the left, a little peeping through there of the green jersey. That, of course, is Cadel Evans. He's being moved up to the front. Giovanni Bernardo, not quite sure what he's doing. He's to be the new polka dot jersey as the leader of the King of the Mountains tonight. And he went out and grabbed 2 third places on the mountains here this afternoon to get himself 3 points to put himself back in the lead in that competition. He's been a professional for 8 years, by the way, and a lot of people do say probably a lot thanks to Dad, because Jean-René Bernardo is the owner of that team.
Good story about the Bernardo family. Some question as to whether or not they would even have a sponsor. They found Europcar, and they were led in the Tour de France last year by Thomas Voeckler, that spent 9 days in the yellow jersey, and it was a great Tour de France for that squad. I'm sure Europcar is thankful to the Bernardo family for keeping that squad going.
Well, in fact, to add on to that story, Bob, in fact, Thomas Voeckler had already decided to move to a different team, and it was only Thomas Voeckler's return back to that squad that allowed Europcar to actually complete the contractual agreements. As we can see, the beautiful town of Châteauneuf just in the back there, that in fact is the nice church of St. Peter and Paul. This is a beautiful part of France here this afternoon, but that is impressive speed that we can start to see in the main field now, because they're starting to wind it up. They're starting to get a little bit nervous. All of the sprinters are thinking about their chance, where they're going to make the move. And on a day like this, a lot of these guys, Bob, have not actually had a chance to see what the finish is like. And I can tell them there's a sweeping right-hand bend at around about 2 kilometres to go. Then there's a little bit of a cobblestone section at 1.3 kilometres to go. And then the road bears all the way around to the left. You don't really see the finishing line until the final few metres.
Well, that's a good point you bring up. All of these riders, a lot of them younger professionals, haven't had a chance to see the run into every town, every road in Europe. They will have to depend on their team managers. And for a guy like Bradley Wiggins, you can see right in the middle of your screen in the yellow jersey, he depends on Sean Yates. He's in the team car, calling out the orders, telling riders what to be aware of, what to keep in their back of their mind as alerts along the race course. And Sean Yates has probably done every road in Europe about 50 times, at least, if not on his bicycle, in the team car as well.
Well, the big advantage now is a lot of riders, they use satellite imagery to look at the running towards the finish as well, to be able to explain just exactly how the race is going to unfold. We won't see it on the running towards the finish today, Bob, but 4 kilometres from the finishing town of La Clayette, there's a small town called Le Guidon, which in cycling, in French, means the handlebars. And that's the small town where Bernard Thévenet was born. He was the winner of the Tour de France in 1975 and 1977, and the first man really to dethrone Eddy Merckx.
He took Eddy Merckx's chance to win his 6th Tour de France away. Eddy Merckx could be excused, though. A fan jumped out of the melee, punched Eddy Merckx, and injured his ribs and his kidneys as well, and Eddy Merckx was 3rd at the end of that Tour de France. It was Joop Zoetemelk, the famous Dutchman, who was 2nd in the Tour de France way back in 1975. But this is the roads that Bernard Thévenet grew up riding, and you can imagine how delightful they must have been and still are to this day.
Yeah, in fact, Thévenet, although he lives in Grenoble nowadays, he's part of the organisation of this, and he's the race director of the Criterium du Dauphine, and probably one of the reasons why we're going not too far away from his hometown. Now, Team Sky there over on the left-hand side, they're getting themselves organised. Now, look at Bradley Wiggins there in 3rd position. He doesn't want to lose any time. Isn't it funny, Bob? A complete change from the Bradley Wiggins who said, I don't really want the yellow jersey because I want to wear my special skin suit for the individual time trial. A skin suit that has been designed for the Tour de France, and of course, more importantly, maybe this year for the individual time trial at the Olympic Games.
Olympic Games coming up on Bradley Wiggins' horizons, also the Tour de France. He crashed out in last year's Tour on stage number 7 with a broken collarbone. Thought it was maybe a little bit of a tactical blunder for Team Sky to have the whole team wait for Bradley Wiggins. They didn't have a rider to compete in the overall standings. Their man, Edvald Boasson Hagen came up with a stage win later on in the Tour de France to reverse those fortunes that Bradley Wiggins took away with a broken collarbone, crashing out of the Tour de France last year. And you got to wonder, does that give him some extra incentive to be successful in this year's Tour? So far this season, he has been on fire, winning Paris-Nice and Tour of Romandie leading into the Dauphiné.
Well, he's been perfect. He hasn't put a wheel mark wrong so far this year, has he, Bradley Wiggins? Everything has gone right. He's come out every time he's wanted to, not to participate in a race, but to race the race. And that's the most important thing that he is racing. He wants to win the Dauphiné. When he won the Dauphiné last year, he was the first Briton to do it since Brian Robertson way back in the 1960s.
1960s, you have to go a long ways back. The United States, we have to go back a ways. Also, Lance Armstrong won the Dauphiné, one of the few men to win the Dauphiné and the Tour de France in the same year. Bradley Wiggins looking to do that last year, but like I said, crashing out of the Tour, denied that opportunity. You'll have to see him stay a little bit closer to the front of the field if he wants to avoid the bad luck that plagues international cycling on the run-ins to these big bunch gallops.
Right, look at this now, 10 kilometres, 6 miles to go. And in fact, talk about turning the tables. I've just noticed that Tony Martin, who is a man trying to win this bike race, he's in the pale blue jersey there, just on the far side. He's actually looking after his team sprinter here this afternoon, and that, of course, Gerard Cholek. And look here, as we can see BMC Racing moving the green jersey, Cadel Evans up to the front end of the main field. He too wants to make sure that if there's going to be any split in the field on the run-in towards the finish, he's in front of that split.
FDJ controlling the tempo, setting things up for Boani, their sprinter. Also queued up right behind them, the Quick Step squad of Tony Martin and BMC with Cadel Evans in the green jersey as the points leader, also in the action. Let's see, Bradley Wiggins moving up on the out-hand side, on the left-hand side of the peloton there, following his two teammates.
Everybody now is getting themselves organized. They're looking for teammates. They're looking for the wheel to follow because they want to make sure that they get themselves sorted out, because next we'll be charging into the finish in La Clayette. Welcome back. This is the finale now. 6.5 kilometres to go, 4.5 miles. You've got the pale blue jerseys of Omega Pharma Quick Step getting themselves sorted out for Gerard Cholek. Still FDJ never very far away from the front. They're thinking their youngster, 21-year-old Nasser Bouhani, could be the winner here this afternoon. But everybody moving up the left-hand side, the right-hand side, trying to find themselves in the right position to start the sprint. But you don't want to go to the front, Bob, too soon.
Not too soon, not too late. You got to time it perfect. We saw Cadel Evans take an opportunity on stage number 1. Danny Moreno, yesterday's stage, perfect timing. Came to the front just in the last couple of 100 meters, was able to win the stage. Hats off to Cadel Evans. He puts his teammates on the front. They sacrifice their chances to keep him out of trouble, and he delivers the wins. Great riding by the BMC squad. I'm really happy to see the way they're riding today.
Well, Tony Gallopin, the rider from Radio Shack Nissan, he's actually wearing the white jersey as the best young rider in the race here this afternoon, and he feels this is a good opportunity for him to try and get the victory if he can. You can see the red and black jerseys there looking over their shoulders. They're looking for the likes of Cadel Evans keeping up at the front. Look at Chavanel. He's going to be, I reckon Chavanel is going to be a man to watch when we get into the mountains. But here, the big long organisation of the men in pale blue, and Tony Martin is a great lead-out man. Remember how he used to lead out Mark Cavendish?
Oh, Tony Martin, one of the best time trialists along with Fabien Cancellara in the world today. Tony Martin hardly ever loses a time trial anymore. He's come back to good form. He just won the Tour of Belgium that finished a few days before the Dauphiné started after a pretty horrific crash, being plastered by a car in the bike path just 1.5 miles from his house. He's recovered from that broken cheekbone that he had, and he's back up to his top form.
174. Now, this is a shock to me because this is Lee Howard. He's one of the sprinters. He's a world champion on the track, and I was expecting him to be the man to come out of the pack for Green Edge here this afternoon. That is obviously not going to happen. Now, look at the urgency. Look at the excitement now as we get this organisation, the faces, the grimaces of everybody now trying to hold their position in the line. You don't want to touch your brakes at a time like this, because you touch the brakes just for a fraction, you slip back 15 places, and you've got to use all of that energy to move right the way back up again. The orange jerseys have appeared now, and that, of course, is for Michael Matthews.
Michael Matthews, the sprinter of the Rabobank squad. Michael Matthews, consistent winner, had a very good prologue. The indications are good from Michael Matthews, and some of the sprinters now in a little bit of trouble. A tremendous tempo leading up to the finish line. Look at the face of Tony Martin's second wheel. Sylvain Chavanel, the French champion, on the front of the peloton.
Chavat, they call him here in France. Red, white, blue, the champion de France, as he goes inside of 4 kilometers to go, 2.5 miles. This is a team that's organized. This is a team that knows exactly what they want to do. Also moving up there in the Astana jersey, trying to take advantage of this line, is Boris Bodzik.
Bodzik is the Astana rider. Where's Bradley Wiggins, though? It's a long ways down the line to find the man in the yellow jersey, Bradley Wiggins. That's a little bit too far back. 3 kilometers to go, 1.8 miles before the finish. There is a neutralized section where everybody gets the same time in case of a mishap, but it's much better to stay near the front. That's right where Cadel Evans is. He's about 10th in line. So Evans right now riding well, just 1 second behind Bradley Wiggins at the end of yesterday's stage in the overall standing.
Look at that rider pulling out there. He's done his turn at the front. He's kept his team sprinter up to as far as he can in this peloton. Then all of a sudden you disappear and you cross over the line, seconds or minutes behind everybody else. This, though, is the powerhouse of France, Sylvain Chavanel. He will ride as long and as hard as he can. There are 4 riders there from Omega Quick-Step. They've got themselves organized. The 4th rider there is going to be Gerard Scholik. A little bit further back, we can see still the green jersey. But yes, you're right, Bob. I have to say, I think Bradley Wiggins is a little bit too far down. He's over on the right-hand side. He's looking about 20th position. Now, Radio Shack are starting to move up there in the black shoulders there. They'll be looking after a man in a white jersey today, Tony Galopin.
Tony Galopin, he was 3rd yesterday. Unbelievable turn of speed on the front of the peloton by Sylvain Chavanel. We saw him lead out Tom Bonin and Paris-Nice earlier this spring, a very similar situation. They're leading for Gerard Scholik. He's the man 3rd on the road, now 2nd, but what an incredible turn of work by Sylvain Chavanel.
There, I tell you what, he's put some pain into the legs of everybody else here this afternoon. Now the next man to take over is going to be Tony Martin, looking over his shoulder. There is Scholik. Look at this. They've got all of their men left here right up to the front end of the main field. That's Bosenhagen there for Team Sky in about 5th or 6th position in the black and blue jersey. But it's chaos out there at 2.3 kilometers to go. That's a mile and a half.
Mile and a half of racing. Gerard Scholik sweeping through the last few corners. A little bit dodgy right there. Tony Martin, 2nd wheel. Steen Vandenberg, he's the man 3rd. He's a great classic specialist. Very fast rider himself. He's got his teammate right on his wheel. Omega Quick-Step looking for another win. They've won 34 so far this year, looking for another on today's stage. Scholik, perfect position in 4th wheel.
Oh, this is Deckenkolb. Oh, Bob, this is unbelievable. This is he can't look at it. It's spinning his wheels around. He's had a mechanical problem on the run into the finish. You can see the dejection on his face. He is not a happy man here this afternoon. Well, that opens up the sprint to a lot of guys now to try and get themselves a victory.
The big favorite of the sprint is out of it for today. Here is the lead out. Omega Quick-Step has led the proceedings and dominated, and let's see how the end goes. Argus Shimano, that is a real blow to the morale with just over 1 kilometer before the finish.
Tony Martin now on the front, world champion. Oh, there's a move by Philippe Gilbert. We've not seen him all season. There he is, the champion of Belgium now. He's trying to get himself the victory. Clever, crafty little move. He knows about this tricky little roundabout with 1.3 kilometers to go. Can he do it?
Philippe, don't look back. Keep plowing towards the finish line. A good gap there. 1 kilometer, 1.3, just over a kilometer before the finish line. About 1,000 yards to go. And a good attack by Philippe Gilbert. Out of nowhere comes Gilbert, the BMC rider, throwing caution to the wind. Let's see who can chase him. In last year's season, nobody could catch Philippe Gilbert once he got this far ahead.
1,000 meters to go, 60 seconds to get to the finish line. This, of course, you can see now is Philippe Gilbert. Yes, he is back, and we will see Philippe Gilbert fighting at the Tour de France, I reckon, this year. They haven't yet rattled the cage of Omega Quick-Step, but they're down to one last man. Ooh, and Gerard Scholik has been left a long way to go to the front end of this field. There's not many men in the world, Bob, can surprise a main field like this, but here, Philippe Gilbert, champion of Belgium, is.
He might be the only one capable of staying away from a big bunch gallop. Here's the inertia now. Here's the lead out going. Matthews coming into the frame with his Rabobank teammate, and Radio Shack leading out for the man in the white jersey on 2nd wheel. That is Tony Galopin.
As Popovic is doing the pacemaking, they've caught the champion of Belgium. Now they're starting to line up for the finishing line. They're over there. Scholik is in about 2nd position in the pale blue there. The sprint is starting to open up. This must be Roger Klug. Oh, there's a crash. They've gone down there. Somebody's gone down there. You've got Michael Matthews in with a spill coming through. Is Bosenhagen. Gerard Scholik is in the pale blue, but Bosenhagen has come out of nowhere to get that one. Wow, I don't know who went down there, Bob, but he went down very, very hard indeed. That's a win for Team Sky, and I would not have expected that one.
Wiggins weaving his way through the chaos there. It looked like a Euskaltel rider, perhaps one of the Radio Shack men as well, going down within sight of the finish line. But nobody could be faster than Edvald Boasson Hagen coming out of the peloton. He did that in the Tour de France last year, winning one of the stages, stage number 6 it was, and again today, unbelievable ride by Boasson, timed it to perfection, didn't have any teammates leading him out, but he followed the wheels perfectly, and he had the quickest turn of speed at the end of the race.
Well, Bob, this man is a winner. Whatever he might say about riding for Bradley Wiggins, he likes to win bike races. He's been one of the most successful youngsters coming through on the squad. He just turned 25 just a few days ago before the start of the Criterium du Dauphine, and I'll tell you what, he had to ride on his own. The rest of the team are dedicated basically to Bradley Wiggins. Alexander Vinokurov coming across the finishing line again, and I tell you what, that was a very nasty tumble on the run into. That's Gerard Cholik on the left-hand side in the pale, but look at the face of Boasson Hagen. Bodog is his nickname with the team. A little bit further back in the orange is Michael Matthews, but that was a very, very dominant victory. That, by the way, is the chateau here of La Clayette, and it was built way back in 1380.
1380, that's an old building, but a new monument to cycling was by Edvald Boasson Hagen.
Let's have a look at that crash one more time there, Bob. It looked to me as if somebody was taking a few risks, and, you know, they zigzag. And I'm looking, there's a Euskaltel rider over on the left-hand side there, and it looks to me as if he actually touched the curbstone, and then he catapulted into the middle of the main field there. His bike is going upside down the middle of the road, and it looks as if that probably was Ricardo Garcia from Euskaltel Euskadi. And here's confirmation of the result. Cholik was second. Bodzik was up there in third place for Astana. It was Roger Kluger in fourth, and Murillo Fischer was up there for Garmin Barracuda in fifth place. Not bad for a 32-year-old.
And Tony Gallopin, the young rider, showing good signs of a fantastic turn of speed in sixth on the stage. Jonathan Cantwell, in the absence of JJ Haedo, unable to deliver, 10th on the stage.
As Garcia crosses the line here, a lot of questions will be asked tonight around the dinner table at Argos Shimano, because in the finishing straight there, a little bit further back, you can see 3 riders from Argos Shimano coming in, but the next man to cross the line, John Deckenkolb, and I wonder if he would have won. A lot of ifs and buts in the sport of professional cycling. No ifs about this, though. Edvald Boasson Hagen will talk to us after the break. The Epic Cycle, presented by Michelob Ultra on the NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Strava, track your ride and compete against friends, locals and pros. Go to strava.com to get started. And Competitive Cyclist, for 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivegyclist.com/TDF and use the promo code TDS15. Well, as we now look at Edvald Boasson Hagen of Norway climbing onto the podium for the 62nd time in his career, and he's only 25 years of age. Bob, for a man who has worked so hard for the team, how about that for a win?
Living, breathing personification of desire. He spent 100-plus miles on the front of the group, working to keep his teammate Bradley Wiggins in the yellow jersey. Still has the strength, the speed, and the class to get a stage win for himself. Brilliant riding by Bohag from Norway.
Formerly a big man winning stages for Columbia High Road. 14 wins he had back in 2009. The Road ID ride of the day today goes to Edvald Boasson Hagen.
In the blue, white, and black of Team Sky, Bohagen starts his sprint with about 150 meters to go. Easily accelerates to the shoulder of Gerard Cholik, then hits the boosters. Good night, Irene. It's all over but the teardrops for the rest of the field. Bohagen, a great stage win.
A very dominant stage victory by Edvald Boasson Hagen of Team Sky there, as he comes right down through the middle, avoiding all of the crashes and disturbances at the back end of the main field. A clean run at the finish line from the man from Norway, getting himself win number 6 so far this year. That's why he's the Road ID ride of the day. He's a man who goes out and gets the wins whenever it's presented to him. He's a great champion from Norway, Edvald Boasson Hagen, but at the Tour de France, he'll be dedicating himself to Bradley Wiggins. But he talked to us.
Edvald, everybody expected to see maybe Nasser Bouhanni or John Degenkolb to win, but today you won, and for you that's not a surprise.
Yeah, it was a nice day for the team. We had the yellow jersey and we didn't really have to work at all, so that was good. And the team did a good job to keep Bradley up in the front, and then I could sit behind, so it's really good. And Degenkolb, he had a flat tire, I think, so then it was one less to sprint against, and I won, not easy, but with a good enough gap, so I'm really happy.
That's a good week for our Sky. Bradley is in yellow and can maybe win this weekend. You win today.
It's a really great, a really strong team, and Bradley in yellow, and I'm here mainly to help him to win the race, but I got the chance today to try to sprint, and then I won, so I'm really happy, and I'm happy to ride for the team. It's a great team to ride for, so cross the fingers for that we keep the yellow jersey the whole week.
I tell you what, Bob, that man, he's a star, isn't he?
He is a superstar of cycling, coveted of all the teams because of his versatility. He can win stages, he's a great time trialist, he's won classics before, and he has no reluctance to help his teammates to be successful as well. He is a gem.
And there's been no change in the overall standings today. On a flat stage, Bradley Wiggins still leading by 1 second ahead of Cadel Evans. All of these figures, I think, will change tomorrow. Carlos Barredo is in 4th place. A little bit further down, Sylvain Chavanel in 7th at 5 seconds. He's a good time trialist, don't forget. Richie Porte at 7 seconds. He's also a very good time trialist. He's in 10th place. A little bit further down, the notables.
TJ Van Garderen looking for 35 seconds. His teammate, George Hincapie, both Americans, 2 minutes down. Andy Schleck, 5:21, 0 hour for Schleck on tomorrow's time trial stage.
Well, this man, he wears a white, red and blue jersey as champion of Great Britain in road racing, but here he's the champion of the Dauphiné because he's got the yellow jersey.
Yellow jersey, another day in yellow. We'll see how that affects him in the aerodynamic discipline of time trialing tomorrow. The yellow jersey gives the boost to the man wearing it. Bradley Wiggins, he's been able to defend his leads throughout the year. We'll see how he does tomorrow. Tomorrow is a big stage for Wiggins as well.
It is, and don't forget you can follow that on the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra as we continue with Stage 4 of the individual time trial, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on the NBC Sports Network. And tonight, 7:30 Eastern, the NBC Sports Network brings you coverage of the 2012 Stanley Cup Final, Game 4 between the Devils and the Kings. For a full schedule of our cycling, log on to NBCSports.com. Till tomorrow, I'm Paul Sherwen for Bob Roll saying goodbye. Day 5 of the Criterium du Dauphine in the middle of France. Today is an individual time trial around the Beaujolais region. It's exactly the same distance as the time trial at the end of the Tour de France. For the favourites, it's a dress rehearsal. With the Tour de France looming on the horizon today, we get a preview of what's to come as the 2 top favourites square off in the individual time trial. On the one side, Bradley Wiggins, who believes he can become the first ever British rider to win the Tour de France. In the other corner, an Australian who's been there before and done it. Today, the time trial specialists size up against each other in the race of truth. Question mark still remains over Andy Schleck's Achilles heel. The race against the clock. Stage 4 time trial is next. The Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra today is the day of a very important individual time trial between Villié-Morgon and Bourg-en-Bresse, a distance of 53.5 kilometres or 33 miles. Hello everybody, I'm Paul Sherwen. Alongside me is Bob Roll. Bob, this is a big test for all of the guys who want to win the Tour de France this year because it's exactly the same distance as the final time trial of the Tour de France in July.
As well as the Dauphiné here this year, it is the day of reckoning. The time trial separates the exceptional from the very best. And at 33 miles in length, Paul, this is a serious test for all of our contenders. When the watch stops and the time is taken, we'll know exactly who's going to be competitive, not just for the Dauphiné title, but also the Tour de France.
Well, for me, it really is, Bob, a challenge between Bradley Wiggins and Cadel Evans, starting the day separated by a single second. Tony Martin, yes, well, he'll be up there as well. Let's not forget he's the reigning world time trial champion, and he knows how to ride a very good individual time trial. Bob, take us through the route.
Well, there's no King of the Mountain points up for offer, but it is most certainly not flat. Villié-Morgon is the start town. Bourg-en-Bresse is the finish town, as we said. 53 kilometers, about 33 miles of racing. This continues to undulate from start to finish. There are 2 time checks out on the race course, and then there's a feed zone also, but I think the riders will be speeding right through that. And Bourg-en-Bresse is the finish town right here in the wine region of France.
Well, earlier today, in fact, starting very early on, Andy Schleck, because he's so far down in the overall standings, had a disastrous day out. He's crossed the line here in 49th place, but if you just look at the back of his skin suit here, not only did he crash just after the first time check, he changed his bike and then had a flat tyre. I'll tell you what, Bob, this is not the best ideal training for the Tour de France. However, the man who set the fastest time early on was the man who won the prologue at the Criterium du Dauphine, because Luc Durbridge stopped the clock with a new best time when he came in. I think Olympic aspirations for this young man.
Luc Durbridge dreaming of being on the Australian Olympic team in London. He has not been named to the team yet. He feels like his efforts here against the clock in the Dauphiné should put him at least on the long team for the Olympics.
Well, that man getting into the starting house there, Cadel Evans, is on the short list for the Tour de France, and that's a certainty as he rolls away from the starting ramp here. He's a good man in the individual time trial, Bob. I think, though, the time trial today suits a guy like Bradley Wiggins more, who's a pure tester.
Cadel Evans himself can do a great ride against the clock when he needs to. We saw that in the Tour de France last year, taking the yellow jersey on the penultimate day and running out the eventual overall winner of last year's Tour de France. It's a good distance for Cadel and being a little bit longer. Also, it comes after a number of hard days of racing. One of Cadel's hallmarks as a great athlete is his ability to recover. So not only today will we see the ability to time trial well, also to get through the hard stages that are a hallmark of all of big stage racing in the world today.
Well, I spoke to his team manager this morning, Jean Lelong, and he told me last night Cadel was so meticulous in his preparation. He drove the course in the car last night and in fact rode the whole course this morning behind the team car to get himself up to the kind of speed that he knows he's going to have to ride. A lot of people are predicting around about a 50 kilometre an hour average speed for the winner this afternoon. That's 31 miles an hour. That's a fast time trial.
And Luc Durbridge himself just under 50 k's an hour. Average speed throughout the hour plus of racing, and 33 miles. That's absolutely flying. But watch for Wiggins and Cadel to be nearly as fast as Durbridge, if not a little bit faster in their average speed.
Well, this man is going very fast indeed. I tell you one thing, Bob, a lot of problems about the choice of equipment today as well, because an accident to Andy Schleck, as we saw a little bit earlier, look at him go around this corner one more time. He really is taking a lot of risks.
Absolutely hossing it through there, sliding the rear tire a little bit. He does come from a mountain bike background. It didn't seem to disturb Cadel too much, but that was a risky maneuver, but he most certainly did not slow down whatsoever.
I was going to finish that story about Andy Schleck, Bob. A lot of the riders coming in from the finish are complaining about the changing direction of the wind. It starts off as a tailwind, then it's a crosswind. This man now knows how important the individual time trial is today. Bradley Wiggins is in the starting house and he rolls down for 53.5 kilometres.
Huge cheer from the crowd to greet Bradley Wiggins as he starts his 33 miles of the individual time trial here at the Dauphiné. The overall leader so far. His teammates have performed flawlessly. One moment of panic, perhaps, in the first days of racing came yesterday when he had to weave himself through the damage after that big crash within sight of the finish line. Otherwise, it's been a perfect Dauphiné for Bradley Wiggins so far. Well, you can just see there the Moulin à Vent. That's a very, very famous windmill. In fact, one of the most famous vineyards in this part of the world. It's the vineyard for the Beaujolais region. Some very, very old wines here as we make our way through the Beaujolais region to begin with, before finishing in the outskirts of the small town of Bourg-en-Bresse, which is renowned for its chickens. But for everybody else in the bike race here this afternoon, the most important thing is the battle, Bob, between Cadel Evans and Bradley Wiggins. Who's going to come out on top? Well, this is a big rendezvous for who will be the overall champion of the Dauphiné, most certainly. We have 3 massive days in the mountains in the next 3 days of the bike race, but today is a very special discipline. One man, no teammates, against the clock. It is the race of truth, and 2 great champions square off on today's stage, Evans and Wiggins. Well, this is a good ride by Van Garderen. He was 4 seconds off the time of Luc Durbridge at the first time check, but it looks like he's weakened a fraction down towards the end. He too, Bob, not really nurturing thoughts of a high place in the overall standings, but he has to ride a good time trial to measure his career further on. Young professional, one of the new stars of American cycling, up and coming. Van Garderen coming to the finish line, second so far, and he will the second at the time. Good ride by TJ Van Gardner, a little bit slower than Luke Durbridge, but he's been doing a lot of work throughout the first stages for his team captain, Cadel Evans, and that's what he's dreaming about for this year's Tour de France. There will come a day when he comes in as the team leader of the Tour de France, but for now, he's helping this man, Cadel Evans, and his chances in the Tour.
Well, but he's just lost his bottle there, Bob, and you did mention there is a feeding station out on the course, but I wonder if the team will realise that in a time trial of this length, it's very, very important to have plenty of liquid on board, because this is not a short time trial. Just having it just bounces out there.
Well, this could be a very big problem for Cadel Evans going forward on today's stage. If you're meticulous about your preparation, you make sure that your cage is tight enough to keep the bottle in there no matter what kind of bumps you hit. That might be disaster for Cadel Evans. You have to stay hydrated. It's over an hour of racing.
Well, Luke Durbridge is the leader, but the big story of the day is it's Cadel Evans up against Bradley Wiggins. What a fight. The Epic Cycle, presented by Michelob Ultra on NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Villié-Tristina, 106 years of bicycle-making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lampre ISD. And Competitive Cyclist. For 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDF and use promo code TDS15. Eyes down on the individual time trial here, and this is good a ride. It's going to be a good ride here by Kelderman, because he was actually faster than Durbridge at 18 kilometres, faster at the second time check by 30 seconds. So this should, Bob, be a brand new best time here for Wilco Kelderman.
Last corner. Oh! Almost going down, sliding everywhere. And Kelderman back on course. He was the best under 23 rider at the Tour of California, just recently finished. He's coming to the line with the best time so far.
Well, he must have faded a fraction there, Bob, and I tell you what, that was a dodgy little corner. He has got the best time, but only by 11 seconds. Let's watch this one more time, I tell you, because a lot of riders are getting caught out by this corner. It's a very dodgy corner. Look at that. He did well to hold that up, Bob.
He is sliding the back tire. Never an easy thing to do. Almost hits the fences there. Got caught up in a little bit of bump, a little undulation in the road, and then that lifted him up, and he barely made it around that last corner.
Second overall in the Vuelta last year, the Tour of Spain. Chris Froome, born in Nairobi, is coming around that same corner as well, and this is going to be a very good time by the young man from Great Britain. He is an ally of Bradley Wiggins in the mountains. He's trying to challenge the time here of Kelderman. He's gone outside of that time, but it's a good ride by Chris Froome. Froome dashes up to the line here, stops it with the second best time. That's impressive. This kid one day could be another challenger at the Tour de France. Born in Nairobi, raised in the Masai Mara, grew up in South Africa. Talk about an international bike rider. What a good ride.
And here's that last corner. Knocks his computer loose there. He was able to get around there. Second fastest time for the teammate of this man, Chris Froome.
Well, look at this. Third best time only for Bradley Wiggins at the first time check. Now, that's a little bit of a surprise. We go back up the road there to see Cadel Evans. Cadel Evans only the fifth best time, losing 17 seconds at that point to Wilco Kelderman. These two riders are fairly close together. It's all going to be, Bob, about the last third of this race. I think that's where it's the toughest.
Tony Martin out on course, started the stage, fifth overall, just a few seconds behind Bradley Wiggins. Here is second fastest at the first time check, 4 seconds down, but that puts him 5 seconds ahead of Bradley Wiggins and 1 second into the lead of the Dauphiné provisionally.
Well, I tell you what, let's have a look. Sylvain Chavanel has just gone through with the best time, the former time trial champion of France, and that's the new best time, 2021. And that is a lot faster than anybody else has gone so far, about 15 seconds faster than Wilco Kelderman. It's not a major surprise to me, Bob, because we've seen how well Sylvain Chavanel has ridden so far this week.
Sylvain Chavanel, that's a great ride so far. Faster than Martin, faster than Bradley Wiggins. That's a bit of a surprise. He's been right up there at the head of the fares throughout the race so far. So good riding by Chavanel.
Well, that little speed bump there is catching every one of these bike riders out. This is Jani Brakovic, former under-23 time trial champion of the world. Goes around the corner here. He won the Dauphiné a couple of years ago as well, and this is not a bad ride by him, but he is looking further down the road to the mountains, and what 3 days of mountains we are facing ourselves up to. So he's going to stop the clock there in 7th place. But the big gap, though, Bob, 1 minute and 7 seconds down on Durbridge.
We'll have to see how
Kelderman.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Yanni's time does against Wiggins, does against Evans, but that is a good ride considering how quick he is in the mountains.
Wow, now this is a bit of a shock here because I thought Thomas Voeckler was in good form in the race here. He's ridden some very good time trials in the past, but he was passed by Jani Brakovic and he's lost an awful lot of time. I wonder if there's a story there.
Well, this is really discouraging when your Minuteman comes flying past you when you're nowhere near the finish line. That's what happened to Voeckler. 4 minutes, 38 seconds down on the current race leader, Wilco Kelderman. Not a good ride by Thomas Voeckler.
Well, he won't be happy with that at all, but it is a beautiful part of France we are circumnavigating. And just a confirmation there, Bob, Sylvain Chavanel, first time at the 18 kilometre. That's 11 miles of racing, 2021. He is, let's not forget, a very good individual time trial. He's been the time trial champion of France on a number of occasions. He knows how to ride a good time trial, and I think he's in good form for the Dauphiné.
And did a big lead out for his teammate Gerard Scholich on yesterday's stage. Scholich finished second on the day, but let's face it, Omega Quickstep has been the team of the year so far. They've won 35 races so far this season.
Tony Martin is wearing a different coloured jersey than he has been for the rest of the week because he is the world time trial champion. But this is the wind I was telling you about. Look at those flags, Bob. They are buffeting, and the way you move around it, sometimes you've got it across. It makes it very difficult for guys to actually hold onto the machine. These bikes are not made for agility. They are made for speed and aerodynamic. The new leader is Wilco Kelderman, despite a rough ride round the corner, but the big names are still to come. Tomorrow, the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with Stage 5 of the Criterium du Dauphine. We're into the mountains tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, a new time on the NBC Sports Network. Well, Bob, this man is a strange bike rider to watch because he never looks as if he's pedaling very fast, and that's because he uses a massive gear, but virtually at the moment, he is the new leader of the Criterium du Dauphine.
Wears a special jersey in the time trialing discipline. That's the time trial world champion, Tony Martin, flying down the roads right now.
This is Jürgen van den Broek, crashed out of the Tour de France dramatically last year. A very nasty crash, which also took out Alexander Vinokourov. He was 4th overall in the Dauphiné last year. But I tell you what, Bob, everybody is having problems with this corner. They've got to almost stop dead and then try and accelerate up to the finish. Not a bad ride by this man. More of a climber than a time trialist. 4th best time for him. But look at these average speeds. 49 kilometres an hour. That's in excess of 30 miles an hour.
Oh, that's a great ride by Jürgen van den Broek. Look at these crosswinds buffeting the riders. They've been howling throughout the day. Here's Cadel Evans. I think that's a good ride by van den Broek. He was able to go wide around that last corner. Seemed to be a little bit smoother line. Decent ride by van den Broek. He'll look forward to the next 3 stages. He won a stage in the mountains in last year's Dauphiné. Watch for van den Broek to go on the attack in the next couple days.
Well, Mickey Rogers, now this is an amazing ride by me because, you know, I was saying that Mickey Rogers would not ride this time trial fast, but when you've got those bands around your sleeves like he's got, that is an indication. He's been 3 times champion of the world in the individual time trial. Just looking at his times, Bobby, he was 30 seconds down at the first time check, but he went through the second time check with the fastest time of the race so far, and he's challenging the time here of Kelderman, and it's going to be a brand new best time for Mickey Rogers. 14 seconds adrift. I think, Bob, that's an important indication that a lot of the youngsters are starting very, very quickly, and it's the second half of this race where you can make up the time.
Well, you have to be able to pace yourself to perfection to be successful in the time trial. It looks like Michael Rogers was able to do that 14 seconds faster than Wilco Kelderman, who has already 22 seconds ahead of Chris Froome. Well, Sky has come to rumble. They are dominating the top of the proceedings so far.
Yes, but this man is dominating the individual time trial with the fastest time check at 18 kilometres, 11 miles covered. Sylvain Chavanel today is our Michelob Ultra athlete profile, and he is a great time trialist. 3 times champion of France in the individual time trial.
And to the delight of the French cycling fans, spent a quick spell in the yellow jersey in the 2010 Tour de France. 2 separate days in the Tour in the yellow.
Looking very solid on his machine there, Cadel Evans, 5th time at the first time check after 11 miles of racing. But I think the more important indication is going to be the second time check because a lot of the experienced riders are actually accelerating. But you can see Cadel Evans is riding in his BMC racing suit. Well, in fact, the big problem is that if you're leading this race, you were supplied by a skin hood by the race organisation. And I thought there might have been a question mark about the actual aerodynamics. But talking to Sean Yates this morning, the team manager for Sky, he said their biggest concern was spending millions of dollars on a guy like Bradley Wiggins, then all of a sudden the chamois leather that you wear inside the suit is not the same as the one that you wear for the rest of the season.
Well, a bike rider does so many millions of pedal revolutions, you become accustomed to what you use day in and day out. And when you have to shift over to something you're not accustomed to, even though it might be perfectly fine if you're used to it, that's the problem.
Yeah, the chamois leather, called chamois because originally it was made from the leather of the chamois, the mountain goat, which lives high up in the Alps. This man is on a stormer this afternoon, I've got to say, Bob, because Tony Martin, although he was only second at the first time check at 18 kilometres covered, he now is about to catch the man that started in front of him, Paul Mertens, by 2 minutes. Now, I spoke to the team manager this morning of Cadel Evans. He told me that Cadel Evans was putting a big gear on, 55 tooth in the front and 11 at the back. Well, actually, Tony Martin's using a 58-tooth chainring on the front. Ouch!
Well, that's to anticipate the tailwinds that they are expecting to have during certain portions of the race. When the tailwind starts to howl, you need a massive gear. Tony Martin normally time trials in a 54/11. He's increased the outer chainring at the front of the rotation there in order to have a bigger gear. He's going to be absolutely flying when he hits the tailwind sections.
Well, this is a difficult course, and look at that, almost 70 kilometres an hour there on the motorbike. That's about 41 miles an hour. This is the speed that this man is going. He looks very good to me, despite the fact that he only had the third best time at the first time check. This is a man, he's a specialist at the individual time trial, the lone effort. Come from a great pedigree of racing on the track. He's been the world champion, he's been the Olympic champion, and he's got the experience. And again, Sean Yates, his team manager this morning, saying to me that he has never seen Bradley as serious he has been this year. He's getting more and more serious as he gets older.
Well, look at the cadence that Bradley Wiggin was turning over a huge gear, over 70 kilometers an hour, closing in on 50 miles an hour. A little bit of a descent, let's be honest, and a little bit of a tailwind, but to be able to turn that gear over, that's quite remarkable. Bradley Wiggin's flying also.
Have a look at Sylvain Chavanel once again. Yes, he's posted the fastest time at the first time check, but the fastest man at the second time check, Mickey Rogers, 49.18. And look at the catch here. You could see the wind ruffling in the trees on the right-hand side. This man is a powerhouse, champion of the world. We could well be here, Bob, actually looking at the Olympic Games champion as well there, 161. Well, this is the important time check, 40.5 kilometres, 25 miles. Mickey Rogers was fast, but just slotting into second place there now is Sylvain Chavanel. He's the man we're looking down onto the shoulders of here. He's a great individual time trialist. It's all going to be for him about the final few kilometres. A lot of riders, Bob, testing themselves in the individual time trial here with a view to Tour de France, as is Vincenzo Nibali.
Nibali, one of the big stars of Italian cycling. He's concentrated his whole season on success at the Tour de France. 106 kilometers of total time trialing at the Tour. You have to do a good ride in that, perhaps a little bit better than what Nibali put in on that one.
Well, this man on the right-hand side, Paul Mertens, is no slouch in the individual time trial, but the man doing the stormer at the moment, and he's probably taking advantage of that massive big gear that he's using. Tony Martin is just blowing by him. Just to explain the rules, by the way, you're not allowed to slipstream in an individual time trial because it is just that. It's an individual event. Now, if you do pass a guy, the guy who gets caught has got to be at least 20 metres away or go to the other side of the road.
Well, this is an incredible ride by Tony Martin. He's already taken 2 minutes out of Paul Mertens. Paul Mertens was fast in the prologue, only losing a few seconds to that stage winner, Luke Durbridge. And this is before the second time check. So with a lot of miles left, Tony Martin has already caught his 2-minute man. Discouraging for Mertens, but an incredible boost to the morale for Tony Martin.
Well, at the second time check, Sylvain Chavanel is the second fastest rider. But look at the trees. In fact, I think the wind is actually starting to get up for these last riders a little bit more than it was in the early part of the day. About 2.5 hours between the first riders to start and the last men to start. And if we go a little bit quickly there, Bob, we might just exceed the speed limit.
Well, watch out for Tony Martin. You see in France, they announce where the speed traps are. The speed limit here, 90 kilometers an hour. He won't become quite that fast, but he should be cautious for getting a speeding ticket on his bicycle.
Well, it's an important day today for these guys. They've been meticulously looking at the choice of equipment. This is a pretty nice looking rig that Cadel Evans has got.
One problem, though, no water bottle there for Cadel Evans. That could play into the results for the end of today's stage, but also maybe more importantly, if you're not able to stay hydrated on one day, you really pay the price in the next couple of days. So Cadel either needs to go back to the car, get another water bottle, or most certainly not miss the feed zone that's coming up in a few kilometers.
Well, actually, you're not allowed to go back to the car in an individual time trial, but there is a place out there where they can take on board drinks. But having had the accident in the early part of the race, have they had time to organise a spare water bottle for Cadel Evans?
Good question. They need to get somebody up into that position, and if he's already said, I don't need that, well, that could be a problem.
New best time at 40.5 kilometres, 48.53. The first man to go inside of 49 minutes. Tony Martin is setting this race on fire here this afternoon. His body, Bob, is lock solid. This is the Tony Martin of a couple of seasons ago. We can now start to think of him as a possible Tour de France challenger.
Tour de France, and certainly in the time trials, he will be a factor in the stages. When he's riding at his best, he has taken over from Fabian Cancellara as the supreme commander of this discipline, the individual race of truth. One man against the clock. Tony Martin is the best in the business, dominated last year's time trials, had a little bit of a slower start to the season, but last week in the Tour of Belgium started to find his form and dominated that time trial as well.
Yeah, but look at that gap. 25 seconds to Mick Rogers, 29 seconds to his own teammate Sylvain Chavanel. It really amazing. Whenever I watch him, I'm thinking, he's not really going very well today. But look at that. That's a dinner plate he's got on the front of his machine there. Now, this is David Miller, a good time trial specialist as well. And he, too, is trying to fly the flag for Garmin Barracuda. Round that dodgy little corner there. Oh, dear, very dodgy for David Miller. Almost had to get out and stop for that one. That is going to cost him dearly at the end of the individual time trial here this afternoon, because he must have lost 10 to 15 seconds. And, of course, trying to get himself back up to speed. He's going to stop the clock, though, with a time just 40 seconds adrift.
Not too bad. Watch the inside line. There's a big hole right there. It throws you to the outside of the next corner. Tripoding, we say, has to clip out and use his left leg for balance. Barely makes it around there. That's actually a pretty good maneuver to get right back into his pedal, but a bit of a problem for David Miller right there. That'll cost him a few seconds.
10 kilometres to go then for Tony Martin. He's the best rider at the 40.5 kilometre mark, but the Bradley Wiggins and, of course, Cadel Evans have still to get there. Mickey Rogers is in the lead. On Saturday, the Eyes on IndyCar Series continues on the NBC Sports Network with the Firestone 550. Will Power looks for another win in Texas when open-wheel racing goes under the lights. Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the NBC Sports Network. Back down onto the road with Bradley Wiggins. I'll tell you one thing, Bob, he went through the first time check, third best time, but am I wrong? Is he about to catch Cadel Evans?
Well, do my eyes deceive me, or right on the next horizon, could that be Cadel Evans? That's the case, and Bradley Wiggins is on a storming ride. Cadel was solid through the first time check. There's Cadel Evans, decent ride through the second time check. Let's see how Bradley Wiggins can do it. If he gets Cadel in his sights, that will give him an incredible blast of morale, and he will lower the boom all the way to the finish line.
Well, 49.54, if that's the time of Cadel Evans going through there, Bob, that's about the same time as Luke Durbridge, but it's 30 or 40 seconds slower than all of the other main contenders. Now, Richie Porte. He rode well in the individual time trial in the Giro d'Italia a couple of years ago as he comes around this corner, and he again I think has gone out to set the time for Bradley Wiggins. They're all having a very hard time negotiating that corner. He actually seems to have handled it better than anybody else so far.
Richie Porte found a good line through there. That won't help him with his time against his teammate Michael Rogers. He's done a lot of work for Bradley Wiggins and continues to be committed to Wiggins' chances. So his time trial, maybe he took a little bit of an easy ride today.
Well, the other thing, Bob, is he has not yet been considered for a place in the Tour de France team, and he's obviously got to ride throughout this Dauphiné to prove that he can be an integral part of Team Sky to support Bradley Wiggins at the Tour de France. Now this, if that is Cadel Evans' car just in front there, this is an amazing time that Bradley Wiggins is doing.
Well, let's just remind ourselves that's a pretty long straightaway. He's going to hit a big hill here, so that could take a couple of minutes time. If it only takes a minute and a half, then he is on a stomping ride, and he has none other than Cadel Evans in his sights.
Well, Bradley Wiggins has just gone through the 40-kilometre checkpoint there with a new best time. 48 minutes and 17 seconds, Bob. He is blistering the race. It's almost a minute faster than his teammate Mickey Rogers.
This is a great ride by Bradley Wiggins. The time trialing is his discipline. Here's the provisional split, 40 kilometers covered, about 25 miles. Bradley Wiggins 36 seconds faster than Tony Martin. He is right behind Cadel Evans. A great ride by Wiggins.
This is unbelievable. Cadel Evans will not like that at all. These riders started 2 minutes apart at the start of the day, and that, Bob, is not very much more than 30 seconds separates them now. This is a a storming ride by Bradley Wiggins, a solid ride by Cadel Evans, but he's not going to be happy with his preparation for the Tour de France.
Well, Cadel Evans won stage number 1 the first day out on the open road, closed his gap down from the prologue to Bradley Wiggins to be within 1 second of Wiggins throughout the proceedings so far, but Wiggins has wiped out that, and now he is closing in on Cadel Evans with about 10 kilometers, 12 kilometers to go. This is an incredible ride by Bradley Wiggins. He's got great promise. They've put everything into this man. They work for him day in and day out. He's delivered the goods so far in this year. He's won the Tour of Romandy. He's won Pyrenees, and it's because of this discipline and his ability against the clock that has given him a big advantage on all his rivals. 10 kilometers to the finish, just over 6 miles.
I think we're looking at a new Miguel Indurain here, the man who dominated the Tour de France in the time trial in the 1990s. This is a storming ride. I had a long chat with his team manager, Sean Yates, this morning, and I said to him, Sean, seriously, between ex-bike riders, do you believe that Bradley Wiggins can win the Tour de France? You know Sean doesn't mince his words. The answer was yes, definitely.
Well, Sean would never say it was even a remote possibility if he didn't believe in it. And Bradley Wiggins is proving that to be true. We're going to see Wiggins in just a moment. Cadel Evans is going to be in the shock of his season when he sees Bradley Wiggins breathing down on his neck right now. Unbelievable riding by the British star, Bradley Wiggins of the Sky team.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bob, it's a big advantage now for Wiggins as well. He had said, remember in the first days, I didn't really want to get the yellow jersey, but now I think he's taking the advantage of being the last man to start. He can see his foe in front of him, and that's a real psychological boost.
Yes, one wonders what it would be like if he had an empty road in front of him, but Bradley Wiggins can mark his effort against the man, Cadel Evans from Australia, defending Tour de France champion.
Well, this is Chavanel, because look at the face of him. He's actually weakened a little bit down towards the end. He's not going to challenge Mick Rogers at all. I think he must have gone out very quickly, because he was the fastest man at the first time check with 20:21. But he'll be satisfied with this ride once we get into the mountains. Stops the clock, third place for Chavanel. Lost 21 seconds, but look at his face.
Very interesting tactics here. Chavanel maybe a little bit too exuberant in the first part of the bike race. Let's not forget, Bradley Wiggins was slower than Chavanel at that first time check. That was a little bit shocking, but Wiggins now is starting to pour on the coals, breathing down the neck of Cadel Evans and wiping out the advantage that Sylvain Chavanel had at the first check. He is leading all riders. He's the last man to start. The second time check, nobody will be faster than that, obviously. Bradley Wiggins flying down the road.
Well, it's an amazing ride. Look at his position on the machine. He's locked in there. He's concentrated. He's got his prey in his sights. His teammate is leading at the moment, Mickey Rogers, but what kind of a time is Bradley Wiggins going to do when the clock stops?
Hey, Ali.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
Sure.
Really?
No, Bob. I'm headed to the time trial.
Oh. Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Ali Starnes won't.
How about now?
Welcome back to the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra. We are seeing a little piece of cycling history this afternoon, I would have to say, with a phenomenal performance by the man in the yellow jersey, Bradley Wiggins. We are setting ourselves up, Bob, for a massive battle over the weekend. Some huge mountains, the Col de la Grande Colombière, the Col de la Colombière. This is the best time has been posted at 40 kilometers, 25 miles by Bradley Wiggins, 48:17, almost 30 seconds faster than anybody else. Tony Martin can't be too far away from the finishing line, and here he is now. This is going to be a brand new best time as he looks at the time of Mickey Rogers, 1:04.23. This man has used a massive gear. He's battled against the winds, and he's going to report the fastest time he had until Bradley Wiggins arrived, the fastest time at the second time check out on the road. So this is no major surprise as the German gets out of the saddle, fights with the machine all the way up to the finishing line there. He can see the time of Rogers. He knows what time he's going to beat, stops the clock. New best time for Martin, and that, Bob, by 40 seconds almost.
Hit by a car a few weeks ago. You can still see the scars from that broken cheekbone. Comes sweeping through this last corner, sets the fastest time. A pretty good advantage over Mick Rogers, almost 40 seconds faster. Storming ride by Tony Martin, but will it be enough to beat Bradley Wiggins, who is absolutely flying?
Well, everybody talked about this time trial as being extremely important in view of the upcoming Tour de France, because it's exactly the same distance as the Stage 19, the final time trial in the Tour de France. This is almost like a reunion. It's almost like a dress rehearsal.
A dress rehearsal for the last time trial that could decide the Tour de France. That's at about a month and a half time. A lot of racing between now and then. But if we stop the clocks right now, that man would win the Tour de France as well. Bradley Wiggins flying through this time trial. Just about to catch Cadel Evans. A little bit of a panic, hopefully coming to the legs of Cadel Evans. And he'll try to hold off this challenge by Bradley Wiggins, but he's already taken nearly 2 minutes out of Cadel Evans. Cadel Evans starting the race 2 minutes ahead of Bradley Wiggins, but Bradley Wiggins wiping out that deficit the closer he comes to the finish of this stage.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bob, before when we're looking at Tony Martin, I thought we were looking at a possible Olympic champion in the individual time trial. I'm not sure whether we need to be changing our minds here and thinking about Bradley Wiggins after the Tour de France going on to London 2012.
Well, that's the big goals for Bradley Wiggins, the Tour de France and then the Olympic Games in London. He rides for a British team. He's a British champion. No Brit has ever won the Tour de France, and no Brit has ever won the Olympic time trial either. Maybe both of them will be done by Bradley Wiggins this summer.
Oh, that is a not good performance by Cadel Evans. He's lost 1 minute and 37 seconds at the second time check, and I'm sure, Bob, he knows that right behind him is Bradley Wiggins. Now, will he have the pride, will he have the strength to survive the onslaught of being overtaken by Wiggins?
Well, I'm wondering if losing that water bottle hasn't started to affect Cadel Evans at this point. You can go pretty far until you hit the reserves when you need to replenish the hydration in your system. If you reach that point, you absolutely fall to pieces in a bike race. Maybe that's what's happening to Cadel Evans right now.
It is a long individual time trial. For many of the riders in this race today, Bob, it's the longest time trial they've ever ridden in their lives. And there again, you can see there's confirmation there is no bottle. That could be what's gone against Cadel Evans this afternoon.
Bradley Wiggins had the fastest time there. Cadel already 1 minute 37 seconds slower than that, and I think he's considerably slower than that at this point with just about 5 kilometers, 3+ miles to go before the finish line. And this is an incredible turn of events. Cadel Evans now taking this left turn, and he'll be able to see the town. 4 kilometers to go, just over 2 miles.
Well, I tell you, Bob, there's some very interesting performances here, because I never would have predicted a ride by Mickey Rogers, the teammate of Bradley Wiggins, such as he's done today, because he hasn't ridden a good time trial for a couple of seasons. And what about this? Nobody ever would have expected to see this sight now. Cadel Evans about to be caught by Bradley Wiggins.
Well, let's look at the teammates of Bradley Wiggins. You got Chris Froome, you got Mick Rogers. Mick Rogers sitting on the top of the standings. Presumably he swept through all of those corners as fast as he could. That's a big advantage for Bradley Wiggins, because Mick Rogers can tell his team manager, Sean Yates, that's following Bradley Wiggins, go a little bit faster here. You got to slow down here. You got to watch out for this here. And that's Wiggins has used that to maximum advantage so far in this stage.
Huge time gaps. 36 seconds to Tony Martin at the 25-mile time check there, and he's got that man in his sights. He wants to try and catch him if he can before the end. Will this, Bob, be a psychological blow for Cadel Evans' preparation to the Tour?
Oh, most certainly. You have to be worried if a rider catches you for 2 minutes at any time in a time trial. Cadel Evans, accustomed to being one of the very best in the business at this discipline. But Bradley Wiggins on a whole nother level so far this year. Destroyed everybody in the time trial in Paris-Nice, was great in the Dauphiné, also won that and the overall title in both of those stage races, and he's continued to carry that form forward in the Dauphiné.
Carlos Barredo, 31 years of age, just the other day. He's not a great time trialist, but he's a man who will be aggressive when we go into the big mountains. He's coming up to the finishing line. It's going to be a respectable time, I say, Bob, for a man who's better renowned as a climber. As he sprints up to the line, he's going to stop the clock just inside of the top 20, but the gap, 2 minutes 25 seconds
to Tony Martin. He did put Tony Martin under pressure in the Tour of Belgium last week. It wasn't in the time trial, it was the stages after the time trial. Barredo keeps himself in the picture, but that is considerably slower than the current leader, Tony Martin.
There are only 3 riders left to finish. Andre Grivko of Team Astana, Cadel Evans, who we are with right now in the red and black jersey of BMC Racing, and of course Bradley Wiggins. 2 kilometers to go. Should take him about 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
And Bradley Wiggins just inside of the 2 kilometer point now, 1 mile plus a little bit. He can see Cadel Evans. He is storming down this last couple of straightaways. Maybe the only thing that could derail Bradley Wiggins was that last corner before the finish line, but presumably he's been given the details of that from his teammates that are already in the finish line. All of the Skyriders will be watching this, and they are probably going to be thrilled to see Bradley Wiggins closing in on Cadel Evans.
Well, there we are. This is Andrei Grivko. He's been a time trial champion of his own country in the past. As he comes around the corner, he's a Ukrainian rider, and he's put a solid time trial performance in here as well, because he's going to finish inside of the top 20. He'd wanted to try and get the race lead early on in this event, Bob, after his prologue performance. That's not going to happen, but again, 49 kilometers an hour.
Astana's had a good season so far. Andrei Grivko's flown the flag for the Astana squad. He's from Ukraine. They're from Kazakhstan. In the Dauphiné, he did a prologue just 2 seconds slower than Bradley Wiggins, but this long time trial, he'll be considerably slower than that.
Well, I wonder, Bob, if it's going to happen here this afternoon, if Cadel Evans is going to get caught by Bradley Wiggins. Psychologically for Bradley Wiggins, is it a big advantage? Because you know his team manager, Sean Yates, he was a great time trialist himself. Is that a help for Wiggins?
You know what? You do not want to enrage your rivals. And catching him within sight of the finish line, maybe it's better to back off a little bit. Then Cadel will not have had the ignominy of being caught in the time trial. He's a proud man, and that might make him go on the attack in the mountains. Perhaps better let him finish first, get as close as you can, but maybe not pass him within 1 kilometer or 1,000 yards to the finish line.
Well, he's got 500 meters to go, Cadel Evans, and if he was to look round right now, he would see the shape and the form of Bradley Wiggins coming down to him. He's not going to get caught here this afternoon, Bob. Look at this face. He will not be happy with his performance, but to put it into perspective, it's not a bad ride. He's almost rivaling the time there of the Tony Martin, but as he comes around this corner, I think when he looks at the results tonight, he's not going to be a happy man.
Looking for 6th right now, top 7 in a long time trial. That's not a bad result whatsoever, especially when you consider Cadel Evans' climbing pedigree. But when you look back down the road, and Bradley Wiggins now coming into the last corner, that's going to be discouraging for Evans.
Well, there's a final corner now for Bradley Wiggins, and this is going to be an unbelievable time by Wiggins as he gets out of the saddle. He's a yellow jersey at the start of the day. He's going to extend his overall lead in the classification tonight. New best time, 1:03, a 33-second beating of the world champion.
And the first man to go that quickly, Bradley Wiggins. What a great ride by the British superstar. He has come to the Dauphiné to make his final preparations for the Tour de France. Long TT in the Tour to close off the proceedings at the Tour de France, and a long TT here in the Dauphiné. Bradley Wiggins has used that to maximum effect, and a great, storming, dominating ride by Bradley Wiggins in the time trial.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bob, that is a phenomenal performance. Look at this for the overall standing, this final results of the stage today. Bradley Wiggins, 34 seconds faster than Martin, 1 minute and 11 faster than his own teammate Michael Rogers. Sylvain Chavanel in 5th place. Christopher Froome, Sky Pro Cycling in 6th place at 1:33. Cadel Evans inside of the top 10 in 8th place, but the gap's 1 minute 43 back. Luis Leon Sanchez almost 2 minutes behind. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll have a chat with this man in the yellow jersey. Bradley Wiggins today on fire.
After my heart stops beating out of my chest. After I've felt the burn. After I've gone to hell and back, I refuel with chocolate milk to replenish critical nutrients and for high-quality protein. That's how I prepare for tomorrow. That's my after.
The Epic Cycle, presented by Michelob Ultra on the NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Strava. Track your rides and compete against friends, locals and pros. Go to strava.com to get started. And Competitive Cyclist. For 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDF and use the promo code TDS15. Bradley Wiggins has just put in a monumental performance here and laid down the gauntlet for the month of July and the Tour de France, because I have to say, with this win here this afternoon, he's got to be now considered a hot favourite for the Tour de France in July.
Well, the other contenders for the Tour de France can tighten down their aerodynamic booties. Bradley Wiggins on fire in the individual effort against the clock, the race of truth. We knew he would do a good time trial, but this was a truly storming ride. That's got to be worrying for anybody else that wants to win the Tour de France.
Started his individual time trial very conservatively and finished it off at a blistering pace. Road ID ride of the day, none other than Bradley Wiggins.
This is the way to dominate a bike race, put in a storming effort against the clock, over 30 miles per hour average. Not sure how many people could do that for 1 mile, let alone 31.
Yeah, that's our Road ID ride of the day, and Bradley Wiggins will extend his lead in the overall standings. I tell you what, Bob, he's going to be almost in an unassailable position with the mountains looming.
Mountains looming, 3 more days left in this race, but all of them up and down, huge climbs still to come. That's a big lead, but nothing is secure in professional bike racing these days. Bradley Wiggins will also have to be climbing well if he wants to win the Dauphiné.
Well, we're going to put the next 3 days into the Alpine passes, and Bradley Wiggins knows what that's all about. He's been there before, but today he really has, I think, made a very strong statement about the Tour de France in July, and he will be right now on the defensive, Bob. As we look at the gaps, Bradley Wiggins now leads this race by 38 seconds over Tony Martin, a minute 20 over his own teammate Michael Rogers. Cadel Evans in 5th place at a minute and 44. Looking a little bit further down, Wilco Kelderman, best young rider in the Amgen Tour of California, is 6th, and Andre Grifko rounds out the top 10.
Amongst our notables, TJ Van Garderen still riding well, 18th overall, but look at the time gaps. Started the stage, 21 seconds separating the top 30, and now there's massive gaps amongst the top 30 riders.
Let's just listen to what Brad Wiggins has to say.
Bradley, this time trial 53Ks is one of the reasons you came here on the Dauphiné. Mission accomplished.
No, I came here because I won last year, but it's always nice when there's a time trial of that length, and obviously it suits me down to the ground, and it was tough out there. There was a lot of wind and it was a bit dangerous at times, so I'm just delighted to beat Tony, because it's not every day you get to beat a world champion, and made up.
Yeah, I suppose it was also a boost in confidence, catching up with Evans on the final straights there.
Yeah, but I think I wasn't concentrating too much on that, because Cadel's a great champion, and you never know kind of what his objective was today, and whether he was going 100% or whether he was just saving a little bit. So it's always nice to see the winner of the Tour de France ahead of you, but I was just concentrating on my own effort, and I think I got everything out of the finish, so I'm pretty pleased.
Yellow jersey well on your shoulders, now time for the mountain. How are you feeling before that?
Yeah, same as every day, we've trained for this, we've grafted the last couple of months, and we're just seeing the results now, and the next couple of days, is the same, and the boys have proved this week that they're strong enough to do that, and yeah, we'll see, but it's no means over yet. There's still some tough days to come.
Well, Bob, he's right. His time trialling is superb. What about his climbing ability?
Well, his objectives so far perfectly on track. Great teammates, solid in the time trial. The mountains will tell everything in the Dauphiné this year.
Yes, we've got 3 days in the high Alps to sort the men out from the boys and see whether or not Bradley Wiggins has got the mettle to take through to the Tour de France. Don't forget, the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with Stage 5 of the Criterium du Dauphine tomorrow. New time, 3 p.m. Eastern, here on the NBC Sports Network. And don't forget, the Stanley Cup Final Game 5 moves to New Jersey Saturday, and you can watch it at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on NBC. For a full cycling schedule, log on to NBCSports.com. Till tomorrow, on behalf of Bob Roll, I'm Paul Sherwen saying goodbye. The Jura region of eastern France is the appetizer of a 3-day extravaganza in the mountains, culminating in a weekend in the high Alps. Not surprisingly, Bradley Wiggins is put under pressure in the early slopes by his Aussie rival, Cadel Evans. Yesterday, Bradley Wiggins confirmed his place as the leading challenger to Cadel Evans at this summer's Tour de France. The 32-year-old rider scorched the 33-mile time trial course and almost caught the 2011 Tour de France winner, Cadel Evans, en route to a dominating stage victory.
A great, storming, dominating ride by Bradley Wiggins.
Andy Schleck's problems went from bad to worse as he crashed badly in the time trial. But he will look for some redemption over the next 3 days in the mountains. Now it's time for Bradley Wiggins to defend his yellow jersey. We're into the mountains next. The Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra moves into the Jura Mountains today. A very tough start to 3 days of passes in the Criterium du Dauphine. The 3 days when anybody who wants to win this bike race will have to come out and play. The stage from Saint-Trivier-sur-Moignans to Rumilly is 116 miles long, but a very testing course. Hello everybody, I'm Paul Sherwen. Alongside me is Bob Roll. Bob, that was a dominant performance by Bradley Wiggins in the time trial yesterday, but today it's a different story.
Different story. Bradley Wiggins set the table. Who will dine and who will starve? It's up to the mountains to decide. We have a very tough mountainous stage on today's stage, but Team Sky, they came to this race with their A squad and they all rode very well. Mick Rogers third in the time trial and sits third in the overall standings as well. He is the teammate of Bradley Wiggins.
Yes, but look at that, in 5th place overall, looking for 1 minute and 44 seconds. I'm pretty certain that Cadel Evans would not have been expecting that at the start of yesterday's individual time trial. But today is a different kind of course, Bob.
Very tough stage in the mountains to the finish town of Rumilly. There is a beyond category climb, Le Grand Colombier, midway through the stage. That will be featured also in the Tour de France. An almost identical race route will be on stage number 10 this July in the Tour, and it's a testing route for the riders in today's Dauphiné stage.
No, very important, I think, Bob, for a lot of the riders who will go on to the Tour de France. This climb, in fact, has not been used in the Dauphiné since 1988, and the winner on that occasion, of course, was Charlie Motte. Earlier on today, though, there was a little bit of drama out on the course, because if you look at the group at the front there with the red-black jerseys, that is Cadel Evans. He put the hammer down, Bob, actually on the descent, and caused a gap between himself and Bradley Wiggins.
TJ Van Gardner, the young American on the BMC squad, putting in a big attack here on the descent with two teammates, Cadel Evans being the foremost 5th overall. But watch this from the peloton in the yellow jersey.
That is domination. That is showing a little bit of character there. Bradley Wiggins sees the gap at about 15 to 20 seconds. His teammates have helped him to perfection. He leaps across the gap and says, hello guys, I'm back in this bike race.
Well, that will neutralize the little attack there by the teammates of Cadel Evans. When you have the race leader on your wheel, well, that's the end of the story.
It certainly is, but as we rejoin the action now at 34 kilometers to go, this is one lone survivor looking over his shoulders to see just exactly what is happening behind. Here we've got a group with Bradley Wiggins, 41 seconds it is to the leader, and this is a very select group. Jürgen van der Broek is in here, Vincenzo Nibali on the far side, looking a little bit worse for wear after the hard day he's had in the saddle there, Bradley Wiggins.
Michael Rogers, his teammate, Edvald Boasson-Hagen, also in this group. So Sky, they continue to do well. They continue to dominate the proceedings, but they've been put under a tremendous amount of pressure in the mountains of today's stage. Ideally, you want to have as many teammates as you can have around your race leader. And look at Brad Wiggins. He's on the left-hand side of the peloton there, just around the front, but a very small group, and not many Sky riders left at this point.
Well, there's a little bit of a confusion here. This is Luis Leon Sanchez with the lime green glasses at the front for Team Rabobank. He's a good bike rider. All of these guys, I think, taking serious note of today's stage, because it's almost exactly the same stage as stage 10 in the Tour de France, which starts in Mâcon and goes all the way to Bellegarde, which is why I think these riders want to learn this climb that they've gone over today, Le Grand Colombier.
Menderel, that was the leader on the road. He was in an early breakaway. Back to the peloton here. That looks like Christophe Cairn, the rider from the Europe car squad, stage winner last year, and also 6th overall in the Dauphiné.
Well, it's rather interesting here, Bob, because there's nobody actually controlling the race. Up in the early part of the race, all of the control was done by Team Sky, and now they seem to be losing their grip a bit.
They have been losing the grip a little bit because of the attack from the BMC squad on the descent of the Grand Colombier. It looked like Bradley Wiggins himself had to get across, realizing the danger there. Very grippy stage so far. Bradley Wiggins starting to wonder where his teammates are. They've dominated the Dauphiné so far, but today they don't seem to have the same number of riders in the front to control the proceedings. Michael Rogers is there and Chris Froome as well, but where are the rest of the guys?
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Bob, we don't often talk about the Jura Mountains. They may not be the high mountains of the Alps or the Pyrenees, but they are a tough range of mountains to come through on a bike.
Yes, indeed. Menderel just going through the screen there. Here's the remnants of the breakaway that got away early. Some of the names in there: Vicho, Di Gregorio, Martinez Losada, Jean de Bose, and Jose Sarmiento, the Colombian rider on the Liquigas squad. He's the man in the green jersey there. He's been out on the attack for the King of the Mountain points.
Well, in fact, he's garnered enough points on the day, Bob, to be the new leader of the King of the Mountains classification by the end of the day. He went over the Grand Colombier in first place and the Col du Richemont in first place as well. The early breakaway was 10 riders initially, but every team was trying to get into that breakaway because the first hour of racing, Bob, was run off at 30 miles an hour. The average speed for the race so far, 28 miles an hour, which is pretty amazing when you think of the mountains we've already been over.
And that will increase as we get towards the finishing town of Rumilly. That was Luis Leon Sanchez Sanchez, the Raboback man in orange that just went through, making a big attack here and putting Bradley Wingers under further pressure. What we don't see is the Sky team on the front dictating the tempo in the peloton. We've got a couple of guys. That's Richie Porte, the teammate that just went through your screen, and that's the race leader, Bradley Wiggins. Big pressure now on our race leader, who has absolutely dominated the Dauphiné so far, but that might not be the case at the end of today.
Well, he doesn't look like he's under pressure himself physically, Bob, but yes, the team seem to have lost a little bit of the grip of the control, but they've got to conserve their energy, Team Sky, because we're facing up to the next 2 days in the high Alps, serious Tour de France type climbs, like of course the Jouplan, which is a scary climb with a descent, and then a mountain top finish on Sunday.
Well, the Jouplan has been the undoing of many a Tour contender in the past. It'll be very interesting to see how Team Sky handles the next 2 days in the mountains. It looks as if Cadel Evans has come to the mountains ready to go on the offensive. He put in a big attack on the descent of the Col de Colombière, and I'm sure those will continue throughout the week's racing.
Well, as we look at these riders, the remnants, the survivors of that early morning breakaway, now down to just 9 riders. Their advantage is 46 seconds, but the big question is, will the battle between Bradley Wiggins and Cadel Evans continue today?
Hey, Lucas.
Hey, Bob.
You want to go for a ride?
I can't, man.
Oh, Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Lucas User can't.
Maybe Ben King can.
Hey, Ben.
Oh, hey, Bob.
You want to go for a ride?
I can't right now, Bob.
Oh, we'll ride with you, even when Ben King can't.
Maybe Levi can.
Levi. Ben said you wanted to go for a ride. Levi.
We'll ride with you, even when Levi Leipheimer won't.
The Epic Cycle, presented by Michelob Ultra on NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Villié-Tristina, 106 years of bicycle-making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lampre ISD. And Competitive Cyclist. For 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDF and use promo code TDS15. Heading back into the Jura, the race actually finishes in the High Alps, so that's where we'll be going this weekend. This is Tony Martin here, making his way back through the convoy of cars. We've not heard anything at all on race radio, but Bob, I can only assume that what's happened to him is he's had a mechanical problem. He doesn't seem to be in any panic at all. He's in second place in the overall standings. He's an excellent individual time trialist. In fact, he's the current world time trialing champion, and he's got sights looking forward on the Olympic Games. So today he's our Michelob Ultra athlete profile.
Tony Martin, the preeminent time trialist of the sport of cycling, took that crown away from Fabian Cancellara on last year's season. He was absolutely dominant there. He was good yesterday. He was 34 seconds slower than Bradley Wiggins. Bradley Wiggins tellingly said his best feelings, his best emotions from yesterday was beating the world champion Tony Martin in the time trial and keeping the yellow jersey. But I think he was more impressed to beat Tony Martin, which very few riders can say in the last few years of bike racing.
Well, this is the second group on the road now. This is Luis Leon Sanchez trying to look for the move here. He's a very canny bike rider, the sort of move that could succeed if Luis Leon Sanchez gets some cooperation from the other riders in the group with him, Bob. The 9 riders at the front end of the bike race. There's some good riders in there. Fofanov is in there for Astana. Sarmiento is in there for Liquigas. If this group gets across the gap now, we could be seeing a very big change in the Criterium du Dauphine this afternoon.
Well, Luis Leon Sanchez starts the day in 9th place in the overall standings, just over 2 minutes behind Bradley Wiggins. So Sky will have to pay attention to this attack if they are able to. That's the question. It looks like they've regrouped towards the front now of this peloton in the run into the final town. 51 seconds is the gap to this group here from the leaders, Bradley Wiggins, but he does have 3 teammates now with him for the last part of the race.
I think it's because of the presence of that in that move of Luis Leon Sanchez. He's the rider in the orange and blue jersey of Team Rabobank. He's a great bike rider. I've always expected big things to come from this Spanish rider, who is the Spanish time trial champion, and I think that's why all of a sudden Team Sky have taken a serious interest in this move.
Well, maybe Luis Leon Sanchez is figuring that because he's 2+ minutes behind, that Sky won't chase that hard. He'll have a chance for the stage win. He's only a few seconds ahead of this big peloton that are chasing the 2 groups now. One group of 9 in the front, the Luis Leon Sanchez group, and here is the peloton led and under the control of the Sky team. They do not want to give Luis Leon Sanchez too much of a rope to get away, but if he can catch the front group, he has a chance at the stage win. He's become a very canny bike racer. Like you said, he's got 3 stage wins so far this year. 1 in Paris-Nice, very similar situation, in the hills, little breakaway, dusted everybody except Jens Voigt, then beat him in the sprint, and also 2 stages in the Tour of Romandie that take place in the very same region of France.
Well, 25 kilometres to go is the official distance for that leading group of riders, and Sanchez looking over his shoulder there to try and get some cooperation for the other riders in this group. And you know, the main field that seemed to be slipping a little bit further back, it's 53 seconds now. They really need to get themselves organised if they want to pull back Sanchez and the rest of the group. But Sanchez, Bob, in 9th position overall at the start of the day, is still looking for more than 2 minutes on Bradley Wiggins.
2 minutes and 2 seconds. That's Tiago Machado from Radio Shack, second wheel. A very good campaigner from Portugal. He's on the team of Andy Schleck. Andy Schleck having a very tough Dauphiné so far. Looked to be showing signs of life the day before the time trial, but in the time trial, the first time check, he was doing quite well within about a minute of Luke Durbridge, who was the current leader at that time, but then disaster struck. He was actually blown off of his bike by the heavy-duty winds that were blowing across the time trial yesterday. We did see how windy it was throughout the day.
Well, this is Richie Port, who's being called to the front for Team Sky to do a lot of the pacemaking. In fact, Luke Durbridge, one of the riders, didn't start this morning, Bob. The doctor pulled him out of the race because he was starting to suffer from an Achilles tendon problem, and they didn't want that to go anywhere worse, leading up to a possible selection for the Olympic Games in the individual time trial. 3 other riders not starting as well. Geschke on Seb Rosselaar and Sepp van Mark not coming out. As we look here at the Tête de la Course, they're getting pretty frisky, these guys, Bob. And, you know, there's no proper organisation, but you can see the speed. The man at the back there in the red, that's Remy de Gregorio, a former winner of the King of the Mountains, by the way, in the Dauphiné.
And a stage winner of Paris-Nice last year. That's Egoy Martinez, who was in the breaks the day before the time trial stage. So he's back in the front group as well.
Yeah, Daniel Navarro is the rider in the pale blue jersey of Saxo Bank. But watch out for that rider there in the lime green jersey of Team Liquigas Cannondale. He is a youngster from Colombia. He's a very, very good climber. He won the Baby Giro, the amateur version of the Giro d'Italia a couple of years ago. Started the year off badly with a broken collarbone in the crash in San Luis in Argentina, and then had to have an operation. He reckons he's going to be a lot better towards the end of the year, and he's aiming for the Vuelta a España.
Sarmiento, he is a King of the Mountains leader currently. He comes from a new generation of great Colombian cyclists. 2 Colombians won the Dauphiné back in the 80s, Martin Ramirez and Luis Herrera. So quite a pedigree for the Colombian athletes in this particular stage race, the Criterium du Dauphine.
Well, once again, as it was just on the day before the individual time trial, is Team Sky coming to the front in 3rd position in that line there. You've got Michael Rogers now. Michael Rogers, former 3-time world time trial champion, riding what I reckon was one of his best time trial performances in a number of years yesterday. Team Sky under pressure, or are they? Tomorrow, the Epic Cycle Series, presented by Michelob Ultra, continues with Stage 6 of the Criterium du Dauphine, and it's into the High Alps with a dramatic finish. Tomorrow at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time on the NBC Sports Network. Well, Bob, there's some organisation going on here. You know, you have to think that Team Sky have brought their A-team here to the Criterium du Dauphine, and it's still, I find, rather strange that the man who's doing all of this pacemaking on the front, Richie Port from Australia, is not yet selected for the Tour de France team. They won't make that final decision until the 20th of June, according to Sean Yates, the team manager.
Danny Navarro, Saxo Bank in the dark blue and black shorts there, just rotating around the front, teammates with Alberto Contador. Good news for all the riders on the Saxo Bank squad. It looks as if that squad might be in trouble of vanishing from the sport, but Contador signed a 3-year contract. He'll be with the boys in the dark blue from Saxo Bank for at least another 3 years through 2015, and Bjarne Riis has a good program going, and it looks like it will continue now.
Well, this man here in the Astana jersey, the turquoise colour, that's Dimitri Fofanov. These guys are hammering along here. That's Egoy Martinez in the orange jersey. Somebody's popping off the front here, and it looks like a Cofidis jersey, so that must mean it's Remy de Gregorio.
Remy de Gregorio, he won a stage in Paris-Nice, very similar to this, with a late attack and a solo streak to the line. Let's see if the other riders will chase him. Maybe not content with the tempo in the breakaway, understanding that they will probably get caught unless they go a little bit faster. Now they're starting to increase their advantage, though, 56 seconds to the group of Bradley Wiggins.
Well, Remy de Gregorio is a gangly style. He's a very tall bike rider, by the way. He runs in at 6'5", but he's very slightly built, and he's a great climber. He's trying to slip away from these guys, but they're all being attentive, aren't they?
They have brought him back into the fold. This is the chasing group led by Luis Leon Sanchez. You can see them just at the top of your screen. There's the peloton. No cars in between the gaps, so the gap's still very close. 12 miles left in the bike race, 1 minute advantage for the men in the front and one big group in between. Very exciting stage. Team Sky rotating through the front. Richie Port's been on the front for the last 10 kilometers or 6 miles. Great riding by the young Australian teammate of the race leader, Bradley Wiggins.
Well, Richie Port, by the way, Bob, was 7th overall in the Giro d'Italia a couple of years ago and the best young rider. But yes, they are riding a very hard and solid race. And I'm getting information coming in, Bob, that in fact two big names missing from the yellow jersey group. Alexander Vinokourov is not there. Neither is Andy Schleck.
Andy Schleck continues to struggle in this year's Dauphiné. The war of words in the Radio Shack camp between Johan Brunel and the Schleck brothers seems to have cooled off a little bit. Andy Schleck doing a decent opening part of the time trial, also solid in stage number 3. He was able to go on the second category climb on that stage from the last man in the peloton to the very first man throughout the climb. So that is a very impressive climbing. So I think Andy Schleck, no panic yet for Andy Schleck. He still has some time to get ready for the Tour de France.
Another big surprise really to me, Bob. In fact, one man missing from 4th place in the overall standings at the start of the day, Sylvain Chavanel, who rode a phenomenal individual time trial. Maybe one or two of these guys are actually paying for the toughness of that time trial yesterday.
Well, yes, that would be understandable. Long time trial, 53 kilometers, 33 miles, flat-out effort. It was Sylvain Chavanel that had the fastest first split, and he continued to lose a little bit of time to the stage winner, Bradley Wiggins, before the finish. But that you're going to pay for in the days to come when you go out so hard and you still do a good time trial like Sylvain Chavanel did yesterday.
Ouch, it's starting to hurt right now, and it's going to hurt a lot more over the next 2 days. I didn't like that view at the end of the valley, Bob, because, you know, there's no way out. You know you've got to climb over the top of some of the biggest mountains in eastern France. Yes, Richie Port is doing a phenomenal job here, and he's being asked to really try and ride an individual time trial. Just a little bit further back, 3rd place is Michael Rogers. Wiggins sitting there comfortable as you like. There's Tony Martin just popping in there as well. You know, Tony Martin a couple of years ago regarded himself as a Tour de France candidate. Will he handle the climbs this weekend?
Well, that's the question mark about Tony Martin. His pedigree in the time trials is beyond question. He's the best in the business currently. But in the high mountains, day after day, in the big climbs, he's never excelled. He's never really had the motivation to do that either. He's been content in the Tour de France, especially, to win the time trials and then take a back seat in the mountain stages. But we'll see in the next couple of days. He's there after the mountains of today's stage, and presumably he'll get to the finish line with the Wiggins group. Only 18 kilometers left to go. But in the big mountains, the next couple of days to come, they will be very telling whether or not Tony Martin can remain in second place in the overall standings or perhaps challenge Bradley Wiggins, or will Tony Martin plummet out of the leaders board, out of the overall standings?
Well, this is quite an interesting situation here, Bob, because when this group went over the Col de Richemont at 88 miles covered, they were only 30 seconds in front of the main field. There'd been a massive chase. There was that little skirmish with Cadel Evans putting the attack onto Bradley Wiggins. Now, all of a sudden, they're actually starting to build on their advantage over the main field. It's back up to 1 minute and 1 second ahead of the yellow jersey group. And these 9 men seem to be working well together.
Well, maybe they heard that Luis Leon Sanchez was coming across the gap and they doubled their efforts up again, because they might not be caught by the peloton now. The gap continuing to increase inside the final 10 miles of bike racing. That's a good sign for the peloton. If you look at the names in that breakaway, none of them are real danger in the overall standings to Bradley Wiggins at this point in the bike race, because Bradley was so dominant in the time trial. Huge time gaps now between the whole peloton and Bradley Wiggins. A pretty handy lead over second place, 38 seconds to Tony Martin.
Well, looking back here at the group of Sanchez, group number 2, you can see there, and that's Sanchez in the orange jersey. He's put the cat amongst the pigeons here, because seriously, he's trying to move himself up in the overall standings today. Magnificent bridge that we're looking at here. That's the time split. 37 seconds is the group Sanchez behind the leaders, and it's 1 minute and 3 seconds back to the main field. And if you can just see that yellow car there, Bob, by the way, in second position, I think we have to have a hats off for the Mavic. They have been supporting professional cycling for 40 years. They do the neutral service in most of the big races around Europe, and they've just signed a brand new contract with the Tour de France to continue sponsoring the neutral service department there up until 2017.
And the sponsor for wheels and components of a number of the top teams in the world. Mavic, they're corporate headquarters are just nearby.
Yeah, we started from the factory gates just this morning. Now, second position there, that's Chris Froome, the British rider, born in Nairobi in Kenya. Behind him, Michael Rogers. Bob, they are doing a sterling job. They've got this group stretched out into a very, very long line. But the gap, and I'm a bit amazed here, because the gap to the leading group, who escaped very early on, is extending.
And maybe more importantly for the men in the breakaway, the gap to this group that has Thiago Machado there, just going through your screen, and Luis Leon Sanchez, that continues to increase again. They came within 20 seconds of the 9 leaders, but now they're starting to be distanced. The men in the front, if they work together, presumably they could hold off the charge of an equally sized group. And it remains to be seen whether or not the Sky team wants to collect everybody chasing to the finish line.
Well, this looks like Biel Kadri. He was in the breakaway early on in the day. He got dropped off. He got himself some points on the first climb of the day, the Côte de Collier. He was looking to try and get his lead back in the King of the Mountains classification. Well, that actually hasn't happened, has it?
Well, Jose Sarmiento went over the HC first. HC Beyond category climbs contain the most points. The riders that dominate the HC climbs usually win the King of the Mountain jersey in the big stage races in professional cycling. A little bit of disorganization now in the second group on the road. Maybe they see the peloton charging down, and they're like, hey, guys, let's just pull the pin on this one. We can't catch the leaders. We can't spend the rest of the day in no man's land. Why not just wait for the peloton? It looks like they're sitting up right now.
Biel Kadri is trying to get across the gap, while the rest of that group, I think, are about to get caught. We'll take a break.
The mountains, the forest, and the sea, they render men savage. They develop the fierce, but yet do not destroy the human. The Tour de France. Coverage begins Saturday, June 30th on the NBC Sports Network.
Coming up next, the NBC Sports Network kicks off coverage of the Belmont Stakes with Belmont Classics. Then tomorrow, it's race day on NBC in the Belmont Stakes, part of the NBC Sports Championship season at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. But here it's all eyes down for the kickoff for what is going to be a very dramatic run down towards the finish. 13.5 kilometres to go with the leaders, Tête de la Course, the front end of the race, 1 minute and 2 seconds. And I have a feeling, Bob, that little group behind has now been picked up by the Team Sky train.
You know what used to kill me is a climb that's not on the profile. The rider's climbing here right now. And in the last 13 Ks, after a long, hard day in the saddle, you get to a climb you don't even see on the profile. And ow, that stings. Sky chasing hard, but the breakaway still holding strong. This is Biel Kadri in no man's land, but behind the 9 leaders and in front of the peloton. We don't have a time gap on Biel Kadri, but to try to get across there when they're increasing their advantage, 1 man against 9 almost never works out.
It's a very, very difficult thing to do, and I'm surprised that he's actually trying to ride across the gap. I'm trying to look into the eyes there of Bradley Wiggins, hidden behind those sunglasses. I wonder what he's thinking. I'll tell you what, Tony Martin looked as if he'd had a hard day on the bike.
He looked a little bit cross-eyed there for a moment. That can be excused. A very tough day in the saddle for all the bike racers. Big mountains for the first time of the season, racing for most of the athletes in the professional peloton that haven't done the Giro d'Italia. So this is a very tough week of racing, and today, the first day in the big mountains, is always a test to the men that want to be competitive in the Tour de France. I'm very intrigued to see how Tony Martin's going to do in the next couple of days. If he can hang tough, finish second, or maybe even beat Bradley Wiggins, well, he'll be a big contender for the Tour de France this July.
Well, it's a special Tour de France, isn't it, this July, Bob, because there's a lot more time trialling than normal. Look at these beautiful gorges down here. This is absolutely fantastic. We can't actually, by the way, just follow through there with the helicopters. It's a little bit difficult to keep up the coverage, so we'll take you on an aerial tour of the outskirts of the Jura. We're actually moving away from the Jura Mountains now, heading in towards the Alps. There's no easy way in or out. This group have got themselves organised once again. The front end of the bike race, 9 riders working together, nice and cleverly together. I have to say, the young Colombian rider on the right-hand side, Sarmiento, Bob, I think he's going to be a great star in the Vuelta a España to the end of the season.
Well, a lot of good Colombians now, great bike racers coming out of Colombia. In the 80s, they were some of the very best climbers in the sport of cycling, and now a new generation of Colombians, including Rigoberto Urán and Sebastián Jose Ainao is also a teammate on Sky of Uran. Great Colombians up and coming in the sport today.
Interesting to note, Nissan Radio Shack coming up there, Bob, because I think they may well feel that their man Tony Galopin's got a crack at the finish here this afternoon. He's leading the points classification with the most points so far, so he will want to try and get his team to pull this group back. He's got a very good sprint, but they're having a hard time. These guys are really giving it everything and still extending their advantage. We're at 11.9 kilometers to go. That's about 7 miles of racing and 1 minute and 8 seconds. These boys are on with a chance of creating the surprise today.
They're going flat out here. Losada on the front for the Katusha squad. He's followed by Egoy Martinez. Remy Di Gregorio is the man in red from the Cofidis squad. They're working well together this close to the finish line, and that gives them a much better chance to win the stage, especially after such a long breakaway throughout the proceedings of the day.
You know, a lot of riders chose to ride the Criterium du Dauphine this year, Bob, for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons was yesterday the time trial was almost exactly the same distance as the final time trial in the Tour de France on stage 19, but also this stage is almost a carbon copy of stage 10. That's why I think people who are seriously thinking of winning the Tour de France this year have opted to come to this race instead of the Tour of Switzerland.
Well, in the Tour de France, knowledge is power, and seeing what to expect and actually racing over that. You could ride these roads in training 1,000,000 times and never have a similar sensation that you would have during the Tour de France. So it's great to be able to go out there and race on them as well. That's why most of our top contenders from the Tour are in the Dauphiné.
Well, let's have a look at the time split here. It's 42 seconds to Biel Kadri. In fact, he's going backwards away from that group of 9 riders. A 1:03 back to the main field. I think they've got it locked in. There's nobody really dangerous in that leading group of 9 riders to the overall lead, Bradley Wiggins, who opened up massive time gaps yesterday. But certainly Biel Kadri, I think he will get caught before the end of the race by the main field. The question mark is, Bob, will the 9-man group survive?
The 9 men in front still hanging on to a minute lead. 10 kilometers, or just over 10 kilometers, about 7 miles left in the bike race. Flat stage for the sprinters, it would be a no-brainer. And there's Biel Kadri getting caught. They would come back in with just over a minute of advantage with 11 kilometers to go. But on a stage like today, totally different story. We're in the mountains, and what happens is the GC battle comes into a part of the stage win. And if the riders are not a threat that are in the breakaway, oftentimes the race leader will do just as much energy as is required to maintain the race lead. So they have a very good chance to stay away on today's stage.
Well, the race situation here, Bob, is basically Team Sky don't need to catch that breakaway anymore. They're not concerned. There's nobody in there that's dangerous, and they're now looking to another team, a Radio Shack Nissan, to do the pacemaking. But one man chasing on his own is not going to catch 9 men.
No, he will most certainly be very hard-pressed to catch 9 in front. Eddie Merckx, perhaps, Bernardi, no, Greg LeMond, Lance Armstrong, capable. But most professionals, let's face it, that's never going to happen.
Well, you never know. There's stranger things have happened. We're now just approaching 10 kilometers ago, 6.5 miles of racing. Again, this is Daniel Navarro, a very good climber from Spain, and Team Saxo Bank looking over his shoulder. They keep whipping up the pacemaking, and every time they do this, you see how hard these guys are trying. You know, it was very difficult for the breakaway to establish itself in the early few kilometers, because I think every team manager, Bob, had said, you will be in the breakaway this afternoon. 10 kilometers to go officially for the 9 leaders. Yeah, the question mark is, will the 9 leaders survive over this last 6 miles of racing as they head down into the small town of Rumilly? Welcome back to the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra. We're on a run down towards the finish now at just inside of 7 kilometers to go, 4 miles of racing, and all of a sudden Daniel Navarro, who has won a stage with the Dauphiné before, Bob, has made the move in the pale blue jersey.
Well, you can throw the cooperation part of the breakaway out the window, the aggressive part now, the attacking part of the breakaway. That's the hallmark of people capable of winning stage. That is in the full picture right now. One thing about this breakaway, not a lot of closers in this break. A lot of guys, very strong professionals and great domestiques.
Wait a minute. Somebody's going clear there. It looks like it's a white jersey. It could be a rider from the Française de Jeu, Arthur Vichot, but there's Remy de Gregorio's making the move behind in the red jersey to try and pull him back.
Remy Di Gregorio trying to pull back Arthur Vichot in the gutter there. perhaps some crosswinds blowing also. Igor Martinez, the man in orange, he's always in the breaks, but very rarely wins a race. He's got a stage win in the Vuelta, though. This is anybody's ball game if the riders in the breakaway don't get caught.
Well, you know, with this man, Vichot, he won a couple of races last year, the Boucle of the southern part of the Ardèche and the Tour de Doubs. His uncle, in fact, won a stage in the Tour de France of Frédéric Vichot. He was a very good downhill racer. In fact, one of the stages he won was down a very dramatic descent in the stage of the Tour de France. Vichot looks back. It's probably a good move, Bob, to try and get clear, because, you know, when I've looked through the list of these 9 riders, none of them are great winners, so none of them have actually got a very good sprint, so the best way to try and win is to win alone. Well, a good indication of Arthur Vichot's abilities is he hasn't looked back yet. He's just doing the work. He's got a little tiny bit of a gap, and he is going to the finish line. He has to cut the tether to the chasers to have a chance to win the stage. For the chasers just behind, they have to start cooperating. There's 8 against 1. Presumably they can catch the breakaway. If they work together, that's the question. Yeah, but look at the gap. You know, it's down to 45 seconds on the main field. So the main field is also now starting to close in. They will start to see that group. There's no cohesion in that group there of riders. They're now down to 7 men. It's De Gregario's dropped back into 3rd position. If they want to pull this man back now, Bob, they really need to get themselves organised, and he's going to have to try and hold off the main field, who are not very far behind. 45 seconds is approximately 3/4 of a kilometre. Quick look over his shoulder for Vichot. He saw that the gap was increasing and redoubled his efforts, really hammering on the pedals. Now, if you're Remy Di Gregorio, the conundrum is if you chase down Vichot, you're towing 7 guys with you. You're giving them the advantage, and you do not want to do that. You want them to cooperate, but if they're unwilling or unable, the advantage goes over to the lone leader, Arthur Vichot. Peloton now, they have regrouped after all the climbing, and the teams will look around. Who do we have that's fast? Who do we have with the remaining people in the front group that can win the stage? And they will work for that rider and try to catch the breakaway. Well, looking down the line of riders, they're still trying to get themselves organised in the peloton here this afternoon. It has been a very grippy day. The first rider there in the dark green jersey was Thomas Voeckler. He's been very aggressive, and I think we'll see him ride well over the weekend. This group is absolutely falling apart here now, Bob. That's Egoy Martinez in the orange jersey, just scuttling across in 3rd position. De Gregorio, after his long effort, is having to plough his way back to the group. I'm just trying to look up to underneath the screen there to see whether or not Vichot is opening the gap on everybody else. If we go forward, we will find Vichot by himself. Perfect place to be for Arthur Vichot. Doesn't have to worry about whether or not he's doing too much work with anybody that's with him because he's by himself. That's a luxury, and when you have that, you got to give everything you have to the finish line. Well, this is where you have to turn your body inside out, bury yourself when you've got this chance, because if he gets caught, he's completely out of this now, Bob, and it's important for this guy. What's interesting, I think, so far about this Criterium du Dauphine, there's a lot of young blood coming through. This guy's just 23 years of age. A lot of youngsters, and a lot of French youngsters coming to the top of the sport. Also for Arthur Vichot, no confusion about what is going on tactically because he's by himself, and we'll have to see if they can organize behind. But look, now we have group of 2 guys right here, and presumably followed by the other men that were just in the break. The cat is amongst the pigeons, as they say. Well, that's Dmitry Fofanov was the rider with the Astana turquoise jersey, trying to come across the gap even from the dizzy heights of the helicopter. Now all of a sudden, different formation at the front end of the main field. This is Europe car thinking about the victory. Their victory could very easily go to Thomas Voeckler. He can pack a good sprint sometimes. Bradley Wiggins just marching out, ticking time, waiting for this stage to get over and done with, because he knows he's getting ready for a very tough weekend. I'll tell you what, it's up to 51 seconds now, so Arthur Vichot is putting a good ride in, but the question is, what are the guys behind him doing? And you're right, Bob, he's riding very sensibly. He's hardly ever looked back to judge the distance between himself and the other riders. That banner is going to tell him 3 kilometres, 1.8 miles to go to the finish. Inside of 2 miles, the peloton chasing hard. Europe car now has come to the front. Can they close just about 1 minute gap on the lone leader to give Voeckler a chance to win the stage? Europe car missed out on the breakaway. That will sting. Voeckler 79th in the time trial, so one wonders if he was soft pedaling through that, not worried about his overall standings. If that's the case, he'll want to have a stage win, salvage something from the Dauphiné, and give himself some morale going into the Tour de France. Well, I'll tell you what, this is not at all like the finish of tomorrow's stage. Tomorrow's stage, with about 15 kilometres to go, you go over the summit of a very famous Tour de France climb called Le Jouplan, and then you plunge down a daredevil descent into the finish line. Here, it's pan flat, completely different. It's ticking off at a kilometre kilometre here, Bob, at around about 1 minute and 15 seconds. Their chasers are 20 seconds behind him. Those are the survivors, that early morning breakaway, and he's got the main field pegged at 52 seconds.
Well, forget about the main field. 1 minute almost, 52 seconds, and that gap just went up by 1 second. Worry about the poursuivants, the chasers that are only 20 seconds behind.
Well, he's concentrated, this young man. Look at that. You can almost read the pain in that face of his as he's rocking on the front end of his seat. That will be a sight for his sore eyes. 2 kilometres to go. He's counting these by one, 1.2 miles of racing. When he sees the Flamme Rouge, the red kite, Bob, of the last kilometre, he's going to breathe a very big sigh of relief, because I reckon he will have got this in the bag.
Just over a mile to go for Arthur Vichot. He must have sensed in the breakaway that riders were starting to weaken. He took the perfect moment, the just exact right moment to attack. The other riders looked at each other, the other men that were with him. They hesitated for a moment, and that was all that Arthur Vichot needed. He just has just over a mile now before glory. What it would be a great stage win for the FDJ man.
Well, I have to say, Marc Madiot knows how to pick his riders, because this young guy turned professional at 21 years of age with the Française de Jeu. And that first year as a professional bike rider, Bobby won a stage of Paris-Corrèze. He won that in the sprint, but this is a completely different way. He's going out for the lone victory. This is the best way to win a bike race, isn't it? All said and done, on your own if you can.
Great news for the man in front, Arthur Vichot. The gap to the chasers just has gone up by 4 seconds, just almost at the 1K banner, 1,000 yards plus to go. And inside the final mile of bike racing, just a couple of minutes left between Arthur Vichot and what will be an incredible stage win.
Well, you know, Bob, it's just at this point now when you're starting to sense that you can win, that pain will dissipate for a little while. You'll be in an area, you'll be in a bit of excitement. We can see now there's the Flamme Rouge at 1,000 metres to go. This young kid, he'll look back to make sure that he's not going to get caught in the last moment, and he will continue his effort right the way up to the line, and then we'll see that great big two-armed salute.
Another thing that's a relief is a slight downhill. Falls flat in the positive direction for Arthur Vichot, streaking to the finish line. Just about 800 meters, half a mile to go before the finish. Great riding by Arthur Vichot. Clever to get away from a breakaway, but also very powerful riding as well. Deep in the pain cave here. Pin it to suffering and just keep it right there to the finish line.
Well, you know, some teams have had a hard time getting a tally of victories at all this year, but that's not the case for FDJ, because they will be knocking up their 10th victory of the season so far with a 23-year-old. That's the magical thing, I think, about this, Bob. It's the youngster getting a chance of glory in a great big race like the Criterium du Dauphine.
Well, this might give him a qualifying ride in the Tour de France for the first time in his career. Arthur Vichot looking around, giving a fist pump there to the motorbike. He is set for a stage win. He's looking behind, doesn't see any riders behind him. Great ride by Arthur Vichot.
Well, he looks back, very serious professional now. He knows the moment is about nigh that he's going to get that victory. He just wants to make sure that nobody's coming up at the last minute. Yes, we know you've got this one on the bag. I know it hurts. I know you really want to get the victory here this afternoon. And he looks back again. He's not sure that he's going to get this, but there's the moment, Bob, when he knows that he's got the victory finally. The two-armed salute pointing to the team. Thank you very much. That was a good time, I think, Bob. A well-timed attack there, and they almost got to his back wheel, but somehow the elastic snapped. You can hear the crowd shouting. They're going crazy for this young kid. I think we'll talk a little bit more about him. This is the 4th win of his career, and that gap actually seriously did open. I wonder if the other guys are going to survive.
Well, the others might get caught. As they say in Belgium, no one else in the photograph when you win a race. That is the best way to do it. Arthur Vichot very pleased with himself. He should be. This is the biggest win of his professional career.
Well, this is Fofanoff and Egoy Martinez over on the right-hand side. These guys have survived. They're sprinting for second place as they come up to the line. Martinez gets second, Fofanoff third, and De Gregorio in 4th place. What now is the gap going to be back to the main field? I don't think there's going to be any change in the overall standings. They were just coming around the corner there, so they were around about the 50-second deficit. And as we look down to the finish, this is Maxime Bouet who's coming across the line there. He's going to get himself a good place inside of the top 10. And the reason for that is because he's a local boy. There's the peloton now charging up to the line. And watch for Tony Gallopin on the left-hand side in the dark lime green jersey. He's trying to get himself some more points to extend his lead in the best sprinter in the race so far. Very easy win for him, Tony Gallopin, crossing the line, adding a few more points. There's the yellow jersey. There will be no change now, Bob, tonight in the overall standings.
Yellow jersey tucked safely in there. Some dangerous moments after the climbs. Team Sky looked to be a little bit out of control, a little bit of out of sorts, chasing the breakaway, but they got it back together, and they delivered Bradley Wiggins safely to the finish line.
Well, look at that face. That's the face of a man who has enjoyed his victory here this afternoon. So let's have a quick look at the stage results. Confirmation, Arthur Vichot, 26 seconds was his gap over Martinez, Fofanoff and De Gregorio, with Jose Sarmiento, the Colombian rider on Team Liquigas Cannondale, getting himself into the top 5. A little bit further down, Daniel Navarro in 7th place, and Maxime Bouet in 9th place, and 10th place going to Bruno Pires of Team Saxo Bank. But it all belongs to this man here this afternoon. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the podiums. The Epic Cycle, presented by Michelob Ultra on the NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Strava, track your rides and compete against friends, locals and pros. Go to strava.com to get started. And Competitive Cyclist, for 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDF and use the promo code TDS15. Well, Bob, the Jura didn't have much to say at the top end of the overall classification, but one man will remember his ride through the Jura Mountains this afternoon, Arthur Vichot.
Arthur Vichot stepping onto the top step of the podium for the stage presentation. This is his biggest win as a professional, coming at a great time in the season, just before the Tour de France. He should be able to be selected for his French team, FDJ.
Yep, he will certainly like to try and get into that team for the Tour de France in the month of July. It's always difficult this month leading up to the Tour de France. There's so much speculation and innuendo about who's going to make what cut and who will be there. But today, the Road ID ride of the day goes to this young man who won.
This is a great attack. You see the riders not cooperating 100%. Arthur Vichot, Danny Navarro on his wheel. Navarro looks back, hesitates for a moment, and that's all that Vichot needed to go all the way to the finish line. Great solo victory.
Yep, 23 years of age, this young man, getting himself the Road ID ride of the day here this afternoon. But, Bob, I'll tell you one thing. One man who did look at the back there, red, white and blue, champion of France, started the day in 4th place overall. Sylvain Chavanel's lost himself nearly more than 9 minutes.
9+ minutes to the leader and about 8+ minutes to the Bradley Wiggins group. For Sylvain Chavanel, you can forget about his overall hopes. He did a great time trial yesterday. He started the stage 4th overall. He's going to plummet way down the overall standings.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised about that, but maybe there's something that he knows that we don't. But there's no change in the yellow jersey, because that's still firmly now, I have to say, on the shoulders of Bradley Wiggins, looking to win this race for the 2nd year in a row.
He might do 2 more stages in the mountains between Bradley Wiggins and another title of the Dauphiné, put under pressure by Cadel Evans and BMC. A lot of fight left in Cadel Evans for the next 2 stages, but Bradley Wiggins, finally Team Sky brought it back together, got the peloton in good order, and were able to come to the finish town with Bradley Wiggins safe in the yellow jersey.
Yeah, but this man's not safe anywhere, is he? Look, there's coming across the line there. That is the group containing Andy Schleck, and that's 14 minutes. He's just going through there. 14 minutes lost by Andy Schleck. Is he going to be ready for the Tour, Bob?
Let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater just yet. It is getting quite tepid, though, in the Radio Shack camp. If you're Andy Schleck, you got to worry a little bit. He's lost time on every single stage throughout this bike race. Not a great portent for the Tour de France so far.
Well, let's have a look at the overall standings as we go into a very alpine weekend. Wiggins leads by 38 seconds from Tony Martin. 1:20, his own teammate Michael Rogers. Cadel Evans now up into 4th place. Wilco Kelderman, the best young rider, in there as well. Chris Froome in 6th, a little bit further down. Jürgen van den Broek in 8th place and Jerome Coppel in 10th. But the gaps are big. 2:55 down to the man in 10th.
13th in the standings, TJ Van Gardner in just over 3 minutes. Andy Schleck, 29 minutes and 8 seconds behind. Let's be honest, that is pitiful. You got to be able to climb better than that if you want to win the Tour de France.
You've got to try. Anyway, don't forget the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with Stage 6 of the Criterium du Dauphiné tomorrow, 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time here on the NBC Sports Network. And don't miss the Hockey Stanley Cup Final, Game 5 in the Garden State tomorrow. Kings versus the Devils, 8 p.m. on NBC. Log on to the website too for all of our cycling information. Until tomorrow, for an exciting weekend of sport, I'm Paul Sherwen for Bob Roll saying goodbye. Today is the 8th day and the final stage of the Criterium du Dauphiné in the French Alps. It's the last chance for a clash between overall leader Bradley Wiggins and his contemporary Cadel Evans before the rematch in July at the Tour de France. This week's Criterium du Dauphiné was always billed as a pre-Tour de France showdown. 2011 Tour de France champion Cadel Evans facing off against one of his main rivals, Bradley Wiggins. The battle has lived up to all of its expectations, with Wiggins holding the yellow jersey as race leader over the ever-attacking Cadel Evans, who will not go down without a fight. Today they duke it out in the mountains right up until the end with a summit finish. The final stage is next. The Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra has the riders of the Criterium du Dauphine go into the mountains of the Alps for the last time today. In the wintertime, this is a ski resort. In the summer, it's a haven for mountain bikers, but it's also the host for the final stage of the Criterium today from Morzine to Châtel, 77 miles of racing. Hello, everybody. I'm Paul Sherwen. Alongside me is Bob Roll. This week, we've seen a battle between two big favourites leading up to the Tour de France, Bradley Wiggins and Cadel Evans. So far, it's been very much advantage Bradley Wiggins.
To Cadel's credit, he's been the only serious threat to Bradley Wiggins' supremacy throughout the week's racing. Today, he has another chance to put Wiggins under pressure. There's a long, hard drag to the finish line, and if you attack, good things generally happen.
Yes, but Bob, so far, Bradley Wiggins has been ahead at every corner. Everything that's been thrown at him, he's been able to accept, and that's why he's at the top of the overall standings at the start of today. He goes into this race with a very confident final day, and I believe a very strong team to support him. One more yellow jersey is the one that he would like to get. That's the one at the end of today's stage when he will run out, hopefully, the overall winner. He leads his own teammate, Michael Rogers, by 1 minute and 20 seconds. And that daredevil escape yesterday by Cadel Evans allowed him to move up into third place overall. And that would give him a podium position once we get down to the finish in Châtel. But, Bob, today, it's all about the climbing.
There are 77 total miles. We're going to start in Morzine, where we finished yesterday. Sweeping descent to begin the stage. Watch for the breakaways to go crazy before we get to the first couple of climbs out on the race course. Cat 4, Cat 3, long descents also. 2 tough climbs before the long drag to the finish line, including Category 1 climb of the Corbier, and then long drag up to Châtel. It's a false flat, but there are some tough roads before the finish line. 77 total miles.
Yes, we're looking here at the 8-man leading group. 45 kilometres to go, 2 minutes and 8 seconds their advantage, and it was a very, very rapid start to the day. 48.6 kilometres covered in the first hour. That's just on 30 miles an hour. Everybody wanted to get into the breakaway here this afternoon. 3 riders managed to get clear at 28 kilometres, and then this 8-man leading group formed. They've never been given very much advantage either, because their maximum lead was 2 minutes and 35 seconds, with the majority of the pacemaking in the peloton being done by Team Sky. The riders in the breakaway then, Jérôme Coppel is in here for 82R, Louis Vistre for Vacansoleil, Pierre Rolland from Europcar in the green jersey, Dimitri Fofanov, Team Astana, Sylvain Chavanel, the French national champion, Christophe Lemouvel has got in there for Garmin Barracuda, Jaroslav Popovic for Radio Shack Nissan, and Stein Vandenberg has got himself in there for Omega Pharma Quickstep. Look at the speed of the main field though, Bob, and it's BMC Racing coming to the front. What does that tell you?
Philippe Gilbert is feeling a lot better is what it tells me in the season at this point, peaking perhaps later in the year than he did in last year's season when he dominated the spring on the front BMC with the team from Sky of the race leader. This is a very dangerous breakaway on today's stage. That's why the chase is so emphatic.
No, it certainly is. This is the arrière du peloton. This, in fact, is Christopher Kerr now. That's a bit of a surprise to see him slipping backwards like this, but that's probably because of the pressure that's being put on the front end of the main field. Because the BMC Racing guys are coming to the front end of the main field, Bob, I think Cadel Evans is planning something on the final climb of the day, the penultimate climb of the day, sorry, because I believe the Col de Corbier is much more difficult than the final climb. So if Cadel Evans wants to do something, he's got to do it on the climb before the finish.
And watch out for the descent of the Corbier. Also, Cadel's put in 2 really difficult attacks to neutralize for the Sky team. Both of them on descents, and he's gotten a little bit of an advantage, especially into Morzine yesterday. That will be worrisome for Bradley Wiggins, who's a race leader. If he had panicked a little bit seeing Evans attack yesterday, and not ridden prudently on the descent, well, disaster could have struck. He was very calm, cool, and collected on yesterday's stage, but Cadel Evans and his teammates continued to pressure Sky and Bradley Wiggins.
Well, we're looking at green jersey at the back here for Team Europe car. Well, one of those riders abandoning today, Thomas Vogler. Strangely enough, Bob, people were saying this was the kind of stage for Thomas Vogler, but in fact his team doctor announcing that he had a start of a tendonitis around his knee and they wanted to pull him out so it wouldn't get aggravated in these cold conditions and in the climbs, because the Tour de France is on the horizon.
Well, Christophe Kern also was knocked out of the Tour de France because of tendonitis to his knee. He's the teammate of Thomas Vogler, and we just saw him tailed off the back of the main peloton trying to catch back on. Christophe Kern has recovered from that. He's back in the Dauphiné this year. Last year in the Dauphiné, Christophe Kern won a stage, and he was 6th overall. Reversal of fortunes for Christophe Kern on this season after the Tour de France. He had high hopes of doing something special in the Tour last year. His teammates most certainly did, including a man in the breakaway, Pierre Rolland from Europcar.
Well, you can see this breakaway, Bob, has been pegged by the main field because it's locked in. It's never gone more than 2.5 minutes, and it's locked in at this advantage here for the moment, just 2 minutes and 2 seconds. I have a feeling that we will start to see some serious action once we get up to this next climb of the day, because it's a short stage today as well as an explosive stage, just 77 miles long.
Well, generally in professional cycling these days, the team of the leader, they give a breakaway as much time as they think is prudent. But in today's stage, this group of riders are of such quality that they've never given them much of an advantage of all. Louis Westra, great bike racer. He's the man on the front there. He's from the Vacances Soleil team. Pierre Rolland, very successful professional. Also Stein Vandenberg, Jaroslav Popovic in the group for the Radio Shack squad, Dimitri Fonov, Sylvain Chavanel, and that man, Stein Vandenberg, fresh off of the Amgen Tour of California. He's a great help to Levi Leipheimer throughout that week's racing, and he's trying to qualify for their Tour de France squad.
Calm and collected, this man in the yellow jersey, Bradley Wiggins, the leader of the overall standings, and of course the winner of this bike race last year. He's the defending champion. He's only got a few more miles to figure out whether or not he's going to win, or will his hope of winning this be spoiled by a certain Cadel Evans. The Epic Cycle, presented by Michelob Ultra on NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Villiers-Tristina, 106 years of bicycle-making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lampre ISD. And Competitive Cyclist. For 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDF and use promo code TDS15. We're making our ways deeper and deeper into the Valley of the Alps. We're actually not very far away from the Swiss and the Italian borders. That was the small town of Châtel we were looking at. Cadel Evans, I believe he would like to move up a little bit higher than his third place in the overall standings. He only needs 16 seconds to leap over Michael Rogers, who's done a lot of pacemaking for Bradley Wiggins. 42 kilometres to go, just inside of 2 minutes. That's 26 miles of racing. It really is a dramatic part of Europe, this, isn't it, Bob?
Absolutely spectacular scenery. The bike racers won't have time to look around until they've retired and cover the race for television, perhaps from their respective countries. But for today, Cadel Evans, you know, last year he was second in the Dauphiné, 1 minute 22 seconds slower than Bradley Wiggins. This year he's third, 1 minute 30 seconds slower. That's a pretty good result for Cadel Evans. Of course, last year after being second to Wiggins, he won the Tour de France. So I think that this race has been a great preparation race for Cadel Evans to go into the Tour de France with great morale and some solid fitness.
Yeah, I think, Bob, I would give advantage to the riders who've come here to the Criterium du Dauphine because they've had a chance at riding that time trial over the distance, and they've also had a chance of riding over a similar Tour de France stage. Well, I can't quite get in there to hear exactly what is going on there, but the rider in the car there is Thomas Vogler. He abandoned a little bit earlier on the stage. He's offering some advice. Okay, got it. He said, tell me on the radio, because I don't think he's too happy sitting at the back end of the group here. And he wants to be in the slipstream with the other riders with him. So obviously Thomas Vogler giving a little bit of insight today.
Well, very interesting to have Vogler coaching you from the car when he was in the race at the start of the stage.
Well, the Michelob Ultra Athlete profile today is the man he was just talking to, Pierre Rolland, who was a major revelation last year's season.
One of the big new stars of French cycling. They have a great group of young athletes coming to the front of international cycling. Of course, the French haven't won the Tour de France since once way back in 1985. Maybe that man, Pierre Rolland, will be the one to do it. Best young rider last year in the Tour and winner of the Alpe d'Huez stage, the Queen stage of last year's Tour de France.
I'll give you a little bit of historical information there, Bob. In 1985, when the Tour de France was won the last time by the Frenchman, it went over the Col de Corbier. It finished in Morzine. The winner at the Avoriaz ski resort was none other than Lucho Herrera, ahead of Bernard Hinault.
Another group of riders from Colombia coming up to follow the success of the great Colombians of the first wave in the 80s. Now the new wave of riders, including Quintana, who won yesterday's stage in a storming ride, dominated the proceedings in the last climb of the day and did a great descent after the Jouplan, the last climb, into the town of Morzine. Great group of Colombian riders coming up to the fore now. We have some big stars in the mountains in the years to come from Colombia and France as well.
The Abbey de Abandon, so that will be not too far away from the finishing line. It's a 12th century abbey if you get a chance to visit that, and it was been built onto and added onto right up until the 1500s. These are the leading break of 8 riders. Bob, a lot of riders today probably trying to show themselves to their team managers, because obviously a guy like Sylvain Chavanel, he's just trying to win the stage. He's almost certainly to get into the Tour de France team. But for some of these other guys, maybe even Jaroslav Popovic has a chance to say to Johan Brunel, excuse me, can I have a ride in the Tour this year?
He has been the best young rider in the Tour de France in his career previously, but it's not guaranteed that Jaroslav Popovic will be invited to the Tour de France for the Radio Shack squad. And Johan Brunel saying before the Dauphiné started, there's only one spot that's guaranteed. That's Fabien Cancellara. He's come back onto good form after second place in the Prologue at the start of the Tour of Switzerland yesterday. But the Frank and Andy Schleck, still big question marks for the Radio Shack squad. And that'll be very intriguing to see who exactly Radio Shack brings to the Tour de France this summer.
Well, that's interesting as well, because a lot of the team managers, Bob, that we've talked to during the course of this week have said that they're leaving the Dauphiné very quickly after the race is over to go across to Switzerland to see what the riders are going like in Switzerland. And funnily enough, within the Tour of Switzerland, the finish in Verbier is only 40 miles away from the finish of the Dauphiné in Châtel.
Just a couple of countries and a few winding miles of mountain roads in between the two finish towns. But as the crow flies, about an hour and a half distance, so pretty close. Can go and spy on the riders in the Tour de Suisse if you have the energy after the Dauphiné. But it's been a very tough week of racing. Almost every day except one, stage number 3, has been in the mountains, and it's been a great stage race. I think you're right about it being the perfect preparation for the Tour de France.
Well, if you see the River Durance going the other way, although it doesn't look as if this road's going uphill, this is a long, slight drag until we start to get ourselves to the start of the next big climb of the day. And that climb, of course, is the Col de Corbier. It's a very difficult climb, and as you said, Bob, maybe more important on the descent, and that's where Cadel Evans tends to excel. I have a feeling, because of his pride, Cadel Evans would like to move up at least to second place overall, so he will try something.
Well, Team Sky has been absolutely perfect throughout this race. They had one lapse of concentration, and Cadel Evans used that advantage to break away with his teammate George Hincapie. Of course, Bradley Wiggins closed that off himself, so when the team has faltered, Wiggins has been able to pick up the pieces.
Well, as we look at the 8 men, their lead starting to crumble a fraction. Coming up shortly, start to get back into the hills. Tonight we've got more cycling at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. The Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with Stage 2 of the Tour of Switzerland. That's 10 p.m. Eastern Time right here on the NBC Sports Network. And again, Bob, very much like here at the Criterium du Dauphine, the Tour of Switzerland finished with a hilltop finish to the ski resort of Verbier. This is the start of the next climb of the day. There are still 3 climbs to go. This is the Côte de la Vernaz. After that, we go straight onto the Col de Corbier, and at 22 kilometers to go. And then they head up to the final climb of the day, which itself is tagged as a 3rd category climb. 5 big climbs on the day.
Well, Jose Sarmiento is going to go out the winner of the King of the Mountains competition. Commanding lead in that. Another one of the Colombian stars on the rise in professional cycling today. These men will get the points for this Category 2 climb. There's a Category 1, and of course the finish climb to Châtel.
Well, in fact, you can see Team Katusha now starting to take an interest in the pacemaking at the front end of the main field, and I wonder if that's for their little sprinter Daniel Moreno, because he could very well be thinking that he could survive over the slopes of this next climb of the day.
Danny Moreno, winner of Stage 2. Great little acceleration to the line to beat maybe the more fancy riders in the field. But Danny Moreno, very good bike racer. A little bit overshadowed on the Katusha squad. He's from Spain, just like Joaquim Rodriguez is. Joaquim Rodriguez, second in the Giro d'Italia. But he had the lead in the Giro the the last half of the whole bike race, and it was taken away from him. My Canadian on the Garmin squad, Ryder Hagedal, on the last day. Danny Moreno, unable to go for results in the Giro d'Italia. He was there, but he was working for Joaquin Rodriguez throughout the Giro.
Right, watch the right-hand bend here now, because this is the start of the next climb of the day. And Moreno, although he's I reckon he's a very explosive rider, this is the sort of finish today that would suit him. It's certainly, definitely a Joaquin Rodriguez type of finish. But to get there, you've got to go over to Col de Corbière first.
Corbière will be on the horizon. 3.2 kilometers. This is a Category 2. That tells us it's probably a pretty steep little climb. Category 2 of generally a little bit longer climb. HC is the hardest climbs. H1, Category 1, the second hardest, and Category 2, the third hardest. There's some very tough Category 2 climbs in France, especially during the Tour de France and the Dauphiné.
You know, just looking at these riders from BMC Racing in the red and black jerseys, Bob, I've just got that canny feeling that Cadel Evans is going to try something here this afternoon. And I wonder, Christophe Lemaivel is the rider on the right-hand side, and Garmin Barracuda stripped the blue and white there. I wonder if he's got into this breakaway today because he's trying to convince Jonathan Waters to take him through to the Tour de France.
Christophe Lemaivel making the break for the Garmin squad. French rider on the American team, would dearly love to do the Tour de France. Garmin, they had an absolutely spectacular Tour de France last year. They won the team time trial, and that set into motion great results throughout the stage race. They got two stage wins, also from Thor Hushovd.
No, this is setting the pace on the front to Stijn van den Berg. He's a big man from Belgium. The rest of the guys just sitting there, allowing him to take the pacemaking. This is a little bit of an eye-opener for these guys, Bob, because you can just see that these are not the roads of Switzerland, are they? These are very, very difficult roads. Small and narrow and a little gravelly surface.
Terrible surface. It makes you feel like your tires are glued to the street. And this is Luis Angel Mate from the Cofidis squad. We saw him hunting King of the Mountain Points in the Paris-Nice stage race earlier in the season, also in the breakaway on stage number 2 here in the Dauphiné, putting in a little bit of an attack here. It's a long way to the finish line. Also, the peloton is right behind Luis Angel Mate, but he's feeling good going up the road. 1 minute 30 seconds is the deficit Mate's facing to this group of 8 men in the front of the bike race.
Well, at the moment, I have to say, Team Sky are they're having an easy ride on the day because they're seeing all the other teams doing the pacemaking, which has been them to do up until this moment, but it's the last chance for anybody to try and dethrone Bradley Wiggins today.
Just at the front of this breakaway, it looks like Jerome Capel making the tempo. Pierre Roland able to cover that, but gaps starting to open up here. Christophe Lemaivel having a tough time marking that acceleration, and this is a tough little climb. And Stijn Vandenberg now in big trouble at the back.
Well, you know, those guys that we're looking at, those are the hopefuls of France for the Tour de France coming up soon. Pierre Roland, very good bike rider, got himself a stage victory in the Tour de France last year, one of the best stages anyone could think about winning, and that, of course, was the Alpe d'Huez, and it has now, Bob, started to split up this race.
And it has split up the breakaway. Stijn Vandenberg, a helper of Tom Bonen in the Classics this spring when Bonen won Tour of Flanders and Paris-Roubaix, tailed off the front of the breakaway.
The main field now starting to snake its way up the Côte de la Vernaz on these little hairpin bends, and that gives you an idea of what the descent is going to be like off this climb as well. Very tricky, very narrow, but there's a lot of teams now taking an interest in taking the pacemaking. Bradley Wiggins riding very close up to the front end of the jersey there in about 7th or 8th position in his yellow jersey, just keeping an eye on affairs.
One teammate for Bradley Wiggins just in front of him, as we see Stijn Vandenberg continue to make his backwards march towards the peloton. The gap down now, 123 to our leaders from the Bradley Wiggins group. Bradley Wiggins very attentive so far in today's stage, leaving nothing to chance.
Well, Popovic popping back to the main field as well, and look how quickly that time gap now is starting to come down with the serious interest that the peloton are taking in this group of breakaways. Popovic, will he make the Tour de France selection of Radio Shack Nissan Trek? Well, we know that probably towards the end of the Tour of Switzerland at the end of next week. Everybody wondering if they're going to make the selection and if they're going to make the cut. I reckon one man from this group will, the man in the red, white and blue, French national champion Sylvain Chavanel, a title which he has to defend next week, 1 week before the start of the Tour de France.
Traditionally in Europe, the national championships always 1 week before the Tour starts.
Yes, they certainly are, but at the moment we're not there yet. We're here in the Criterium du Dauphine. We'll take a short break. A lot more mountains to come. As we join the 3 leaders now, 1 kilometre to go to the top of this climb, the second category climb, the Côte de la Vernaz. These are men that we saw ride exceptionally well in the Tour de France last year. On the front there, we're just looking at Jérôme Coppel, 13th overall in the Tour de France. He had good success in the early part of this season as well, because he won himself the Étoile de Bessèges, but he's much better known as an individual time trialist. Louis Vistre, he finished second overall in Paris-Nice. He's the rider at the back for the Vacances Soleil team in the blue and white jersey. Then stuck in the middle, Pierre Rolland.
Louis Vistre put Bradley Wiggins under a tremendous amount of pressure in Paris-Nice earlier this year. He won the stage at the Collet, Laurent Jalabert to the Aerodrome of Mantes, and then he did an incredible time trial on the Col d'Ez to put Bradley Wiggins into tremendous amount of difficulty. Wiggins was able to defend that race leader's jersey, but it was a very tough week of racing for Bradley Wiggins to start off his racing this year in France, in Paris-Nice.
Well, this is Martin Jellinge of Team Rabobank. He seems to be having a little bit of pressure on him because of the speed we're starting to see on this climb of the Côte de la Vernaz, and all of this now is a complete change of scene. It's the Team Katusha, the Russian team, must be thinking about their man Moreno down towards the end.
Well, teammates of Sky, BMC, teammates of Bradley Wiggins from Sky and Cadel Evans of BMC have done the work throughout the stage to keep the breakaway honest. That gap came down within 1 minute and 30 seconds before the start of this last climb. And now Katusha's come to the front, hoping for something from their rider, perhaps Danny Moreno, for the stage. Explosive rider, got a great kick on, especially after a tough mountain stage with a hard climb to the finish, and that's exactly the profile of today's stage.
Well, it certainly is. It's a very difficult finish up towards the end of the race into Châtel, and it's a beautiful part of France as well. These three leaders now, I think they may well start to survive a little bit longer, because these three guys are very good climbers. We're now looking at the main field, coming past that 1 kilometre to go sign, moving right up to the front. We've got all of the riders still sitting in the second row from BMC Racing. I reckon we might see a move from Cadel Evans, Bob, on the next climb of the day, because that is a very tough first category climb, the Col du Corbier.
Well, for Jerome Capel, Pierre Rolland and Louis Vistre, it's all about the stage win. Jerome Capel could move up some places if the status quo remains the same from this breakaway. He starts the day in 15th. That's a pretty good result, but a whopping 4 minutes and 39 seconds behind Bradley Wiggins. Bradley Wiggins has dominated the Dauphiné this year, even more emphatically than he did last year. He will have great form and confidence going into the Tour de France if he's able to finish it off on the finish into Châtel today.
You're right, actually, Bob, because last year on a couple of occasions in the Criterium du Dauphine, Bradley Wiggins was put under serious pressure in the mountains. But since then, he's changed his training program. In fact, he's brought in an Australian swimmer teacher from the Australian Institute for Sport and changed his training method completely. As we go over the top of this climb, there's no challenge there. Jerome Capel is going to get himself maximum points. But behind, what's more important to me is what's going to happen in that group with Cadel Evans.
This is Alessandro Vanotti from the Liquigas Cannondale squad. Good little maneuver here within sight of the finish of this climb. This is a very tough Category 2 climb before the last big climb of the day. That's a Category 1 climb to come in just a few kilometers. We're getting into the very last miles of the bike race. Only 17 miles to go. But this is a tough little attack by Vanotti and catching right up to the wheel of the man in the breakaway, but was just tailed off moments ago.
Well, Alessandro Vanotti's been a professional since 2004. He's only won one race to my credit, and that was way back in 2007 when he won a stage of the Settimana Ciclista Lombardia. But, you know, if you move away towards the top of a climb like this, and it's a technical descent and you're on your own, it gives you an advantage.
He's hoping perhaps for some riders to join him on this raid. I don't think you could hold the field off by yourself. If that's a pretty big expectation in modern cycling today. Team Sky has done incredible amounts of tempo to keep Bradley Wiggins out of trouble and all of the breakaways neutralized. But perhaps Vanotti sensing a moment where they will conserve the yellow jersey. He'll have a chance to slip up the road. I don't think they'll forget about him. They might have in the past before race radios, but in this day and age, that won't happen.
Big man there, number 201, that's John Deckenkolb. He was hoping to get himself a stage victory on the only flat stage of the race. And poor old man, he actually had a flat tire inside of the last 3 kilometers.
That happened a couple of times, and that is bad luck for the man from the Argos team, new team on the block. They were able to do the Tour de France a couple of years ago, Skill Shimano, and they've been invited to come back this year. And so they have some good sprinters. Hopefully his luck will hold a little bit better in the Tour de France.
Well, that's what they're hoping, and this is Vanotti now trying to move away. Another little move coming from Europe Car. I think it looked like the shape of Anthony Charteau, the winner formerly of the King of the Mountains classification at the Tour de France.
Top of the climb here for the peloton now. Luis Angel Mate is just up the front with the Cofidis colors on his shoulders. He was joined by Alessandro Venati. If they can catch the three men that are in the very front of the bike race, that's a powerful breakaway as well.
Well, I'm a bit surprised to see John Deckenkolb surviving and staying in the main field because, this is a very tough climb and he is one of the fastest sprinters in the world at the moment. Moving a little bit further up the road, we're now looking at 32 kilometres to go to the finish. That's 19 miles of racing. And all of a sudden, Bob, I think because the numbers in the breakaway have been reduced, we've got three guys, probably the three strongest guys from that breakaway. They're now starting to build up their advantage again because they're 1 minute and 51 seconds now ahead of the yellow jersey group. Well, as Louis Vistre takes a little bit more food on board, the next climb of the day is going to be the Col du Corbier. Well, welcome back now. 32 kilometres to go to the finish, and the advantage of the three leaders now starting to stretch out, putting even more pressure onto the main field. They're lining themselves up for the next climb of the day. As we look at the main field, they are going down this descent very rapidly indeed, but the next climb of the day is 7.7 kilometres long, or almost 5 miles, with an average gradient of 7.3%.
20 miles to go, the gap increasing to the breakaway from the top of that last climb. Minute 50 seconds now. Should take just over an hour to finish off this stage. The breakaway doing a good job. The three strongest men have come to the front of that break. Jerome Capel and Louis Westra, as well as Pierre Roland, and they are having a great chance at a stage win now. Chased hard in the front of the peloton. The Katusha squad is still on the front.
You might notice just moving up into third position there, that's George Hincapie. Obviously, these guys from BMC Racing are waiting to set something up for Cadel Evans. Cadel Evans starts the day in third place in the overall standings. I think he's looking for better. I think he wants to finish second if he can, and to do that, he's going to have to get 16 seconds lead over Mick Rogers, who's sitting in second place at the overall standings at the start of the day. But Team Sky, Bob, for them, the most important thing is to make sure they get the overall win. This is a man coming back. This is Perrault, and he's a former mountain biker, and he's just been selected for the Olympic Games for London to participate in the mountain bike there.
Well, Jean-Christophe Perrault, an interesting story, coming as he had done from a professional mountain biking career. Started his road career quite late, 30 years old, before he started to do serious road races in the professional level. And he's on the AG2R squad. He's putting an attack on this very twisting descent. Not very technical, good smooth roads it looked like. But Perrault taking that moment to try to get across to the attackers.
Well, the main field here now is getting stretched out into a very big, long line as we look here at number 61. Rode the Tour de France last year and rode exceptionally well and finished 9th in the Tour de France, getting himself inside of the top 10. In fact, Bob, he's trying to get himself back into the main field here. I think he's had a mechanical incident, but the way he's going downhill, that obviously has given him the skill, the acrobatic skill that you learn from riding mountain bikes.
Fairly rare amongst climbers. He's also a fairly proficient time trialist, sort of in the mode of Alberto Contador. Alberto Contador dominating the climbs and his successes in the Grand Tours, and also winning some time trials along the way.
Just noticed the yellow jersey on the shoulders there of Bradley Wiggins. He's moved himself right up to the front end of this race. He knows he's just got 18 more miles, Bob, to win this race for the second year in succession. That's a pretty mean feat for a British rider, because when he won it last year, a British rider hadn't won the Criterium du Dauphine since the 1960s, when it was won by Brian Robinson.
And never has a Brit won twice in a row, and that's also quite rare in the history of the Dauphiné. It doesn't happen very often that you're that consistent year in and year out in the same race. Very different course from last year, much more mountainous this year, and a long, flat 53-kilometer time trial. Also, Bradley Wiggins has taken them all in his stride. His team manager, Sean Yates, saying in the press he's not at top form even. That has to be pretty fearsome for a guy like Cadel Evans. If Bradley Wiggins is not at his best and he's dominating all the races he's participated in so far this year, well, that's a little bit frightening for the Tour de France moving forward.
But Bob, is it psychological blows that he's throwing to the opposition here, to guys like Cadel Evans, saying, I might have got rid of you a couple of times in the time trial this week, and I might have been able to stay with you on the climbs, and I'm not at my best yet.
Well, yes, probably some gamesmanship involved. You wouldn't expect the team manager to say something like, he's peaked, everybody. He won't be doing good in the Tour de France.
No, but I tell you what, when Sean Yates does say something like that, he's a very respectable bike rider himself. He was a very respectable bike rider himself. Wore the yellow jersey in the Tour de France back in 1994. And he knows exactly how to get into the mind of his riders. But I can tell you something, we are starting to pick up some rather serious pace at the front end of this main field. A lot of red and black jerseys. We're not too far away now, Bob. I make it about 1.5 kilometres before the start of this next climb of the day, the 5-mile climb up to the top of the Col du Corbier. It's a climb that peaks out at about 1,500 metres in altitude. Very difficult indeed, as we look down there to the little Lac du Joty. The main field will start this climb, and I think we will see a little bit of an explosion in the peloton this time, because the pressure now has really started to come on. As we look down at that long line stretching out, they're all positioning themselves to make sure they make the corner in the best position possible. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll be on the climb. Welcome back to the 64th running of the Criterium du Dauphine, the 7th and final stage between Morzine and Châtel, and we're currently sitting on a 3-man breakaway with an almost 2-minute advantage over the front end of the main field, who are now approaching this penultimate climb of the day, the Col du Corbier. BMC Racing have been very prominent at the front end of this main field here this afternoon. This is the big Michael Shah, a big strong tank of a man who is really trying to toughen this race up. They're obviously planning something, Bob, for Cadel Evans. He's not the kind of guy who will go down without a fight.
Cadel Evans, one of the most aggressive bike racers currently racing, always on the attack. It's great to see him descending like a madman on yesterday's stage into Morzine. Didn't seem to be too dangerous, although if you're trying to catch up to him or follow him, some chances would have had to be taken. Cadel Evans putting pressure on Team Sky, the only man really to be a challenge to Bradley Wiggins this week so far.
Well, these are the three leaders, Pierre Roland, Jérôme Coppel in this, and the Sour-Sojazun. He's the rider in the front position. Louis Vistre just sitting at the back in third place. But Bob, just coming back to Cadel Evans, you know, a few years ago, before he won the World Championship title, he was always dubbed as a rider who never attacked, and all of a sudden something seemed to change with his mentality.
Cadel Evans started his career as a mountain bike racer. He was the very best in the world during his career then. Could never, however, close off the season by winning the world title. When he was finally able to do that as a road racer, it became a different athlete, much more aggressive, and it has no qualms about attacking.
This is Jérôme Pinot. He's a man who'd be hoping to get a position in the French Omega Pharma Quick Step team a little bit later on in the season. For all of the French riders who are riding for overseas or foreign teams, they want to do everything they can to make selection for the Tour de France.
Also, it gives teams incentive to hire French racers. That's always good for the team to going into the Tour de France from whatever country they're from, to have some French riders in their roster in the Tour de France.
Well, these three riders, the three riders who slipped away over the top of the other climb of the day, the Côte de la Vernaz. In the middle there is Anthony Charteau, a former winner of the Tour de Langkawi, a race in Malaysia, but still a lot of pressure at the front end of this group is being put on by the riders from Team Katusha. They must be trying to set this up for their man Daniel Moreno, and of course sitting in the second row there, big George Hincapie in third position. He's doing a lot of work today to set something up for Cadel Evans, who will, I'm sure, try another move.
Well, George Hincapie, one of the most experienced professionals in the whole sport, looking at doing the Tour de France for the 17th time in his career in just a couple of weeks' time. Big George Hincapie, credit to the sport, one of the best racers and American to boot.
Well, a lot of damage is now being done in this main peloton here this afternoon. It's because of the pressure of all of the guys coming to the front end of the main field. We see the Japanese national champion slipping backwards there. That's Yukihiro Doi. He's been pretty aggressive throughout the whole of this race. We're getting towards the end, though, Bob, of a very long week of racing. 8 days of racing here at the Dauphiné. There's not been one easy stage.
Not an easy stage. The long time trial was very difficult. 53 kilometers. Took over an hour for the winner, Bradley Wiggins. Bradley Wiggins clobbering the field in that long time trial. And these 3 days of the mountains, those are what put the test of Bradley Wiggins, the team to the test of Bradley Wiggins. Team Sky, they've answered every challenge so far.
Well, this is Sammy Sanchez here. Now, we heard a couple of days ago that he'd abandoned. In fact, and after that, when we looked at the results, we saw his name was still there. A lot of people felt that he might have abandoned because he had some damaged ribs and he was trying to get himself through this race. He's looking forward to the Tour de France. Obviously, he's managed to get himself through the Dauphiné. The golden helmet you might have seen there was in significance of him winning the Olympic Games in Beijing.
He has soldiered on throughout the Dauphiné to get to the finish line because Sammy Sanchez knows it's the most important race for him to get ready for the Tour de France. Probably would have dropped out of a number of races in the season, but this one he's hung tough. He will get to the finish line.
16 miles to go. So this is the start of the climb proper for the three leaders. They've lost a little bit of their advantage, 1 minute and 35 seconds now. We're looking at just about 16 miles to go to the finish. And these three riders in this group, Bob, they're all fairly good climbers, but I don't think they can survive because the main field, I think, is going to have a real showdown.
You can see that these kilometers tick by ever so slowly towards the finish line because of these hard mountains and tiny roads. Three men, aerodynamically speaking, a similar advantage to what the peloton has because the roads are so mountainous, but the inertia of the field on the descents automatically closes the gap down. Almost impossible for these guys to stay away, but you never know. Pierre Rolland, Jerome Capel, Louis Westra, all of them very competent and winning professionals in their career. This is a handy little breakaway. The peloton has never given these guys very much of an advantage. Even when they're in a bigger breakaway throughout the stage, they've kept them close. Now the gap is down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. It'd be very tough to stay away to the finish line.
Well, you know, if Cadel Evans wants to try and win this bike race, Bob, he's got to do it on this climb. He has to try and get the gap. He has to try and make a move here because I think it's just a little bit too easy, the final climb of the day, to make that move. It's in this section now over the next 6 or 7 miles that if he wants to win the Dauphiné this year, if he wants to move up to second place in the overall standings, it's here he has to make his move.
He has to put in an attack. You're absolutely right. 1 minute 36 is the gap. It's getting too close to the finish line to wait until that last climb, and it's not as selective as this hill. So Cadel Evans needs to attack, put Bradley Wiggins under pressure, also isolate him from his teammates, and then he might have a chance on the next descent of this steep climb, and then the little bit of a false flat and climb category 3 to finish off today's stage and finish off the Dauphiné.
And moving forward to the Tour de France for Cadel Evans, he's got to try and see where the weak spots are for Bradley Wiggins. If the only place to attack him is on the downhill, well, then that's what he's got to do, and he'll try and find that out in a few moments' time.
He's taken almost every effort or every opportunity to go ahead and do that. The Col of the Grand Colombier, he did get a gap with a couple of teammates. Bradley Wiggins had to chase Cadel Evans down by himself after his teammates were caught napping in the middle of the field. It took them a long time to get reorganized. You're absolutely right, Paul. That might be the only way to dislodge Bradley Wiggins from the from the lead here and the Tour de France this summer.
Well, you might have noticed the blackboard there. Well, that tells the riders you've got a 3-man breakaway, and there are a number of riders part way across the gap. Looking here, this is number 8 for Team Sky. This is Konstantin Sitsu. Very good bike rider in his own right. That's Richie Port in the black jersey just in front of the yellow jersey of Bradley Wiggins. Bob, what about that pedaling style?
Absolutely perfect, just like a sewing machine. A metronome. He's great in the time trials, and he's also lost some kilos over the years as a professional, and he's become very proficient in the mountains as well. A little bit in the mold of Miguel Indurain. Dominate the time trials, hold your own in the mountains, and you win big-time bike races. Interestingly, if he goes out the winner of the Dauphiné this year, it'll be 2 times in a row. A number of riders have done that in the past. Also, the only race that the men that have won at least 5 Tours de France's that have the similar race win here is this is the Dauphiné.
Well, that's Sylvain Chavanel getting picked up. He was in that early morning breakaway. The man who is setting the tempo on the front end of the peloton right now is 38-year-old George Hincapie. I'm saying 38 because he turns 39 years of age at the end of this month, and he finished this year, set a record. He's already set a record this year by finishing the Tour of Flanders for the 17th time. It's unbelievable, and he's still got the youth and enthusiasm of when he was racing as a junior cyclist.
Incredibly consistent, great in the classics, solid time trialist. He's won mountain stage in the Tour de France. Looking forward to doing the Tour for the 17th time in just a couple of weeks. He is the teammate of Cadel Evans, also very calm. So when you have Big George in your team, it's easy to be successful. He keeps everything on the down low, nice and steady, nice and calm. And for a rider like Cadel Evans, who maybe gets a little bit nervous and has done in his career in the past, he's the perfect teammate to have.
Well, he's trying to toughen the race up, George Hincapie, I have to say, to set something up for his own man, Cadel Evans. While there's a little bit of a flurry of activity here at the front, little acceleration just to check and test the legs of the other guys, but you can see there we're not going anywhere at the moment. The responses have come straight back. We're looking now at about 4 kilometers to the top of this climb, and the gap's starting to come down, Bob. 1 minute and 16 seconds. I wonder if they'll survive.
Pretty impressive riding by George Hincapie to continue to reduce this gap. Looked like Pierre Rolland put in a little bit of an acceleration. Jerome Capel and Louis Westra were able to do that. Louis Westra comes from Holland. I've always been amazed at the tactical acumen of the Dutch riders, asking perhaps Rolland, excuse me, you're attacking a long way to the finish line. It's much better if we work together, especially considering the long, gradually uphill climb to the finish.
Well, just got an indication there. The average gradient of this climb is about 7.5%, but every now and again it kicks up to 10%. And I think I'd agree with you there, Bob. If these guys want to survive, rather than trying to attack each other one by one, they need to work together and cooperate until they get to the final climb of the day. But looks like George has taken a back seat for a little while. He's asking Team Katusha now to come forward and let them do the pacemaking. But all of the time, you never see Bradley Wiggins in the yellow jersey very far from the front end of this pack.
Well, look at the team that Sky has brought to the Dauphiné. Chris Froome, Edvald Boasson-Hagen, Mike Rogers, who's in second place in the overall standings. Team Sky has done no wrong in the Dauphiné yet.
Well, if we look at the three leaders here, Bob, it does beg the question. The Dauphiné race here is teams made up of 8 riders. 9 go through to the Tour de France. I wonder if we're looking at Team Sky's Tour de France time here, plus Mark Cavendish.
Well, that would be a very handy squad for the Tour de France. They've proven themselves in the Dauphiné, and Mark Cavendish has proven himself in the Tour de France. He's already won 20 stages, perhaps looking at the outright record held by Eddy Merckx.
Yes, and that stands at 34 individual stage wins, a mixture of time trials, prologues, and mountain stages too. Merckx, the most dominant rider, I would think, of all time.
Of all time in the sport of cycling, the greatest is Eddy Merckx in the Tour de France. It's an American, Lance Armstrong. He himself has won the Dauphiné twice in his career, and twice in a row, by the way. And Lance Armstrong, the last American to have won this race, the Dauphiné.
Well, 25 kilometres to go now exactly, and that's coming down to around about 15 miles of racing for the 3 leaders. They do know there are 1 or 2 riders partway across the gap. What they're trying to do is survive. The damage is still being done at the back end of the main field. The arrière du peloton is the back end of the main field. Nicky Sorensen going backwards here for Team Saxo Bank, wearing number 147, former stage winner at the Tour de France.
Mate off the front, into the peloton, and now off the back, suffering for the final of the stage.
Well, it's starting to hot up here on the final day of the Criterium du Dauphine, as everyone wants to get a picture of the man who may win the stage. But we want to know who is going to win the bike race overall. Will it be Bradley Wiggins, or will there be a challenge for Cadel Evans? The Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with a stage between Morzine and La Châtel, 77 miles in the eastern part of France. I'm Paul Sherwen. Alongside me is Bob Roll. Bob, this is the real crunch now for Cadel Evans. We're on this penultimate climb of the day, the Col du Corbier, the summit of which is just 20 kilometres to go to the finish.
Well, he can put some more pressure on Bradley Wiggins by attacking on perhaps this climb. Seems to be content to let his teammates set the tempo as we get near the top of this second to last climb. And the last real difficulty of this year's Dauphiné, Cadel Evans, if he's going to get some of the time back, he needs to attack pretty soon.
Well, this is Simone Stortoni from Team Lampre. He's having a little dig at the front end of the main field. And you notice, Bob, that nobody makes any moves at all. The big contenders, they're waiting for the big move, and they're waiting to see whether or not Cadel Evans will make an attack. And if he does, you will see fireworks.
Joined by Mikel Charel from the AG2R squad. BMC still on the front. The Sky Riders still starting to rotate towards the front now. There's the front of the peloton. But now this is a little bit bigger group now. A lot of attacks going. This looks like Anthony Charteau again having another try.
Yeah, well, he had a very nasty accident a couple of seasons ago, and he had to fight his way right back to the top end of the sport, having won himself the King of the Mountains competition. In fact, this year he started off with a great victory in the Tropical Amisa Bongo, and that's in Gabon, by the way, in Africa.
And look at the man in the green helmet there, right at the front of that breakaway, winner of the stage yesterday. That is Nairo Quintana on the attack again, joined by the Portuguese rider on the Radio Shack squad, Tiago Machado. This is a very serious little move here, trying to cut into the lead of the 3 men in the front and putting pressure on the peloton and Bradley Wiggins, the race leader.
Well, Sylvain Chavanel has left all of his energy on the roads of the Criterium du Dauphiné here this afternoon. He's just going to have to make sure he can get himself up towards the finish line. There's a lot of action. I have to say, Bob, that was an impressive ride by that Colombian rider, Nairo Quintana, yesterday from Movistar. And I believe, if we're not mistaken, I have a funny feeling that we might be seeing a little move here by Vincenzo Nibali.
Nibali, he's hovering at the front of the peloton, but look at this Quintana accelerating, dropping all the riders that tried to go with him. They're getting near the top of the climb. Quick look over the shoulder. Hey, Nairo, you got a gap. Keep on going hard. Only Machado been able to match at the moment.
I'll tell you one thing, Bob. The Colombian riders, looking at the Colombian riders from the Amgen Tour of California to this race, it reminds you of the 1980s and the great Lucho Herrera or Fabio Parra. They have no fear at all of the mountains. This is not a mountain to a Colombian. The climbs that they have there can be as much as 25 to 30 miles long.
That's one of the tricks the Colombian riders are. It's a challenge for them to sit in the peloton and mix it with the hardened men of European professional cycling. These climbs start generally at sea level and go up to high altitudes. In Colombia, they start at high altitudes and go to stratospheric altitudes. And Nairo Quintana, the latest in a long line of great climbers from Colombia.
Well, George Hincapie from Greenville, South Carolina, wearing number 13. Unlucky for some, but not for George Hincapie this year, as he's done all of the work that he needed to do to set something up for Cadel Evans here this afternoon. Nairo Quintana, the rider on the front there in the lime green jersey, Bob, a very aggressive bike rider, won himself in the early part of this season a race called the Tour of Murcia in the southern part of Spain.
Jerome Capel in the breakaway, also the winner last year of the Tour of Murcia, a very mountainous stage race, like you said, down in Spain.
Well, a little move going. That's one of the riders from Green Edge. But now look at the front end of the peloton, because it is now being completely controlled by Team Sky. Rather interesting, Bob, to see that normally if you're the yellow jersey, you'd sit behind 3 or 4 of your riders. Wiggins seems to appreciate, maybe he just likes riding in second wheel.
Well, it depends on the momentum you're carrying as you move forward on the climb. Sometimes you prefer a little bit of the cooling effect by being a little bit closer to the front. So thermal regulation, also a part of the sport of cycling. Also strength versus weight, and Bradley Wiggins has seemed to solve those equations quite well.
Well, there's Cadel Evans in the green jersey. He's moving up to the front end of the main field. I wonder if he is waiting for a moment to try and launch an attack. That's Richie Port in first position. A yellow jersey is on the shoulder there of Bradley Wiggins. He's just sitting pretty, waiting to see if anybody has the nerve, or if anybody will or has the strength to attack.
I wonder if Cadel Evans has the strength to attack. He's sitting quite a ways back. If you're going to launch and be serious about something, you want to be as close to the front as you can do. Cadel Evans, you do have the element of surprise when you attack from a little bit behind, but not quite as far back from behind as Cadel is currently in the last shot we saw.
It's 1 kilometre to go to the summit, and look, all of a sudden the gap has gone inside of the 1 minute advantage. There's a big acceleration coming from the peloton in the main field, and on 191 there, that's Jérôme Coppel. He was a former under-23 time trial champion of France. He's just 25 years of age, but certainly, well, like a number of the other French riders, a big revelation at the Tour de France last year. There's Peter Weening over on the left-hand side. That was the rider from Green Edge. He's still hoping to win his selection for the Green Edge squad for this year's coming up Tour de France in the month of July.
Vincenzo Nibali, after some trouble in the mountains, finally looking a little bit better on the front of this breakaway, and this is very serious. Now here's the king of the mountain. He'll go out the winner of that competition. Another one of the great Colombians coming up, Jose Sarmiento, and his teammate Vincenzo Nibali enjoying a little bit better form in the Dauphiné on today's stage.
Yeah, but look at that. No panic on board the Sky Train Express. This is Weening making a little bit of a move now. That's a nice move by him. As I said, Bob, this guy is looking to get his selection for the Tour de France, formerly a member of the big Rabobank squad, taking the risk to pop across to, well, a long way across the oceans to Australia.
Adventurous man, Peter Weening, winner of a stage of the Tour de France a few years ago. Orica Green Edge is his squad, brand new team. They've had a great season so far. He's doing a good Dauphiné. He's 12th in the overall standings, 4 minutes slower so far than Bradley Wiggins, and that's a good attack. If I was Matt White, the manager of the Orica squad, I would give serious consideration to putting Peter Weening on my team for the Tour.
Well, I think he certainly will, and that's why Peter Weening has been riding the way he has here at the Criterium du Dauphine to try and get that selection. I tell you what, though, this man, Louis Vistre, is under a bit of pressure here this afternoon, Bob. It really is having to dig deep. He's only got to hang on for probably another 30 or 40 seconds to get over the top of the climb, and then he can recuperate a fraction before we start climbing again.
Oh, going deep in the pain cave there. Good riding to stay with his 2 companions in this breakaway. Louis Wistra just have a couple of 100 meters left before the top of this climb. Hopefully he'll be able to recuperate. If you're Louis Wistra, you want to try to sit on the wheels as long as you can, but not get dropped.
Well, you can see Team Sky there allowing these breakaways to go clear one after the other. They form a small group at the front, but they've got their own tactic. And Bradley Wiggins said a couple of days ago to us, Bob, that they've been riding like this in Lanzarote. They've been riding like this in Mallorca. They've been actually getting themselves into an automatic system. And that's probably why Bradley Wiggins is enjoying his position in second place. He's got complete trust. If Richie Port starts to fade a little bit, they'll get Chris Froome to come back from 3rd or 4th position, or Michael Rogers to come back. They are solid.
Oh, there's great cohesion within the team, and that's evident on the way they've ridden throughout the Dauphiné. They have one mission, keep Bradley Wiggins near the front. Bradley Wiggins did a great time trial to put himself in position to win, but it's his teammates and the cohesion that the team has and the way they work together that have kept him there in the yellow jersey. Only a few more kilometers for them, 22.9 kilometers. That's just about 13 miles of racing to go. And one last difficulty, a little kick up to the finish line in Châtel.
Well, Jérôme Coppel getting himself maximum points at the top of that climb once again. Well, look at this. All of a sudden, do you see the yellow jersey? This is Bradley Wiggins. Well, where's Cadel Evans?
Bradley Wiggins putting Cadel Evans on the defensive now, just sweeping up to this little breakaway. That's a pretty courageous maneuver by Bradley Wiggins. I'm not sure that will send panic, and the alarm bell should be ringing in the peloton now. You can see his teammates struggling to get back up to Bradley Wiggins' wheel.
There is Cadel Evans. Now he's been put on the back seat, hasn't he? He'd been caught out a little bit by that acceleration. A very similar tactic to the one that this man in the yellow jersey, Bradley Wiggins, did the other day. The accelerations by Wiggins has closed the whole race back up together. We can see the rider from Movistar going across the line in the front end of that group, Nairo Quintana. But look at that again, Bob. Once it's all started to come together, look at the number of Sky jerseys there.
Sky scrambling to get back to the front of this group. Bradley Wiggins not having that little breakaway. Quintana and Nibali really stamping his authority at the top of this last very difficult climb. A little bit surprised to see Bradley Wiggins not following form, not following his teammates, just jumping across, neutralizing that attack by the Colombian Nairo Quintana.
Well, again, is it, again, Bob, part of the psychological battle? He's trying to slap Cadel Evans around a little bit, saying, look, guys, I'm just sitting here. I can ride away from this bunch anytime that I want to. Now, having seen a move like that come from Bradley Wiggins, will Cadel Evans have a go on the descent?
Well, Cadel will have to close a little bit of a gap down. He had to scramble to get back into the front of the peloton. Here's our three leaders. If Cadel Evans is feeling frisky, now is just about his last chance to have an obstacle, and that's a descent this time, to dislodge Bradley Wiggins from his stranglehold on the yellow jersey as race leader.
Well, as we come down to just over 12.5 miles, the three leaders hold on to a 45-second advantage, and there's still more climbing to come.
It is a perfect day here. Clear blue skies. Paul, a crucial stage today.
As far as I'm concerned, this is the most critical stage of the race.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bob. You want to go for a ride?
Bob, we're kind of in the middle of something here.
Oh.
Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Phil and Paul won't.
How about now?
Don't forget, make a note, Saturday, June 30th, the NBC Sports Network begins the coverage of the Tour de France, cycling's most prestigious event. The Tour de France begins Saturday, June 30th on the NBC Sports Network. For the moment, we're in the Alps. We are in France, and we are now on the descent of the penultimate climb of the day, the Col du Corbier. The race situation, three riders off the front as we get a whirly-turly view of the peloton from our helicopter.
Tough to be a bike racer if you suffer from vertigo. This is the descent, the last twisting obstacle to Bradley Wiggins' domination of this year's Dauphiné. Vincenzo Nibali on the attack there. That is Nairo Quintana, the winner of yesterday's stage, just on his wheel.
Yeah, but Bradley Wiggins is not far away for the moment, but question mark is, where is the green jersey? Where is Cadel Evans? And will he make an attack like he did yesterday? Or is he just going to sit back now and wait to come back stronger in July?
A similar descent into Morzine at the end of yesterday's stage. Cadel Evans was right at the front of the peloton there, was able to get a little bit of a gap and press that advantage to the finish line. Well, he was quite a ways back at the top of this last big climb of the day, so I don't know if he's going to have a chance. He has to go through a lot of bodies before he can get to the wheel of Bradley Wiggins and put in an attack.
I think this is all psychology here, Bob. Vincenzo Nibali's had a hard time doing the Criterium du Dauphine. Now all of a sudden, on the last day, he's starting to feel good. He wants to test himself. That's what this race has been all about this year.
For Nibali, he had a pretty good time trial, and that's very encouraging because he's a great climber but not a great time trialist. But then consequently he suffered in the mountains, and he's trying to be consistent as he can, and this is his favorite terrain, the mountains. He's a great descender as well as climber. Vincenzo Nibali, the liquid gas Cannondale, Italian and leader of that squad, and they will be working for him throughout the Tour de France, and perhaps some stage wins for his teammate who's starting his march to the Tour de France. That's Peter Sagan across the border in the Tour of Switzerland. 1-2 punch for the Liquigas Cannondale squad in the Tour de France. This man for the overall standings, and Peter Sagan, a great sprinter, winner of 5 stages of the Tour of California for the sprints.
Yeah, what I think, Bob, is interesting about this week's Criterium du Dauphine is we've seen a lot of young riders, 22, 23, 24 years of age. It's almost like the starting of the changing the guard again.
Well, they will be racing up to Verbier, and as a young professional, this man, Vincenzo Nibali, on that stage in 2009 of the Tour de France, actually finished 3rd behind Alberto Contador.
That's Jürgen van den Broek in first position there, just in front of Bradley Wiggins. Bradley Wiggins still got 2 teammates sitting behind him as they snail down. In fact, you see this final climb we just came over there, Bob, the Col de Corbier. It's had a serious effect on trimming down the size of the peloton.
Much smaller group now. John Degenkolb, a big sprinter, able to get over the last Category 3 climb of the day before, Category 2 climb, but that is not the case. Much smaller group. Here we see Louis Westra. Not sure if he's off the front or if he's off the back.
He's in 3rd position here. He just wasn't able to get his body round those corners. The man putting the pressure on is Pierre Roland of Team Europe car. He's taken advantage of one or two of these technical little corners to open up a gap on the other guys with him. The man chasing now is Vincenzo Nibali, but his 41 seconds is all that separates the leading group of 3 riders from the yellow jersey of Bradley Wiggins.
Very tough to close the gap down on the leaders on a descent as twisty, turny, and technical as this, but Vincenzo Nibali is trying to do that. He's going from one side of the road to the next, just nailing the apex. Great descender, winner of the Vuelta a España, beautiful pedaling style, and great descending. This is textbook descending from the Italian on the Liquigas squad.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bob, that's an important fact as well, because some guys just cannot go downhill fast. Some guys love it. They've got the body, the position on the bike just allows them to smoothly and liquidly go around those corners, and some guys, they go around them in squares.
Also, it depends a little bit on how you're feeling on the day. If you're having a bad day, you can't even descend well, generally speaking. You hack your way through every corner, and you continue to lose time. Cadel Evans was very smooth on yesterday's descent, but we haven't seen him on today's near the front of the affairs.
No, I think maybe Cadel has decided to call a truce here this afternoon. Now we've got 2 Frenchmen joining forces at the front end of the bike race. The 2 famous Frenchmen from the Tour de France last year, Pierre Roland, who was trying to get away again from Jérôme Coppel.
Well, he has distanced Louis Westra off the front of this breakaway. This man is in between the peloton and the 3 men up the road. That's Vincenzo Nibali. Pierre Roland putting Jérôme Coppel into difficulty, and they've already dropped Louis Westra, who was with them just moments ago.
Well, I tell you what, this man is using all of the road, and he certainly is trying to get across this gap. You can nail back a minute sometimes, Bob, if you're a good descender on a breakaway group on the downhill section of the course. I think this is for his morale here this afternoon. He's thinking, I can win this stage.
Well, he nailed that corner right there. Big right-hand bend onto the highway. This will lead into a long, gradual climb to the finishing town. 16 kilometers to go, just about 8 miles to the end of the bike race. Here's the peloton now. They've come back onto that big road again. Nibali will have the advantage on a technical descent like that, but the advantage will go back to the bigger group in the peloton as they chase these 2 leaders, Pierre Roland, Jérôme Coppel, Louis Westra, trying to get back on terms with our 2 leaders. He was just with them at the top of the last climb, but on the descent, they've dropped the Dutchman from the Vacansoleil squad.
Well, these 2 Frenchmen, the man in the first position, 10th in the Tour de France last year, the man behind him, 13th in the Tour de France last year, and the stage victory to the top of the Alpe d'Huez for Pierre Roland. He's the man in the green jersey. We'll take another short break. When we come back, we'll be lining up for an exciting finish. As we get inside now, 10 miles to go to the finishing line. The 2 leaders, have got themselves an advantage of 55 seconds. They're still being chased by Louis Westra of Team Vacansoleil. These riders had a little bit of a skirmish off the front on the descent, and they're about to get pulled back into the fold. Edvald Boasson-Hagen, what a bike rider he's been this week.
Very classy bike racer. He's won classics. He's won is very consistent. Also, he wins in every different type of terrain there is in bike racing time trials, big mountains, as well as fast sprint finishes. Great bike racer, a real asset to the Sky team. He's also been a tremendous helper to Bradley Wiggins throughout the week's racing.
Well, as you can see, these 2 Frenchmen now have joined forces at the front end of the race. And again, Bob, with the change, losing 1 guy from the breakaway, they've managed to push their advantage up once again to 1 minute and 3 seconds.
The peloton, yes, regrouping in this valley road before the dash to the line. Pierre Roland doing the brunt of the work, doing the maximum amount he's capable of. He's looking over his shoulder, asking Jérôme Coppel to please come around, looking at him. He's trying I think he's trying to decide, is he faking or he's incapable of doing the tempo required to stay away from the group? If he feels like he's too tired to help, he will go ahead and attack and try to win solo. And if you have a rider that can't contribute to the pacemaking, you have to drop him to have a chance to win the stage.
It all depends how the main field decide they want to race the final few kilometres here. We've got Vincenzo Nibali halfway across the gap at 38 seconds. If Vincenzo Nibali joins the two Frenchmen, I could see that breakaway group then succeeding. But who wants to chase it? And still, you know, Cadel Evans, I think, wants to do something. He's asked his riders, BMC Racing, to come to the front and set the tempo. He's probably going to try it on the final climb of the day. He needs 16 seconds to move up one more place in the overall standings.
And maybe he needs a little bit more morale going into the Tour de France, and a stage win here. It would be a second of the Dauphiné, and he has a great position on the podium. That might be a success when it looks like it could be a disaster the way Bradley Wiggins has dominated him in the time trials and the mountain stages.
Well, that's a 15 kilometre to go banner. That's inside of 10 miles for Vincenzo Nibali. He's looked very smooth going around that corner, but right on his tail is the main field. Bob, when we just looked at the two leaders a few moments ago, that the body language they were emanating to me showed me that they were actually pretty tired.
They looked tired indeed the last time we saw them. Pierre Rolland perhaps a little bit fresher, but both of them suffering the effects of a full week, hard week of racing and a long day in the breakaway.
It's all down to the final slog now. We're setting ourselves up to an aggressive climb up to the finishing town of Châtel, which, by the way, is the largest internationally linked ski area in the world, with up to 400 miles of ski slopes in the winter months. Big challenge there, Bobby. That's a great, we said, Vistra there has now been joined by Vincenzo Nibali. Having had a tough Amgen Tour of California, he's ridden and hung tough throughout the whole of the Criterium du Dauphine, but the man in second position there, a former winner of the Tour of Spain, he's trying to get himself some morale leading up to the month of July.
Vincenzo Nibali catching Louis Westra. Louis Westra pretty clever there. Might have sat up because he couldn't match the tempo of Pierre Rolland and try to rest for a little bit, get on the wheel of Vincenzo Nibali and have another chance at winning the stage. He still is in with a chance if he can stay away from this peloton and catch up to the two men that he was with formerly. He probably can't do that by himself, but with Vincenzo Nibali, he has a chance to catch back up.
Well, BMC want the stage victory here this afternoon. I don't think Philippe Gilbert is still in there, so it could only be for one man. That's the man who wears the green jersey. Look where he is. He's sat right on the wheel of Bradley Wiggins. That's not the way to be sitting if you want to attack him, but it keeps a good eye on the man who's ahead of you in the overall standings.
Well, that's a good wheel to be on. Bradley Wiggins, very consistent throughout the week of racing. I don't think he's gone further back in the field than the first 10 or 15 places throughout the week's racing. That takes concentration, not just talent, but you also have to place yourself in the right spot throughout a whole week of racing. That's very challenging to do, but Bradley Wiggins has been up to the challenge so far this week.
Well, the race situation now, you have the two leaders. Here they are. Pierre Rolland is the man there in the green jersey, just sitting in second position. Just in front of him is Jérôme Coppel. If they look over their shoulders, they'll get a chance to see the shadow of Vincenzo Nibali. Look at the face here on this young man from France, Pierre Rolland. He really is grimacing. He's trying to keep that big gear ticking over there because he knows looming on the horizon is glory. He knows behind him is a chasing peloton that will not give anybody freedom.
Well, the teammate of that man, Pierre Rolland, on the front of the bike race is Thomas Voeckler. Another of the big French stars is Sylvain Chavanel. But these two men, the stars of the future for French cycling, Pierre Rolland from Europcar and Jérôme Coppel, the Sauer team in the blue and white jersey.
We're just inside a minute's advantage, and around 7 miles to go, we'll take another break. 7.5 miles of racing down to the finish line. 53 seconds is the advantage. Pierre Rolland and Jérôme Coppel are still leading a two-man chase group, including Vincenzo Nibali at around about 30 seconds. But the main field, there's different teams now coming to the front to try and nail these two riders back. I'd have to say, Bob, that I think Pierre Rolland is the stronger of these two.
Well, you don't win the Alpe d'Huez stage of the Tour de France without being an incredibly gifted bike racer. Pierre Rolland in a desperate struggle to get to the finish line. Jérôme Coppel is with him, but the peloton is right hot on their heels now. I think that gap is considerably less than the 47 seconds that's put up on the screen.
Well, I think I'd agree with that. Belfry Tower that you can see there, by the way, is very, very normal in this part of the world. The Haute-Savoie, you see many of those belfries in the air. And in fact, in the mountains, the clocks ring twice once just before the hour and once on the top of the hour, so that the shepherds in the mountains around can actually make sure that they've counted the right time.
And the bells tolling for the breakaway, perhaps, as we see the peloton now, a much solid group in single file being led by the BMC team of the points leader, Cadel Evans.
Well, that's important as well, Bob, because Tony Galopin, who rides for Radio Shack Nissan, he would very much like to get himself some points ahead of Cadel Evans on the sprint up to the finish line. So we could see a big battle for Cadel. He's a proud bike rider. He'd love to finish off with a stage victory if he could, but otherwise he would like to get the points jersey competition sewn up.
Well, this is very strange. Nibali catching up to Louis Westra, second. They're behind the two men in the front. This is the second group out of the road, but now Louis Westra is putting time into Vincenzo Nibali. Don't often see that very often when a rider that's been in the breakaway gets caught from somebody that comes out of the peloton. Then the man that came out of the peloton has trouble even staying on his wheels. But Louis Westra, a big, powerful bike racer, and maybe he's recuperating from that mountain climb, and now he's feeling better, off in pursuit of these two men in the lead of the bike race, Pierre Rolland and Jerome Capel.
Well, as we approach 6 miles to go to the finish, the spread of the main part of the race, or the guys who can win the stage here this afternoon, is only 600 yards, Bob, if you convert it to 39 seconds.
Don't really see any chance of the breakaway staying away. Vincenzo Nibali by himself on the descent got very close to the breakaway, didn't quite close it all the way down. Here he is in between no man's land and the breakaway. But when the peloton, when they see the finish line, when they get nearby the finish line, well, the lead out for the sprint should wipe out that 39-second advantage.
Well, it all depends on the way the main field want to respond. I'm sure they want to pull this all back together for the final climb up to the summit of Châtel. And this man, who leads the points classification, is third overall, Cadel Evans, the defending champion. I wonder what it does to his brain, Bob, to see all of these riders from Team Sky lined up in front of him. Yes, he's got a couple of teammates there in second and third position trying to set it up for him. But it's all about the psychological battle we've seen all week for the two Tour de France contenders, Bradley Wiggins, who I have to say is now a serious contender, and Cadel Evans.
Well, as the finish line looms in the distant horizon for Cadel Evans, it becomes a very important finish. He's been able to distance Bradley Wiggins on the descents. But that's not the way you generally win big-time bike races, especially the Tour de France. You want to establish a little bit of superiority strength-wise on the uphill finish. So this is a very important stage for Cadel Evans to test his form, his fitness, and his resolve against an absolutely flying Bradley Wiggins as we go into the end of this stage and then the finish line, and then the Tour de France later on in the summer.
Well, it's now coming back down very seriously, very rapidly. It's about a half a minute, and half a minute is 500 yards. And when you see the main field in a long line like that, you know there's some serious pressure on the front end. There's Louis Westra. He's back in the fold now this afternoon. BMC still again coming to the fore, trying to set this up for their man Cadel Evans. Cadel Evans can win in a sprint if it's at the end of a very difficult ascent like this. But I'm looking down, Bob, through the list of guys who could win this stage. There's a lot of guys who can win the stage.
Well, on paper, why not Luis Leon Sanchez? Maybe one of the teammates of Bradley Wiggins, Edvald, Bo Hassenhagen. This is a perfect situation for ADB. He could have a good sprint at the end of tough races with a small group. He's probably the fastest man. He's won field sprints in the Tour de France before. I'm almost certain nobody that's won a field sprint in the Tour de France is still in the front group of this stage after so many hard mountains.
Yes, I think I tend to agree with you on that one, Bob, but you can see that's a very small group. There's another man who could win the stage, Luis Leon Sanchez. He's in this group as well. He's got good legs for Team Rabobank as they make it that very long line once again. This has been a very big preparation race for the Tour de France. The names we've talked about all week here have been riders who will be going on to the Tour de France. Some of them won't make the cut. Some of them have got another week of racing there's another race going on in Switzerland at the moment, and it's there that the team managers around about the 20th of June, that's when we'll start to see the shorter lists coming out for the Tour de France teams.
BMC, a very tough squad to even make the roster for the Tour de France. Some of the best bike racers in the world. They spent a lot of money in the off-season to sign Thor Hushovd and Philippe Gilbert. They do have the current Tour de France champion. Thor Hushovd has already announced he will not be participating in the Tour de France. Only 3 men have been named to the BMC roster. Cadel Evans, of course, the defending champ. Philippe Gilbert, winner of a stage last year. And none other than Big George Hincapie, the American looking to do his 17th Tour de France if everything goes smoothly between now and then.
Well, you might just have noticed a second from the back of that line there as we go through the Chapelle d'Abondance. The rider who had a very nasty crash early on, Dan Martin, he still managed to get himself through this bike race. It's that important, the Dauphiné. Any other bike race, you might want to pull out and try and heal your injuries. But if you're using this as preparation for the Tour de France, you've got to drag your body through.
And for Irishman Dan Martin on the Garmin Barracuda squad, never done the Tour de France before, looking to do that for the first time in his career in just a couple of weeks' time. It starts the 30th of June in Liège, Belgium.
It's going to be a massive start, and in fact, one man who'll be dying to try and get the victory very early on around Liège, of course, Philippe Gilbert. He's a local guy, but he hasn't really shown the form this week.
He hasn't shown the form this week or this year. He's had an abysmal season when it's compared to last season when he won consistently throughout the year. No race wins so far in 2012 for Philippe Gilbert. That's a big story in Belgium.
That's an interesting move. This rider didn't actually attack there, did he, Bob? He just kind of accelerated around the outside of the other guys who were doing the pacemaking. 12 seconds, 7.6 kilometres to go to the finish. That's 4.5 miles of racing left, and you can see they are not having their feathers ruffled at all. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we should be on the finishing climb, the last one of the day. Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra, and we are now inside of 4 miles to go to the finish. The gap is now down to just 7 seconds, and the main field have finally got the prey in their sights. And Team Katusha doing all of the pacemaking, Bob, obviously for Daniel Moreno.
Well, it would be the second stage win of the Dauphiné for Danny Moreno. He just finished 3 weeks of helping his teammate Joaquin Rodriguez in the Giro d'Italia. That is great for the form, assuming you can recuperate. And Danny Moreno, obviously, he's recovered from the efforts in the Giro. He's already won a stage here in the Dauphiné.
Yeah, well, notice that Vincenzo Nibali from attacking off the front is now sitting at the back of that group. It's all over, pretty much bar the shouting. There's one rider just managed to sneak across the gap there from Argos Shimano, but it's very much under the control of Team Katusha. Bradley Wiggins, he's got an armada of riders around him there, Bob, to look after him if anything goes wrong as far as he's concerned.
Danny Moreno, an armada of teammates as well. Second wheel is Denny Menchov, the silent assassin from Russia, winner of the Giro d'Italia. Also the Tour of Spain. So to have an ally that's won Grand Tours, that's something special to have indeed.
Well, it certainly is. Those guys have tried it, they have failed, and now it's going to be all eyes and who is going to be the favourite to launch themselves out of this group here. It's a large group. It's around about 35 riders, that the remnants of the 155 riders who started this final stage. Very much still under the control of Team Katusha, and BMC Racing have not yet given up the ghost, because always sitting very close to the front. You can see those black and red jerseys, and the green jersey a little bit further back. That's Cadel Evans, third overall at the start of the day. Luis Leon Sanchez over there on the left-hand side for Team Rabobank. He would like an uphill finish like today, wouldn't he?
This suits Luis Leon Sanchez's talents to a T. Nice to see TJ Van Garderen still having a good Dauphiné, controlling the tempo for Cadel Evans and rotating out into the wind. TJ sacrificing himself for his team captain, Cadel Evans, on today's stage.
Oh, this is a bit of a problem here. I didn't see what happened there, but that looked like it was TJ Van Garderen. He was second place overall in the Best Young Rider competition, Bob. And at 4 kilometres, 2.5 miles to go, it's going to be pretty tough to get back into the peloton.
Bad luck for TJ Van Garderen. I think he jumped over that traffic island, maybe pinch flatted his rear tire there. Going to have to get a wheel change. Probably his chances for a stage win are gone out the window with that mechanical.
Well, especially when you look at the pressure at the front end of the peloton here. Again, BMC Racing coming forward. These guys are hoping to survive, but I'm sure they're not going to survive very much longer, as the two Frenchmen, they will not give up, Bob, until they are actually back in the control of the peloton.
Argos on the attack. The Argos Shimano rider now leaving the field behind. His teammate John Degenkolb had 2 chances to win a stage, flatted within sight of the finish line on both times. Argos nothing to write home about so far in the Dauphiné, but striking out for a stage win now.
Well, we've got 2 kilometres of reasonably flat road left here. Then it's a 1.5 kilometre climb all the way up to the finish. It's a pretty difficult climb too, at 8% the average grade. And these riders are, I think, Bob, just prolonging the agony here this afternoon, because the peloton will not let them survive.
BMC on the front of the group. Cadel Evans a little further back than is comfortable to win the stage. Way down the line there. Well, he did lose his pilot fish, TJ Van Garderen, to that mechanical just a few moments ago. They're going to have to reorganize and try to get Cadel Evans a little bit closer to the front. This is going to be a very exciting inside of 2 miles to go to the finish line.
Well, watch out for Bradley Wiggins in the yellow jersey. You know, he has won bunch sprints in the past. He was very prolific in the recent Tour of Romandie, where he went out the overall winner, dominated everybody there in the time trial on the way up to Crans-Montana. He has come out every time he wanted to this year, Bob, and performed to the highest level.
Bradley Wiggins, depending on the time bonuses in that Swiss race. This is a French race, no time bonuses on the line, but Andrew Talansky, the young American on the Garmin squad, pressing Wiggins in the final time trial. Wiggins won a sprint stage very similar to this, got the time bonus, and was able to win the the Tour of Romandie. Overall, he's trying to do that here in the Dauphiné.
Right. Gruppo compacto is what they would say in Italian. The group is all back together, still under the driving power of Team BMC Racing, looking over their shoulder. Cadel Evans must do something. When your team have worked that hard, Bob, when their team have done pacemaking like this, it's the responsibility then of the team leader to do something to pay them back.
Amiel Moinard, the rider from BMC, on the front of the peloton, hoping for a Tour de France invite from his squad. He was on the team last year when Cadel Evans did win the Tour de France. He's racing well now, trying to impress the selectors. Cadel Evans, the stakes are pretty high. He needs a stage win on an uphill climb here for a big boost to his morale going into the Tour de France.
2 kilometers to go. We're about to start the climb. In places 2nd, 3rd and 4th, you've got Team Katusha, but now Cadel Evans has moved up to the front end of the peloton. Bosenhagen is over on the far side there. He has got the killer sprint at the top of a climb like this. We're going to have a very dramatic move, I'm sure, from Cadel Evans. Over on the left, Luis Leon Sanchez. Oh, there's a little bit of argy-bargy. I don't know what went on. I don't think Bradley Wiggins was too happy about that. These guys, somebody took some incredible risks there.
Trying to get into position for this sprint. 1.8 kilometers to go to the finish line, just about a mile. Bradley Wiggins not happy with how aggressive the peloton is, but when there's a stage win on the line, and this is a pretty big group, well, then all kinds of things are going to happen. It's not as dangerous as the full bunch gallops we see dominate the early proceedings of the Tour de France, but a very big group coming to the finish line at this point. Just over 1 kilometer to go.
Well, last big race for many of these bike riders before the Tour de France. 4th position, looking very solid there. Edvald Bosenhagen. I have to say, Bob, I remember a team manager of mine once saying you should always try and win on a Sunday because you get all of the Monday newspapers' advertisements.
Luis Leon Sanchez in orange, about 6th wheel, just hovering menacingly at the front there. Cadel Evans, 4th wheel. He's perfectly poised for a big sprint win here today. Edvald Bosenhagen into 4th position. He could really finish it off and get another stage win for himself on today's stage also.
Right, Moreno is in 2nd wheel. He's the rider from Katusha in the red and white jersey. Cadel Evans in 3rd wheel, ideally poised. 4th wheel is Edvald Bosenhagen. 5th wheel is Luis Leon Sanchez. They are all waiting for the moment when they get to the last 300 or 400 meters, and there's a little bit of a gap starting to appear as they go around this 180-degree bend.
Watch out, Bradley Wiggins. Gaps opening up there. You want to stay as near to the front as you can. Inside of 1 kilometer to go for Bradley Wiggins, he will go out the overall winner unless something very dramatic happens in the last few. There it is, 1 kilometer to go, 1,000 yards left in the bike race.
Right, Cadel Evans now looking over his shoulder. Who's going to be the next person to do the pacemaking there? Luis Leon Sanchez, he's waiting too. Cadel Evans now is into 1st position. This is not where you want to be, Bob, and a kilometer to go on a 1 kilometer uphill finish.
Wow, watch out. Danny Moreno almost crashed into Cadel Evans as Moreno looked over his shoulder, didn't see Evans moving across his wheel, and he was able to correct that, and he's still there, 4th place on the road.
Sojasun making the attempt there around this corner, try and get themselves a little gap. Now hovering in 3rd position is Cadel Evans. Moreno now down into 4th position. Now they're both in an ideal position now with somebody else doing the pacemaking. 5th or 6th position is Edvald Bosenhagen.
Now the climb is starting to bite. There is Jürgen Vandenbroek on the front of the bike race. He won a stage in last year's Dauphiné, trying to finish it off today. Cadel Evans in the green jersey. That's a good place to be. Bradley Wiggins a little bit far back now. We've seen Bradley Wiggins dominate this race so far, but Cadel Evans putting big pressure on.
Edvald Bosenhagen is in an ideal position, but it's his own teammate for the 1st place in the line there. Richie Porto is nailing back that last-minute attack there, and he's pulled it back. Cadel Evans still looking to try and get himself the victory. The big figure in the black and white jersey there, just nodding his shoulders a fraction, is Jürgen Vandenbroek moving up the outside. Everybody's waiting. This is a hard climb. Now's the move. Is this the move by Cadel Evans? No, he's just having a little tickle here at the front. Richie Porter's decided he will keep this organised. They must be setting this up, Bob, for Edvald Bosenhagen. And how can he win a stage like this after all of the work he's done all week?
Already a stage winner. He's in 3rd position there. He's on Cadel Evans' wheel, perfectly placed for Bohag.
Bosenhagen now is in their third position. Now look at the moves. This is Luis Leon Sanchez over on the left-hand side. They will have read the book. They know how many corners there are. There's 250 metres to go. Luis Leon Sanchez. Behind him, it's Moreno. Third place is Cadel Evans. Luis Leon Sanchez. And look at that face on this man as he looks down to see if there's a shadow of anybody coming forward to challenge him. Moreno has got the punch. He's got the attack when it comes down to the line. But so too is Bosenhagen. Who is going to get this stage this afternoon? Bosenhagen makes his move on the right-hand side. Luis Leon Sanchez looks down. Who's going to come past me on the finish line? It's going to be Danny Moreno. Yes, only just he gets it. That was very close indeed. Bosenhagen third, Cadel Evans fourth. Wiggins, where is he? He's got a lot of time at the start of the day, but I think he's just cruised up to the finishing line here. There he is on the left-hand side. Thank you very much, he says. He lost himself 10 or 12 seconds, but that's not important for him. He kept himself safe. Out of trouble.
Yes, he won't worry about the time gap to Cadel Evans. The teammates, they rode another perfect stage today, and they were never put under pressure. Bradley Wiggins able to close down the attacks throughout the stage, but what a great stage win by Danny Moreno, his second of the Dauphiné this year. His teammate, Joaquin Rodriguez, won 2 stages last year, and Danny Moreno wins 2 stages this year in the Dauphiné and the last stage of the race. Great ride by Danny Moreno, and absolutely dominant performance by Bradley Wiggins from Team Sky to win the overall title for the second year in a row.
Well, this is Luis Leon Sanchez. At this moment, he thought he'd got the victory, but then all of a sudden he knew that the faster man from Spain on the right-hand side got himself the win. So Daniel Moreno gets himself the stage victory at the end of the day, ahead of Luis Leon Sanchez. Well, they've actually on the photo given third place to Cadel Evans, ahead of Edvald Bosenhagen, and Rinaldo Nocentini up there in fifth. A little bit further down, big names, Jürgen van den Broek in 7th place, Richie Port in 9th place, Michael Rogers inside the top 10 in 10th place. All of those riders, though, given the same time as the winner, Daniel Moreno. Yep, but on the other side of the break, we'll come back and we'll have that interview with the green jersey winner, Cadel Evans, and the man who wins this race for the second year in a row, Bradley Wiggins.
It's the Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra. With the Tour de France on the horizon, the world's best cyclists face one more test. A punishing ride through the Swiss Alps. The Tour de Suisse continues tonight at 10 on the NBC Sports Network.
The Epic Cycle, presented by Michelob Ultra on the NBC Sports Network, is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, perfectly balanced for the ultra life. And by Strava, track your rides and compete against friends, locals and pros. Go to strava.com to get started. And Competitive Cyclist, for 15% off cycling apparel and accessories, visit competitivecyclist.com/TDF and use the promo code TDS15. Looking down on the town of Châtel, nestled right in the very heart of the Alps in the eastern part of France. If you cross the Alps in one direction, you go to Switzerland. You cross it in the other direction, you go to Italy. But we're an awful long way from Spain, and that's where Daniel Moreno, the winner of Stage 7 of the Criterium du Dauphine, hails from today, and that was a well-timed win, Bob.
Perfect timing by Danny Moreno to get the stage win. Luis Leon Sanchez seemed to have things well in order, but Danny Moreno just a little bit faster, comes up with his second stage win of this week's Dauphiné.
Yes, to win stages like that, you've got to stay calm, you've got to wait, and you've got to produce that effort at the right time to get past the man who is in front of you. That's exactly what he did today, Daniel Moreno, and we've given him the Road ID Ride of the Day.
Followed the tempo set by Team Sky throughout the day's proceedings to control the breakaway. Then he makes his dash for the line. This is a great acceleration. Very few riders get the better of Luis Leon Sanchez when Luis Leon Sanchez has his sights set for a finish, but Danny Moreno was able to do so today.
Yes, for the Road ID Ride of the Day. There's no doubt now about the yellow jersey presentation. It will go to Bradley Wiggins. I don't think, Bob, he's ever looked in difficulty throughout this whole 8-day race.
Well, he went deep to win the time trial. He had such a massive advantage there. The last 3 days in the mountains could have dislodged him. His teammates were absolutely spectacular. He raced well in the mountains too. He will go out second time in a row, the winner of the Dauphiné. Great ride by the Brit on the Sky team, Bradley Wiggins.
Well, you know, I have to say, Bob, that I think he's the #1 favourite for the Tour de France this year. When you look at everything he's done, every rendezvous that he's thrown out, he's respected them and he's come up good. Bradley Wiggins then wins the Dauphiné this year ahead of his teammate Michael Rogers. Cadel Evans will finish on the podium in 3rd position, but another Sky Pro cycling rider in 4th and another one in 9th. Richie Port, 9th at 3 minutes 34 seconds. But a little bit further back, Haimar Zubeldia from Radio Shack Nissan gets himself inside of the top 10.
And a very steady week of racing in support of Cadel Evans for TJ Van Gardner, the American on BMC, 14th overall. Danny Pate finishes 142nd.
Let's hear what Bradley Wiggins has to say.
Bradley, a second consecutive victory on the Dauphiné. I know history means a lot for you. What does it mean to be on that list again with prestigious winners?
Yeah, I mean, it's massive, you know, and, you know, the Tour de France, because all the talk is of the Tour at the moment, but, you know, that aside, just to win Paris-Nice and Dauphiné in the same year, you know, is it's huge, you know, so regardless of what happens at the Tour now, so I'm delighted, really.
I look back at this week, you looked so comfortable out there with a very strong team. You didn't look that worried finally.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy when you've got a team as strong as I have, you know, and they took the strain on most days, and, yeah, right to the death, even today they were there, and, you know, I can't thank them enough, and they just, I've been saying all week, but they make my job so much easier, that's for sure.
Your mind was only set on this race, you weren't thinking of what could happen in the next weeks?
No, just obviously after the time trial, we only had 3 days, you know, and, you know, this is our job, this is what we're paid to do, so, you know, you go out there and do it, really, and obviously now it's finished, obviously everything turns to the Tour, but fantastic final bit of preparation, that's for sure.
A couple of weeks to go before the Tour, what are the plans now? What are you going to do during these weeks?
Try and avoid as many people as possible and spend as much time with my wife and kids.
You mean the training is done, you're prepared?
Training is, you know, daily bread and butter, really, it's what we do, but in terms of the hard work, yeah, that's pretty much done now, there's not much more to be done.
Well, I tell you what, he's a top competitor and he will meticulously prepare now, Bob, for July.
Well, interestingly, in recent years, the winner of the Tour de France has been very consistent throughout the season. Bradley Wiggins, already the winner of 3 big stage races. He's got to be considered the hot favorite for the Tour de France with the way he rode this week.
Yes, Bob, when you talk about consistency, you have to actually be very consistent on every individual stage to win the points classification.
He won 1 stage, and he was up there day in and day out. Second on yesterday's stage, third on today's stage. He will win the green points leader's jersey for the Dauphiné. Very special prize for any bike racer.
No, it certainly is, and Cadell Evans is a proud man. He battled on all of the stages to try and pull himself back some time on Bradley Wiggins, and don't discount this man when it goes through to the month of July and the Tour de France. It's a completely different era, it's a completely different event. He wins that classification with 66 points ahead of today's stage winner, Daniel Moreno, with 58 points. Bradley Wiggins, with his consistency too, was in 4th place, looking for 47 points. Well, let's go down to the back of the podium because we can have a quick chat with the man who runs out as the winner of the green jersey classification.
Cadell, you're here with your son. It must be a great moment to be here on the podium with him, I suppose, first of all.
I think he prefers to see me in yellow, actually, but no, it's been a good week of racing, and compliments to Sky. They rode very, very well. Wiggins, especially, of course, I think they really deserve to win here, and yeah, compliments to them. When you get beaten by a better team, by a better guy, that's the way it goes. But it's been a very good week of racing, hard racing.
Yeah, good week for you. Green jersey on your shoulders, a stage victory, and again today you were fighting for that victory.
Yeah, we're going okay. We had a bit of bad luck. TJ was going to be my main guy to help me in the last sort of kilometre or 2, but he got taken out with a couple of kilometres to go, which was a bit unlucky. He left me alone, and of course I was looking a little bit at maybe in the off chance of improving my classification as well. So diversifying means less specialised.
How much did you think about the Tour during this week? Was that a concern? Was that in the back of your mind, or you just want to focus on the race?
No, I'm not my main objective of the year is the Tour, of course, but I take each race as a race, and whether I'm there for win or lose, I like to give everything, and that's the way I race. That's the way I like to race, and so I come here and try and win. But like I said, I was beaten by a better team and a better guy here, so I was racing for 3rd or 4th place, and